What if Naruto was bloodthirsty like Gaara in the strongest generation since the time of the Sage of Six Paths? Naruto of the Saigon, emergence of the Crimson One awakening. Our story starts on a daunting night, with a 6-year-old Naruto quite literally running for his life. It wasn't the first time, in fact, he'd been in this exact situation before. It usually ended with broken bones, bruises, and a painful night. The day felt particularly ominous, and the people of his village seemed to finally decide to put an end to the demon child, as he had heard before. Naruto always knew the villagers hated him, whether it was the things they threw at him, the things they said, the glares that bore into him, or even the times he was beaten or threatened by them. He knew. Today, on his 6th birthday, after being treated to Ichiraku for lunch by his Jiji, the Hokage, he'd gone to his favorite place, the Hokage monument. Naruto was full and happy that the Hokage had come to see him. He was looking out over the village that seemed to hate him so much, until he grew tired and fell asleep atop the 4th Hokage's head. When he awoke, he remembered his Jiji's words to get home early to get some sleep and avoid drunk people from the night's celebrations. Naruto ran home as fast as he could, avoiding any populated areas, sticking to back alleys and more vacant roads. When Naruto eventually got to his apartment, he saw a large crowd of people standing outside the entrance to the building his apartment was in. The Hokage had given him an apartment to stay in a year ago after the orphanage kicked him out, saying he would corrupt the rest of the kids. Naruto, on instinct, immediately decided to turn around and find a place in the woods to hide until morning, like he did the night he was kicked out of the orphanage. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned around to leave, he heard a man scream, "Demon! He's right there. I told you he lives here. Get him!" Naruto began running, as fast as he could, which was unbelievably fast for a kid his pursuers close behind him. He attempted to hide and lose them through the crowd, but this was a big mistake. As soon as Naruto ran out into the crowded street, the villagers saw him and began to shout obscenities of all kind, usually containing some form of demon in it. They threw things at him, and his pursuers caught up to him, surrounding him and glaring with large smirks that really unnerved Naruto. Naruto, seeing no escape, said, "Leave me alone. I haven't done anything. Please just let me go." "Shut up, demon," one of the villagers said. "You killed our families and our yandere. Now it's your turn, you monster," said another before he kicked Naruto in the back. Naruto then heard, "Die Kyubi," as another villager punched him in the face, causing Naruto to close his eyes. The group of pursuers began to brutally beat Naruto, who was balled up in the middle of the crowded street, while the rest of the villagers had one of a few reactions. Some cheered for the demon's or Kyubi's death. Others added insult to injury by pelting Naruto with what they could when there was space. Some grew quiet and even looked away, but none attempted to stop it. Not even the one Uchiha policeman who watched from the back of the crowd, acting oblivious to the situation. Naruto was scared. He was always scared, but now he was terrified. Would he die here? One of the pursuers who pointed out where Naruto lived pulled out a kunai and stabbed Naruto in the side, eliciting a scream of pain from the boy, who opened his eyes and stared at the one who stabbed him. The villager gazed at the empty blue eyes of the child he'd just stabbed. He then saw a light blue ring around Naruto's iris appear and begin to glow. Naruto didn't know why they'd always treated him like this. He'd done nothing to deserve the life he was given, and he wanted to punish everyone who had a hand in it. If only he had the power. He didn't want to be afraid anymore. Why can't they be afraid? The little boy thought. Something in the little blonde boy snapped, and Naruto raised a crooked, bruised arm. Then, with a scream, a wave of potent chakra pulsed from his body, followed by a dozen chakra chains that rocketed from Naruto's body. The chains were midnight blue with small and were topped with a sharp, comma-shaped tip, called chains, lashing out as if snakes on a rampage. With each swipe of the chain, deep cuts and gashes followed. The mob of pursuers, the ones closest to him, were impaled on various parts of their body, and to their horror, the limited chakra they had, being civilians, was quickly drained, killing them before their injuries could. The other villagers, who were near but not close enough to get impaled initially, began to start running. Unfortunately, the chains grabbed and dragged anyone it could towards the hobbled Naruto, while the others were impaled or maimed. Naruto made eye contact with everyone his chain dragged in, the ring in his eyes glowing brighter, and once they were in his chain's clutches, he took their chakra. He didn't know how, but he didn't want them to hurt him anymore. With words, rocks, fists, or anything else. He saw an Uchiha in the standard police uniform leap towards him with a kunai. Naruto just stared blankly while another chain came from his chest as the ninja closed in. The chain impaled the ninja in the chest above Naruto, with the Uchiha's kunai about 6 inches from Naruto's head. Blood began to fall onto Naruto as he saw the Sharingan deactivate from the ninja's eyes. He saw the blood staining the white tomo of his chain protruding from the Uchiha's back. He saw it run down the chain. He felt the blood on his skin. Then he blacked out. His wounds were healed from the chakra he'd absorbed. The chains dissipated and silence fell upon the street. Most had run while some were too scared to move amidst the carnage. There were dead and wounded all around Naruto. They were mostly the villagers in the mob that had chased and beat him, although a few of the encouraging crowd fell victim to the boy as well. The Hokage appeared on the scene with a squad of Umbu surveying the scene. From the unconscious boy to the dead villagers to the dead Uchiha policeman, the Hokage looked on grimly. He ordered the Umbu to clean up and get the survivors to the hospital. He then walked over to Naruto wondering exactly what had just occurred. He knew it wasn't the Kyuubi's chakra as the chakra was unmistakable. Just then, as if to answer his thoughts, the Umbu crow appeared on a knee next to the leader of his village. Report, how could this have happened and what led up to this? And more importantly, why didn't you stop it? The Hokage nearly spat out in his growing anger. Calmly, Crow responded, there was a mob waiting for Naruto-san at his apartment, causing Naruto to run away. Usually he's able to get away, so I stayed hidden as per your orders. I'm not to interfere unless his life is in immediate danger. Naruto made a mistake in coming to this main road in an attempt to shake them in the crowd. This is where things escalated quickly. The crowd surrounded him and began to berate him, but did not harm him until his pursuers caught up, at which they immediately began to beat him. At this point, I began preparations for crowd control and extraction without fatalities. I placed flash tags and smoke bombs with shadow clones and was about to intervene when Naruto-san was stabbed in the side. Someone from the crowd threw chakra-enhanced kunai at Naruto, and I was forced to intercept the kunai with my own before it came close. Before I could activate the seals, a wave of chakra came from Naruto, followed by carnage. Chakra chains cut and impaled everyone in range. His chains would drag those further close, and he'd seemingly drain their chakra as well. The Chunin policeman on duty only watched until Naruto began killing. He died when he tried to kill the boy. It was a slaughter, but it was in self-defense, Hokage-sama. Even those in the crowd were throwing things and breaking your law about speaking about his burden. Naruto isn't at fault, and it wasn't the Kyuubi. I verified with my Sharingan. Crow finished. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately felt years older than he already was. I see. Bring Naruto to my office and guard him there. I'll be there shortly. The Hokage quickly ordered. Crow grabbed Naruto and disappeared in a shunshin. The Hokage had an Umbu find Inoichi to mind-walk the survivors and see exactly what had happened. After Inoichi's report backed up what Crow had told him, he knew he couldn't punish Naruto. He'd have to assign someone to train him so he wouldn't lose control again, and also to assess what Naruto could actually do. With that solved for the moment, he had the council and the civilians to deal with, and he knew that all hell would break loose. Time skipped 2 years. It was about a week after his 8th birthday, and Naruto had a million questions but knew not who to trust or ask. Ever since he killed all those people, 23 to be exact, the Hokage made him train with one of his personal Umbu Crow. Along with the training, which he really had no qualms with, he was forced to have monthly sessions with Inoichi and other members of the Yamanaka clan to ensure his mental stability wasn't detrimental to himself and, by extension, the seal. It took him only a few months after the incident to realize he had the Kyuubi sealed within himself due to a frightening nightmare that wasn't a nightmare at all. Naruto had fallen asleep only to wake up in a sewer-like place. There wasn't much of a smell, but the floor had a few inches of clear water and there were pipes all around him, although he couldn't see much as the place wasn't very clear. It seemed as if he was looking through an unfocused camera. The one thing he could see clearly was a large gate with a tag with a strange spiral and squiggly writing he couldn't understand. The bars of the gate were thicker than he was tall, and they reached higher than he knew. Behind was an abyss of darkness with a menacing feeling hiding within. He wanted to run or hide, but for some reason he just stared. His eyes began to react, and a thin, bright blue line surrounded his iris and glowed. He could see a deep red color somewhere within the darkness, and then he heard with a gravelly voice, deep and booming, say, "You should be thankful I forcefully activated your abilities. Your eyes, they're interesting. Do well to become stronger. I will not have a weak container. And remember that the QB your village hates so much is the reason you're alive today." With that, Naruto could no longer see the deep red color, and he no longer felt the need to run. Naruto only had time to begin to ask, "What do you mean?" When Naruto next blinked, he awoke. Ever since that day, Naruto began to pay attention to everything. Everything people said around him, to everything he'd heard, until he realized that somehow the QB is inside him. At first he thought he was the QB, but the QB spoke to him. He knew it was QB, which meant that he was not the QB. When asked why the villagers hate him and why he was almost killed, the Hokage said that people hate what they can't understand and that in the future Naruto should just run. He told Naruto that killing those people was wrong, even in self-defense, to which Naruto simply smiled at. Naruto would ask about his parents and why they left no one to help him. The Hokage would simply tell Naruto he didn't know, to which Naruto would give a slightly less of a big smile. Naruto from the incident onwards always gave a big goofy smile instead of showing his emotions. He'd asked these questions of the Hokage multiple times and always got the same answer. The Hokage never told Naruto about QB, so Naruto wondered what else he was hiding or lying about, but could do nothing but smile. His sessions with Inoichi and the Yamanaka helped ease his mind about the incident. Although he still had flashbacks and nightmares of the event, and what worried Inoichi was that Naruto felt less guilty than he did a sense of calm after he'd killed his tormentors. Nevertheless, Inoichi eventually cleared Naruto to be free of the weekly sessions, to Naruto's joy. Naruto only had one person who he mostly trusted, his sensei, Crow. Crow couldn't completely be trusted as one of the Hokage's direct subordinates, but he seemed to always tell the truth. He never hid things about the shinobi world and even gave Naruto secret lessons to strengthen him more than the village wanted him to be. Most of all, he was strong. Naruto could feel the man's aura, and it reminded him of the Hokage's, different but somewhat equal. Today, Naruto had a test with Crow-sensei to see if he could sufficiently control his bloodline. He'd come to respect and look up to his sensei. From what Crow-sensei told him, the main focus of this training was for Naruto to be able to control his ability to absorb chakra with his chakra chains, with a secondary focus of getting him physically ready for the academy. Over the years, Naruto learned the beginner and even some advanced chakra control exercises. Seeing that Naruto's chains were a chakra construct, and his ability to absorb chakra was extremely difficult to control and sometimes even direct through his chains, chakra control was the main focus. Surprisingly, Naruto excelled at chakra control, despite reserves of chakra that already match most jounin at only 7. It took years for Crow himself to attain such a level of control and doubted he could ever get to the level of control that Naruto would in the future. Naruto blasted through the leaf exercise and then tree walking in seemingly no time. He mastered water walking quick enough to impress an Umbu captain. And by the end of the first month, he had done kunai floating and weapon enhancement. After all this, his control with his chains were only slightly better. He could only accurately control 2 chains at a time and could only absorb from the tomo of 1 chain regardless of how many he controlled. If he released too many chains, they'd go wild. Crow then devised a plan for physical exercises that incorporated either an aspect of chakra control, such as exercising on the water using chakra, or with his chains like the evasion trained he did, where he would run through the trees using his chains to help move and avoid projectiles, and when cornered to deflect and shield himself. To maximize Naruto's preparation for becoming a shinobi, Crow taught Naruto stealth tactics, basic Umbu taijutsu, and kenjutsu katas while giving him the proper scrolls to study on his own. Crow pushed Naruto physically to instill a foundation that wouldn't allow Naruto's close combat and physical abilities to fall behind the boy's ninjutsu once he began that training. There was no doubt, with as much chakra and control Naruto had, he'd be a ninjutsu prodigy. Lastly, Crow taught Naruto the Shadow Clone Jutsu as a gift for outdoing his expectations in his training. Even Naruto's Kenjutsu was enough to deem the boy a prodigy by the end of his training, especially when matched with his limitless stamina. Crow was proud that Naruto could accurately control 6 chains and absorb chakra from each of the sharp koma-shaped tips at the end of his midnight blue chains. Naruto could also control the size of the chains as well as lengthen them to a degree. Crow suspected Naruto had some jujitsu or special eyes if the chakra behind them said anything, but the Umbu respected Naruto's privacy. Naruto kept it to himself, especially after his sensei explained jujitsu and their power. Naruto could see chakra and he definitely had a jujitsu. Only known to him and perhaps those he'd killed, he'd only activated it when he was alone or in danger. He believed his eyes were the reason he could absorb chakra because when activated, he could do it at will from his hands or his chains. He could see chakra through objects and from long distances. He couldn't see much else from afar or through objects, just chakra, but relatively close he could see chakra vividly. Anything imbued with chakra he could see, and even with his eyes closed he could feel it. Naruto could feel and sense chakra almost better than he could see it when his eyes were activated, but together was the best. He could see the dome of chakra the village was encased in, the village's barrier. All he had to do was focus. He could see the seals around the Hyuga and Uchiha compound. He could see the complexity of his sensei's chakra when he wasn't looking. And strangely enough, in the forests surrounding the village, he could see a vague but flowing chakra he could only imagine being from nature itself. One day he'd have to find out what it was. After reviewing all he'd learned, Naruto left his apartment heading to Training Ground 57, where he normally met his sensei. Crow was there waiting for Naruto with a scroll in hand. "Sensei, I hope you're ready to lose Databayo," Naruto said enthusiastically, causing Crow to smile under his mask. "Actually, Naruto, there's going to be a change of plans today. I have a mission and won't be able to test you," Crow said neutrally, causing Naruto to frown. Before Naruto could object, Crow continued, "I've worked with you for 2 years and I can tell you're more than ready for the academy, and your chakra chains were at a manageable level of control long ago, so I'm giving you a pass. I even got you a graduation gift." Naruto beamed at this and stared at the scroll in his sensei's hand. "A scroll? Is it finally a jutsu sensei?" Naruto asked Crow animatedly. Crow just looked down at Naruto with silent humor and responded, "No, Naruto-kun. It's a sealing scroll. To get what's in the sealing scroll, you simply have to push a small amount of chakra into the center of the seal." Naruto nodded along, listening to the best of his patience. "I'm proud of how far you've come so far, and with the basics I've given you, you have the tools to become an exceptional shinobi. Farewell, Naruto." Crow finished, and with those last words Crow dissipated into a murder of crows, each carrying a similar and familiar scroll. Naruto wasted no time. Knowing that his sensei was a man of few words, he thought nothing of the brief farewell in the form of a wild goose chase for his graduation present. Naruto sent out 6 chakra chains which hit 6 different crows, which faded out of existence as the crows continued to circle him with his present in their clutches. Determined not to lose after more and more of the crows were impaled out of existence, Naruto closed his eyes and activated his jujitsu. Instantly he could sense which crow was real and which was fake. He could even sense his hidden sensei probably getting in one last laugh before he left hiding in the shadows. Naruto sent out all 6 chains to grab the real crow in case it sped up. He caught and released the crow after grabbing the scroll. At this point he felt his sensei's chakra leave and he knew he was alone. Finding a spot in the shade of the large tree, Naruto applied chakra to the seal, and in a puff of smoke, 3 packages appeared on top of the scroll. The first was labeled Beginner Fuinjutsu Kit, which contained a couple scrolls on basic sealing along with high-quality ink and brush set. The second was labeled 18-inch Short Katana, which contained a very short katana that could almost be called a tanto. The blade was slightly curved and the black handle with white wrappings matched the sheath. Along with it contained a cleaning and sharpening kit. The final package was labeled Chakra Nature Training. This one contained chakra paper, the instructions for use, a chakra nature training scroll, and message from his sensei which read, Run a small amount of chakra through the paper and it'll reveal your chakra nature depending on the reaction of the paper as explained on the instructions included. Once you have your proper chakra nature, use the training methods in the included scroll to train chakra nature. Once mastered to an acceptable degree, you can enhance your katana with said nature. This is my final gift as a sensei. Make me proud. Tears began to fall as Naruto looked over his katana and new possessions. He'd rarely ever received a gift in his life, so these gifts were something he'd always cherish. Not only would he become a kenjutsu master, but he'd become a fuinjutsu master as well, something he promised himself knowing he would never go back on his word. Naruto gathered his gifts and proceeded to make his way back to his apartment, his katana already strapped to his back by a seal in the sheath that would stick when chakra was channeled through, similar to the way he stuck to trees with chakra he assumed. His sensei really thought his gift through. As Naruto made his way through the village, the villagers glared but never to his face. They wouldn't outright kick him out of stores or harass him in the streets anymore. Ever since the incident in which he killed 22 civilians, 1 chunin, and injured almost a dozen more, the villagers were terrified of him. Children ran from him and the adults steered clear. If he needed groceries, they'd help him immediately and give him what he wanted, sometimes without him even paying as long as he left promptly, and they usually had weapons. One person, a village woman whose husband died in the incident, attempted to kill Naruto for what he had done. 6 months after the incident, she attempted to cut his throat with a butcher knife by surprise when she caught him leaving Ichiraku at night. Naruto blocked the knife with a chakra chain, and with cold blue eyes surrounded by a thin ring of light glowing blue, Naruto sent a chain through her heart while absorbing all of her chakra, once again dyeing the white tip of his chains in red. He allowed the Umbu following him to clean up. When questioned, Naruto told the Hokage that he would fight for his life with no remorse, and with a large smile finished, "That's just how my world is." Hiruzen, seeing clearly the repercussions of his villagers' actions, only nodded and allowed Naruto to leave. He'd need to have a Yamanaka speak with the boy. Naruto walked through the village, sensing the emotions of the villagers as he passed. The only ones who weren't afraid of Naruto were the older ninja, the clans who understood his actions, and the Ikarakus. Naruto figured it was better they fear him than hate and abuse him. Naruto had 4 months to prepare for the academy. He would not disappoint. He would be the strongest ninja to ever live. He would be a god of chakra. As Hiruzen entered the council chambers, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He knew this surprise council meeting was simply another ploy to get the boy killed or under their control. After the incident a couple years ago, the civilian council tried everything possible to get Naruto killed. The bastards even went to the fire daimyo, causing Hiruzen to present evidence that it was not the Kyuubi's doing and that Naruto was defending himself from an out-of-control mob. Having the shinobi council on his side, although cautious, was a great help to the situation. Even though Hiruzen had to divulge the information he originally had about Naruto's bloodline to explain the explosion of power exhibited, despite wanting to keep said knowledge to himself, the situation gradually abated. Danzo tried multiple times to force Hiruzen to allow him to train the boy. He even attempted to make contact with his root, but Crow was one of the best. Hiruzen had assigned him to look after Naruto from the shadows, as well as train him. Fortunately, Crow engaged and forced the root Umbu to flee. The third Hokage had to claim Naruto under shinobi jurisdiction to stop the hold over Naruto the civilian council continued to abuse. Any more would be detrimental to Naruto. Hiruzen the Sandaime, third Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, sat in front of the gathered council. The civilian council consists of elected positions, wealthy political figures, and advisors to his left, the shinobi council consisting of clan heads and high-ranking shinobi to his right. The council was seated in a wide oval with the Hokage at one end and the other end open. Hiruzen gave a stern look, and with a voice that showed his annoyance, he asked, "For what reason have you called this meeting that happens to be so emergent?" Sakuri, an elected civilian councilman, was the first to start. "Hokage-sama, we cannot allow the demon brat to join the academy. He's a danger to all the clan heirs as well as my daughter. He shouldn't be allowed to live after he rampaged and massacred innocent civilians." Sigh, anyone else have anything to add? Hiruzen said tiredly. Koharu, an older woman in a formal kimono, one of the advisors and Hiruzen's old teammate, went next. I agree, but not that he should be killed. The boy should be trained away from his peers for their safety. If I'm correct, the incident isn't the last time the boy has killed. He killed one of his victim's wife and walked away without a second look. Hiruzen flinched but continued to listen to Koharu. He should be given to Danzo for the public safety and the strength of Konoha. Tozen, another of the elected council, screamed out, asserting his turn to speak. Kill the damn demon. He massacred the people in the street and you did nothing. He's just waiting for the moment to kill us all, and you're just going to let him. Enough? Hiruzen boomed, spreading his killing intent throughout the room, creating silence. The civilians were not innocent. They formed a mob to hunt down and kill a 6-year-old child. They beat him, threw sharp and blunt objects, stabbed him, and continually broke my law while no one did anything. But the demo dash, interrupted Tozen. Silence. If you speak again while I'm talking, your life is forfeit. Hiruzen admonished in a steely tone. The boy was defending himself. He wasn't able to control his bloodline at no fault of his own. As far as I'm concerned, everyone close enough to fall victim was guilty. The woman he killed attempted to cut his throat. He was well within his rights to react in kind. He has been trained to not lose control of his bloodline and passed his sessions with Inoichi. He will enter the academy, unless you have a legitimate reason that leaves no room for discussion. The Hokage said sternly while looking around the room for any who had something to add. Shibi Aburame, head of the Aburame clan, smoothly began to address the Hokage. I will admit there is a concern with admitting a student with almost 25 confirmed kills, one being a Chunin, into the academy. Is it okay if we hear from Inoichi about the mental status of the boy and possibly his level of control from his sensei? Hiruzen pondered for only a moment until he motioned for an Umbu who appeared next to him. Hiruzen sent the Umbu to get Crow. The Hokage then motioned to Inoichi and instructed him to give a vague, rough view of Naruto's mental state as to not be too much of an invasion of his privacy. Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, stood and began. Naruto Uzumaki, after the incident, was, for lack of a better word, numbed. He'd received harsh treatment before and even a few beatings, but nothing of the level of that night. In my opinion, I think Naruto switched to a mindset of survival first. He has no love for the villagers or for the better part of the village, but harbors no ill will. He's haunted by those he's killed in his dreams, but is indifferent to the act. He will smile no matter what he feels, so he's hard to read, but overall I don't believe he's dangerous to those he doesn't see as a threat to his survival. Inoichi sat down and allowed the rest of the council to think over what he's just said. Crow appeared next to the Hokage, who instructed him to explain the limits of Naruto's control. Crow spoke neutrally. Naruto has intricate control of his chains, which can catch Genin speed shuriken out the air. He's limited on how many he can use at once, but that number can grow with time. He can absorb chakra from the tips of his chains, or if enough of the chain is touching the target. Although his chains react unconsciously, he's able to defend, without lashing out if the situation calls for it. He's physically and mentally ready for the academy as per my assignment. Crow-san, what do you mean by unconsciously? And how strong is his ability to absorb chakra? Danzo inquired. Crow sent a quick glance at the Hokage and after receiving a nod, he replied, Naruto's a natural sensor whose abilities shouldn't be taken lightly. His chains react to chakra presences that enter 1 foot of him if he's on edge. It initially lashed at the presence, but we've been able to change his base reaction to the chain coiling like a snake to strike. Now, thanks to training, it instantly appears coiled in a circle ready to strike. It looks akin to a circular shield of chain with a bright white tomo in the middle. He has near Jounin-level chakra control and reserves, allowing me to help him mold the almost involuntary action into somewhat of a defense. He doesn't need to see attacks, even from thrown weapons, although they're more likely to go unnoticed if there's no forewarning. He has a sensitive sensory field of 5 meters where I believe he knows where everyone and maybe everything is. The Hokage interrupted, signaling that he had said enough. He didn't want the council to know that Itachi trained the boy in nearly every aspect of being a shinobi to some degree, essentially preparing Naruto as if he was a shinobi besides learning jutsu. Danzo had a gleam in his eye he was just barely able to hide. Any further questions or concerns? Hiruzen asked the council. Ignoring the motion of Councilman Tozen, Hiruzen adjourned the meeting and dismissed the council. The first day of the academy was much like Naruto had expected. The kids were terrified of him. Noon would sit near him for fear of being killed. Apparently, word had spread. As such, Naruto's smile wasn't as bright that day, but it was undeniably there. After the introductions, he could say that none of the senseis seemed to want to get near him. The Uchiha in the class glared but kept his distance. There was only one person in his class who didn't seem to fear him but was too shy to approach. She had dark blue Heim-style hair, something he liked because it reminded him of his chains. She also had large kind eyes. Seemingly with no pupil, meaning she was a Hyuga. He'd notice her staring when she thought he wasn't looking, and she didn't have a look of hate or fear but curiosity. Naruto made sure to give her a brighter smile than the rest. The senseis treated him cautiously and never attempted to give him extra help, although they'd never withheld lessons from him, even though he could feel that some of them hated and feared him. A few months into the year, Naruto was sitting in a tree near the academy. He'd sometimes hide and watch the other kids play who would more likely play with a hungry lion before him. He felt a pain in his chest, but rather than cry, he smiled and activated his jujutsu. The colors he'd see in the forests in and around Konoha always seemed to soothe him. As he looked at the playing kids, he could see the dancing chakra signatures. Seeing the chakra coils and system was slightly difficult for Naruto but improving. Unlike other jujutsu, he could see much more than pure chakra. He could see chakra in depth, although he couldn't understand everything he saw just yet. After reading the scroll on chakra natures, he was able to discern a person's chakra nature with his eyes. He could see it before but couldn't explain what he was seeing. To a degree, he can tell a person's mental state by the fluctuations in their chakra. When someone had a high amount of emotion affecting them, their chakra would fluctuate. Looking further into the forest near the academy, a good distance away from the group of playing kids, were 4 chakra signatures. One was fluctuating enough that he knew something was wrong, and out of curiosity, he began to travel quietly through the trees towards the 4 chakra signatures. When he arrived, he saw the same Hyuga girl from his class on the ground being pushed around by some older kids. They taunted her about being weak and thinking she's better than them, and were about to rub her face into the ground when a midnight blue chains with white tomos on the tips wrapped around the kids, lifting them high in the air. The Hyuga girl looked up at Naruto and his goofy smile and blushed. She wondered where the kids were until she looked up at 3 sleeping kids. Naruto had drained their chakra until they fell asleep. She spoke with a heavy stutter and asked if they were dead. Naruto shook his head and said they're asleep. Naruto slowly lowered them to the ground, and the Hyuga girl used her Byakugan to see if they were still alive before speaking again. With heavy stutters, she managed to get out. "I'm Hinata. Thank you for saving me. You're Naruto, right?" Naruto nodded and was confused when he saw the girl stick out her hand. He'd seen people do it before but never had the chance to try it. He extended his arm to shake her hand and gave the brightest smile he could give. "And nice to meet you," Hinata said. "Nice to meet you too, Hinata," Naruto responded. Naruto didn't know what to do next because he'd never really talked to a kid his age. Hinata wondered if this was really the cold-blooded killer child everyone said he was. How could he be? She was a very shy child, and she was nervous enough to faint, but she felt a spark of courage inside of her. Just enough to ask a question. "DDD, do you want T to be my friend?" Naruto was shocked to hear those words and didn't know how to react. Naruto settled for a nod and a rare true smile for his first friend. He sensed someone coming, so Naruto moved out of the way of Hinata's bodyguard, who'd come to pick her up. He walked cautiously past Naruto, taking into account the unconscious boys, and picked up Hinata, resolved to get her story when he had her safe. Hinata waved and attempted to say bye, but her bodyguard body flickered away. From that day on, even though she was saved by him, Hinata's father wanted her to steer away from Naruto. Hinata, on the other hand, developed a crush on the boy. In class, her subtle looks became not so subtle staring that never escaped Naruto's attention. Naruto started talking to her over lunch. He'd never have much of anything to eat, and she'd bring him home-made bentos that tasted pretty bad but got better over time. Naruto talked little about his life but more about his dream of becoming the strongest to ever live. Hinata opened up about her family and how weak she felt. Naruto never once missed a chance to uplift her confidence, which usually led to a red-faced, stuttering Hinata. Sometimes, Hinata would conveniently have her bodyguard take her for ramen at Ichiraku's and Naruto would just happen to be there. Toechi and Ayam had a running bet on when they'd get together and teased them whenever they came, much to Hinata's bodyguard's ire. Naruto never did more than necessary in class, maintaining a solid place in the middle of the pack, although he was obviously holding back. He trained on his own in his former training ground 57, which seemed abandoned because no one but him used it. He worked on his chakra chains along with his kenjutsu almost religiously. Every now and then, he'd get a random scroll detailing chakra theory, battle tactics, the basis of an uncompleted technique, or a jutsu like the shadow clone. He never saw who left them, but he was sure he sensed a crow. He would study Fuinjutsu whenever his body was resting. Fuinjutsu seemed to come easy, and Naruto was overdue to ask the Hokage for more in-depth scrolls to further his education in the art. He spoke to Hokage regularly with his signature big goofy grin. He wouldn't mention his jujitsu unless he absolutely had to because he couldn't trust someone hiding things from him. He still appreciated his Jiji and wanted to make him proud, so continued to train with chakra control and taijutsu katas Crow had taught him. Naruto trained to the point of exhaustion every day and even placed gravity seals on his body. Seals he'd found on a random scroll delivered to his apartment. Naruto would have to keep them on for 5 years, but speed wouldn't be a problem, thanks to another one of the mysterious scrolls. He liked to imagine his sensei was sending them, but Naruto hadn't even sensed him around the village since around the Uchiha massacre. He'd always had a feeling his sensei was an Uchiha. 2 years had gone by quickly, yet Naruto was still hated and feared by the village, possibly due to all the assassination attempts on his life that ended in a bloody mess. Twice, Naruto himself stopped an assassination attempt in his own apartment. Once from a civilian who was let in by the landlord. Naruto impaled 4 chains through his chest and dropped the chakraless body out the window to the street. The next was a chunin paid by a member of the civilian council. Naruto sensed him in his sleep and had his chain defense prepared. The chunin attempted to behead him in his sleep, but was befuddled when a large blue circular shield made of chains and 3 white tomos materialized as he lowered his katana. The ninja's katana made contact with the chain shield and bounced off, creating sparks in the process, as if he'd just hit a steel wall. The 3 tomos topping the chains shot towards the surprised ninja and impaled him in the chest, and Naruto once again deposited him out the window. 2 similar events happened in public where the civilians believed they could blend in the crowd and kill him from behind. The first time wasn't too bad, as Naruto killed the single assailant by wrapping them with his chains and draining their chakra. The next time he impaled 2 of the assailants in the head and used his chains to disembowel the 3rd assailant high in the air, forcing the crowd to see what happens to those who attempt to kill him. The last attempt that ended in a death all but solidified Naruto's moniker, Demon of the Midnight Sky. The council ramped up the attempts on Naruto's 10th birthday by paying a jonin to do the job. The night of the attack, Naruto jumped out of bed, just in time to avoid an intruder. A shinobi had attempted to finish him with a tanto through the chest. Naruto had sensed this shinobi's malice and hate through his chakra as it fluctuated angrily and somberly. He'd lunged at Naruto, but Naruto substituted with his Night Watch clone before jumping out the window and running. The shinobi was enraged, but even in his rage, it was easy to spot the deception and was already onto Naruto's trail. Naruto had grabbed his katana, which was now on his back, although he still wore the baggy pants he slept in, yet no shirt. He jumped from roof to roof until he sensed something coming. He created a large shield that could cover his back by using 4 chains spiraled into a circular form to create his unique defense. At first, he felt shuriken and kunai deflect off of his shield. He looked back and saw nothing, and when he turned back around, the shinobi was sending a roundhouse kick to his face. The hit was harder than anything Naruto had ever felt. Never had he been hit as hard in his spars, and his assassins were always at the disadvantage, thinking they had the jump on him, which left them vulnerable. Naruto's head was reeling from the hit. Why were they always attacking him, he thought. Naruto flew backwards off the roof and into a nearby wall. He smashed through it but forced himself to his feet. He made a quick hand seal and 50 Naruto clones puffed into existence with his short katana brandished in their hands. With teary eyes and screams, they charged. "You're going to need to do better than this to survive. You have to," the shinobi said before he made a few hand seals, raising 7 mud clones of his own that engaged Naruto's. Naruto was confused because when he spoke he almost sounded pleading and his emotions reflected it. A stark contrast to the malice he was releasing. Meanwhile, Naruto hightailed it towards the only direction he could, the forest. The shinobi had purposefully blocked the way towards the Hokage Tower and shinobi clans, and Naruto knew it. He'd learned tactics and situational awareness under Crow-sensei and only improved his knowledge with Hinata. He needed to create distance and he needed to make use of his surroundings. He could do that once he reached the forest. Once in the forest, he staged an ambush point with 20 clones, hoping to delay Nana long enough to get away and figure out what was going on. He refused to believe she all of a sudden hated him. The stunt only bought him a few seconds, and he was soon upon him again with a kunai attempting to slash his neck. Naruto parried with his katana while attacking with a couple chains that the Jonin was able to avoid and redirect. The Jonin continued his assault on Naruto, slashing and landing devastating kicks while avoiding the chains Naruto was using in conjunction. "No, I won't die," Naruto said while being knocked off his feet from blocking a kick. He was obviously taking his time with him, which was evident by the cuts and 2 shurikens sticking out of Naruto, yet he was still breathing. Naruto received a kick to his jaw that sent him high in the air but used a chain to pull him out of further harm's way. Naruto began to use 8 chains for defense with only 2 to attack, and even with the chain shields he was still getting nicked and the kicks would still send him backwards and knock him off his feet, but he always recovered with great difficulty. Then, in a daring maneuver, Naruto jumped from an awkward angle off of a tree, flipped to another and lunged at her with his katana, all of his chains following. The shinobi shouted something hateful while parrying the katana strike and dodging or redirecting most of the other chains, but 2 cut him along the left side of his face, destroying her mask and revealing an unremarkable face. "Yes, good. The only way for you 2 to live is for me to die. Show everyone you're a demon," the shinobi said before jumping back a couple meters and rapidly going through hand seals and saying, "Earth style, hardened punishment." All around, Naruto, rocks ranging from the size of his head to the size of Nana's whole body were slowly being raised in the air. Naruto could see the chakra infused in the rapidly multiplying rocks and knew they would be used to crush him. He would die. Naruto had multiple broken ribs, a kunai in his back, 2 shuriken in his leg, and had cuts littering his body. The shinobi said taunting words to Naruto that would stick with him forever. As if right on K, a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in years spoke in his mind. "Kit, you have to go all out. Forget the pain. Forget your sorrow. Forget control, and put everything into your chain defense. Use my chakra. Make it strong, then let them rampage. He's giving you your chance right now. Don't waste it, it's time to grow up, Kit. Don't disappoint me, Ninjin," Kyubi told him with a raspy voice. Naruto knew he was right. This was the shinobi world, and like Crow-sensei had shown him, it was ugly. He had to do what he had to do, nearly destroying his heart in the process. Naruto put every bit of chakra he had into summoning a chain defense. Feeling a rush of chakra from somewhere other than his reserves, he added it to his chain defense, and as the rock stopped raising, his defense began to multiply. He'd brought out hundreds of chains, all interlocking into dozens of circular chain shields with the bright white comma-shaped tips that sparkled with the midnight blue chains. Each chain shield seemed bigger and thicker than the last until Naruto was surrounded by a dome composed of swirling chains. The rocks converged onto the dome, pelting it with hundreds of projectiles large and small. The impact created an explosion sure to draw attention to the 2 if the clones and massive dome hadn't already. Debris and dust flew high into the air, and when the dust settled, the shinobi was surprised to see the dome seemed untouched. It stood firm, and it was elegant on top of it all. It looked like the night sky with stars because of the white tomos in the sea of midnight blue chains. At that same time, an Umbu squad had just arrived close enough to see the Blue Dome and a Jonin who had apparently released the A-rank jutsu. Naruto released a breath seeing his defense hold. Then realizing what he had to do, he vowed to become the strongest and make those responsible for his pain suffer. Naruto hesitated, but he was already far beyond the limits of his control with his chains. In a heart-wrenching scream, he let go of control. A moment later, and there was carnage. The dome exploded outward, each one of the hundreds of chains shooting into a different direction, swaying, swinging, and lunging. His chains destroyed everything: the trees, the ground, and the shinobi. The Umbu who'd arrived on scene barely made it away. Naruto couldn't even reel the chains in. The chains wreaked havoc for longer than anyone wanted it to. Even at a distance, dodging projectile debris and random chains was difficult. Luckily, the chains didn't have the range they could have if he wasn't using hundreds at one time. The rampage of chains had destroyed the landscape and created a new clearing filled with the rubble of rocks and splintered trees. Additionally, due to the appearance of his chains and the magnitude of their rampage, some described it as seeing chains wrestle with the night sky. To some it was the night the demon chained the sky. To the Hokage it was the night he lost his shit. The amount of attempts on Naruto's life along with the lengths the civilian council would go to kill Naruto had reached a boiling point with Hiruzen. He tasked 3 Umbu squads to investigate all the attempts on Naruto's life and the connection to the civilian council. A week later, and Hiruzen had executed 3 of the civilian council, including Tozen, who so often called for Naruto's death. After hearing that Naruto killed a Jonin, even the Academy sensei were afraid of him. After a 2-week stay in the hospital with daily visits from Inoichi, Naruto had developed an unconscious killing intent, and although he still smiled, he was nowhere near as upbeat and he'd used to be. His smile was nothing more than a mask. He trusted no one, except for maybe a pupilless Hyuga he knew. Over the years, Hinata had occasionally visited Naruto when he trained, and they still ate lunch together at the academy. While the stories and rumors continued to surround Naruto, Hinata always got the truth from Naruto. She knew he'd only defend himself. She was conflicted when she began hearing of Naruto killing civilians and shinobi, but when she spoke to Naruto about it, he explained the attempts on his life. He felt that if he didn't kill those who tried to kill him, he would have little to no chance of surviving. To him, killing his enemies was his way of surviving, something Hinata begrudgingly understood. Inside, Naruto was just a scared little boy, and Hinata would be damned if he'd be alone as well. Spending so much time with Naruto, who constantly uplifts her despite how her family treats her, did wonders for her confidence. She no longer stuttered, and would even openly defend Naruto in front of her clan and the villagers. Hinata even trained with Naruto as often as she could, and when teachers at the academy failed to give Naruto proper instruction in his studies, she helped him. Knowing Naruto would become the strongest ninja ever, she had a high bar to compete with because she wanted to be his equal in strength, if not stronger. Every training session with her father, she trained as if her life was on the line. By the time she turned 10, she even could give her prodigy cousin Niji, who hated her and the main branch, a run for his money. Although she understood why her cousin hated her, she wouldn't become his punching bag in their clan spars. With Naruto, she learned mostly chakra control because Naruto could teach her better than the senseis at the academy. Honestly, Naruto was probably better at chakra control than her senseis at the academy, Hinata often thought. While Naruto, at this point, knew most about Hinata's life and clan, Hinata knew little about Naruto and slowly began to pry information from the calm, collected, smiling blonde. Eventually, Naruto told Hinata about his life and, surprisingly, even about his unique jujutsu. He explained about his ability to see chakra in such detail. He explained his ability to absorb chakra, and with some experimenting, the ability to give it. They would compare their jujutsu, and found that the Byakugan could see physical things further, but Naruto could identify and analyze chakra from farther than the Byakugan. When activated, Naruto's chakra control was near perfect. His jujutsu heightened his chakra sensing abilities, allowing him to feel anything and anyone within a 5 to 15 meter radius, almost as if he could see it all like the Byakugan. He could see a single chakra signature from over a kilometer and could even see residual traces of chakra when focusing on a specific one. Hinata liked the subtleness of his jujitsu. Most people probably would never notice the thin glowing blue ring around the iris of his eye. The most fascinating part of Naruto's eyes was the depth of chakra he could see. He could see elemental chakra natures, a person's emotions from their chakra, and even the amount of spiritual and physical energy combining to create chakra. He could see seals much like the Hyuga, although unique to him, his eyes could somehow tell exactly what the seal's function was. Similar to the Sharingan's ability to copy jutsu, Naruto was able to copy seals. He had very little practice applying the seals he'd copied but was improving the more he experimented. Eventually something dawned on Hinata. While the two were sticking to the trees with chakra dodging rocks from varying directions, courtesy of Naruto clones, Hinata jumped to the ground and just loud enough for him to hear said, "Naruto-kun, let's take a break, I have a question, please?" Naruto gave a questioning look but nodded. "Yeah, no problem, Hina-chan," he said, joining Hinata on the ground. Hinata blushed slightly at the recently given nickname. "What's your dojutsu called, Naruto-kun?" "I call it the Saigen. It means the spirit or energy eye." Naruto responded with pride. Naruto's reply along with his smile caused Hinata to go comically red, which she eventually fought down despite her embarrassment. I think that's a great name for your jujitsu." Hinata smiled to emphasize her statement, this time causing Naruto to go slightly red and rub the back of his head. "Hinata, I have a question too." At Hinata's prompt he continued, "Why do you train so hard?" "You know why I do, I have to." "Is it to prove yourself to your clan?" Hinata blushed at the serious question but regained her composure. The next year had passed and was relatively peaceful. Naruto, 11, visited the Hokage less often and Ichiraku's at least twice a week, although Hinata would always get him to eat better by bringing him food to eat with her, and even on a few occasions when her father was especially happy, she'd bring him to the compound to eat. Ever since she beat Neji in a spar, even though it was only once, the clan and her father could say nothing about his influence on her. Since they began studying and training together, she'd become top kunoichi of her class and was in the top 3 overall. Hanabi couldn't compete without major handicaps, and Neji had to work and scrape out every win against Hinata. Yet still Neji never felt as though she may overtake him. The Hyugas were too wise and noble. In their own words, to believe Naruto was the Kyuubi or possessed. The clan also acknowledged the extreme life Naruto had lived, and if it wasn't for the fact that Naruto has proven he can protect himself and Hinata from the ones who hate him, the clan would have actively forced Hinata to cut ties with Naruto for her safety. The clan acknowledged his strength and a select few acknowledged his heritage, unknown to him. Hinata had used her father's good mood, persuading him to allow her to accompany Naruto to the giant forest the next day. Hashirama, the first Hokage, had created it himself. The first Hokage created most of the trees surrounding Konoha, but this forest was huge, easily twice the height of surrounding forests. They'd been planning this for a while but needed a full day because it would probably take the better part of one. Hinata and Naruto were going to test the limits of his Saigen. Naruto arrived at the Hyuga compound early to pick up Hinata. Her usual bodyguard, Ko, waiting for Hinata in the meticulously maintained courtyard. Ko would kindly give Naruto and Hinata their space when watching over the Hyuga clan heir, always watching from a distance with his Byakugan. Hinata made her way to the two, greeting Ko, and with a small blush, greeting Naruto, causing Ko to smirk. Ko purposefully fell behind as the Jujutsu duo made their way to the largest forest around Konoha near the East Gate. Ko remembered Hinata's father Hayashi emphasizing his mission to protect Hinata's innocence. Absolutely no funny business. Hayashi's exact words were, to Ko's amusement. Naruto and Hinata arrived at their destination and used her Byakugan to find the largest tree in the area. They made their way towards the tree with one mission in mind: investigate the warm/calming chakra that could be felt throughout this part of the forest. Naruto explained to Hinata the strange light green chakra he saw. It was everywhere to a point but more abundant in natural environments such as forests, lakes, and mountains. Naruto somehow knew it was natural energy or natural chakra. He told her how some of the larger trees gave off a special aura. The trees had a dark green chakra intertwined with the light green of natural energy. He couldn't help but be drawn to it. Hinata, although she was unable to see the chakra, she was able to come up with a theory on what it was. Because Hinata is usually quiet and reserved, her ridiculous IQ always went unnoticed. Only Naruto really knew that the only person smarter than her in the whole academy would be Shikamaru by a small margin. When Hinata said it was probably the Shodai Hokage's chakra, and that Naruto could probably absorb it, Naruto made it his personal mission to absorb and analyze Hashirama Senju's chakra. First, he knew it'd take time to sort through the natural chakra and pool enough of Hashirama's chakra to absorb. Once absorbed, Hinata would be able to see the chakra integrate with his system, or in a worst-case scenario, be rejected by his chakra system. Naruto would have to expel the chakra before he suffers any backlash, and that sat in a meditative position in front of the tree, clasping his hands together as if praying and with a smile. "Ready, Hina-chan, it might take a while, but I think this is the tree we need." Hinata giggled, hearing the excitement in his voice, and responded, "I'll be right here, Naruto-kun, but if you can't do it, I want cinnamon buns." Naruto laughed and chuckled out, "And let me guess, if I do it, we celebrate with cinnamon buns?" Hinata once again giggled and motioned for Naruto to begin. Naruto activated his Jujutsu and closed his eyes. He would first use his senses boosted by his Saigen to identify the highest concentration of the Shodai's chakra within the tree. He'd then mentally lock onto the first Hokage's chakra. Opening his eyes, having completed the first stage, Naruto gazed at the tree, more specifically the chakra mixture of natural chakra and the Shodai's chakra that was so thoroughly intertwined. For nearly an hour, he was distinguishing every drop of the Shodai's chakra and placing his hand on the tree. He began to gather the chakra to where his hand was placed. Not yet absorbing, because he knew he couldn't handle nature chakra mixed within. Natural chakra was as unpredictable as the weather. It was powerful and endlessly connected. He knew that if he began absorbing nature chakra, he might not be able to control or even stop the flow of it. Naruto took his time. He'd identified all of Hashirama's chakra in the tree. He'd pulled most of it together and pushed the natural energy away. After another hour of separating the chakra within the tree, Naruto said, "Ready," attempting not to lose focus. Hinata had been observing Naruto the whole time. She was watching for any information on his abilities or Saigen that she could. Naruto and Hinata still knew little about the Saigen, and this was a chance for her to help Naruto understand his Jujutsu more. When Naruto uses his sensory ability with his Saigen activated, the more he focuses, the more a thin layer of chakra develops around his body. Hinata theorized the layer of chakra acts similarly to the sonar of a bat, in the sense that the layer of chakra pulses and bounces off chakra presences and even objects and then returns to Naruto, and provides him with unbelievably accurate information of his immediate surroundings. While Naruto was preparing the chakra in the tree, Hinata had even noticed the thin glowing blue ring that circled his iris growing larger. The more he used his Saigen, the thicker the glowing blue ring grew. She even noted down that it expanded inwards towards his pupil. By the time Naruto was ready, the ring had doubled in thickness and was glowing violently. For once, his Saigen was unmistakably showing. Hinata was sure that if it was dark out, Naruto's eyes would look like mini lanterns because of the intensity of the blue glow. Hinata prepared herself to close the flow of chakra to his arm should Naruto need it. Naruto began to absorb the Shodai's chakra, and once it entered Naruto's system, Hinata could see it as well. The Shodai's chakra was extremely dense and was more erratic than normal chakra. Naruto left a little of the first Hokage's chakra in the tree so as not to accidentally absorb the natural chakra. Once extracted, Naruto withheld from absorbing all of the chakra. He pulled from the tree and simply held some in his hand without allowing it to join with his own. He let his eyes reveal everything he could. He could see the mix of earth and water chakra, and upon further inspection he could see a small amount of Yin chakra holding the elements together. He could see Hashirama's unique chakra signature and had an idea. He wanted to recreate this chakra that he'd just analyzed. He highly doubted he'd ever forget the exact mixture of earth, water, and Yin chakra, which meant he could probably recreate it in time. He could, but Naruto had a nagging feeling that he could do better. He raised his other hand and generated his own chakra. Side by side, he focused on his and Hashirama's natural chakra signature, then began to work. Having unique abilities due to the Saigen, Naruto came up with a plan to manipulate the Shodai's chakra to match his personal chakra signature, expand it and absorb it as his own chakra. Normally, when Naruto absorbs foreign chakra, it's simply converted into raw chakra. Naruto only gains the extra chakra boost and healing the excess chakra provides. If he integrated the chakra with his personal chakra signature before he absorbed it, then he'd theoretically be able to recreate it naturally through chakra nature training. Similarly to how he and Hinata trained their elemental affinities, lightning and wind for Naruto and water for Hinata, with exercises like leaf cutting for wind or water swirling for Suiton. Naruto basically was getting a feel of the Shodai's Mokuton chakra. Once Naruto had successfully altered the Shodai's chakra, a feat that only took him 3 hours, he expanded the chakra in his palms, creating more of the dense dark green chakra. Hinata watched as Naruto stared at the chakra in his hands, and after seemingly an eternity, she saw it begin to expand. She saw the same dark green chakra begin to grow and expand around Naruto. She watched as he absorbed it completely and released it again on his palms. He then expanded the chakra until it began to disperse in the air, and he once again absorbed it all in. Hinata knew it was time for cinnamon buns because Naruto had done it. She looked down, and around them the grass and plant life had grown significantly over the last few hours. She smiled at Naruto and said so, while looking at Naruto expectantly. Naruto gave her his biggest smile and with a thumbs up said, "I did it, Databeo. I can create the chakra at will, I just need to train it." Hinata saw a gleam in his eye and knew that if she did nothing, Naruto would be out here for the rest of the day and she wouldn't get her cinnamon buns. Hinata also knew how excited he was and didn't want to ruin it just yet. Suddenly, Naruto moved closer to Hinata. He looked from her eyes to the floor and back to her eyes. Naruto spoke shakily, I have another mission to complete today." He was close enough to make Hinata blush, who responded, "What other mission, Naruto-kun?" Hinata said as her blush reddened. Hinata hoped his secret mission was to sweep her off her feet and marry her right there, but that only happened in her dreams. To her surprise, Naruto leaned in and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Naruto, who was at the end of his adrenaline-induced courage, waited for Hinata's response with a bated breath. Hinata froze, her face became beet red, and she promptly passed out. Naruto began to freak out but eventually settled down to wait for her to awake. He'd even sent a shadow clone to pick up a load of cinnamon buns in case she woke up angry. Ko, who was sitting in a tree half a kilometer away, fell out of his tree in fits of laughter. He had a bet with a couple members of the clan on when one of the kids would confess. His wager was that it would happen by the end of the academy year. The others bet on their last year in the academy. He'd just won a lot of Rio and it was hilarious to boot. He could see the nervous boy freak out after Hinata passed out. Hinata was in a blissful dream world, while Naruto was scared that he had upset her. Ko was enjoying his day despite falling from the tree. Hinata awoke to boxes of cinnamon buns all around her, and after assuring Naruto she wasn't mad, she listened as he spoke. "Hina-chan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Naruto said quickly with a bow. Fighting to stay conscious, Hinata was only able to nod and lean in for another kiss which Naruto gave her. Time skipped little over a year. Hiruzen Sarutobi, third Hokage, was sitting in his office, rubbing his temples after the civilian council's latest attempt to bar Naruto from being a shinobi. Their argument was his lack of loyalty to the village. Naruto had shown no love for the villagers or Konoha even after the attempts on his life ended a couple years ago. Hiruzen knew Naruto's only connections to the village were himself, Irika of the academy, who despite his fear and hate, treated Naruto like a normal student, even showing interest in his well-being. And lastly, Hinata Hyuga and a few of the Hyuga clan. The clan itself began to view Naruto in a positive light because of his potential and the effect he has on their clan heir, who was now ranked first in the academy. Though Hiruzen and the Hyuga clan knew Naruto was the strongest. In the council meeting, the elders Koharu and Hamura argued Naruto could not be trusted on a normal Genin team, as he could escape from a Jonin sensei that had to watch 2 other Jonin on a mission, while Sakuri argued he'd lose control or kill a teammate to make up for lost time. Danzo even offered that his potential was wasted and that with his obscure bloodline and massive reserves of chakra, he should be an army killer by now, not to mention the Kyuubi. Which Danzo in fact did mention. The Shinobi Council even showed concerns when Tsum mentioned his lack of any love for the village paired with his sensei's betrayal. This led to Hiruzen clarifying that Naruto was never aware of who Crow was. After another 10 minutes of bickering back and forth between the civilian and Shinobi councils, Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan and the Jonin captain, proposed a compromise. Naruto would be paired on a team with Kakashi Hatake and Hinata Hyuga, with the third genin being optional. Kakashi, being one of the strongest jonin of the village, would be hard to shake, and with his dog summons, Naruto would be easier to track. Hinata Hyuga is virtually the only kid of his age group who isn't afraid of him. He killed over 30 people before his 11th birthday, often brutally. Not to place blame, it was in defense, but the kids barely breathe around him. He switched the unnerving fake smile around a year ago for an emotionless mask and anoichi, and I believe he is accepting his situation and in some way is coping instead of rejecting his emotion outright. Hinata would be able to work with Naruto as well as bridge the gap with their last teammate, in hopes that he builds more connections and bonds in the village. Her Byakugan paired with his exceptional sensory ability could allow them, depending on the last member, to form a tracking and infiltration team, a heavy assault and guard team, or a combination of the two. Being the most logical compromise proposed, the Shinobi Council quickly agreed, with the Civilian Council begrudgingly following. Next was the uproar on who would be the last teammate. In the end, they decided it would be Shino. The Civilian Council realized the last Uchiha wouldn't be taught by Kakashi, and the shit hit the fan. Hiruzen had already resigned himself to deal with the Council's bullshit one more time, so he said nothing and listened. Sakuri wanted Uchiha and her daughter on Kakashi's team in place of the Demon Brat and Shino. Danzo asked for Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata on a team under a member of his personal guard. Hiruzen chuckled at this one. Koharu wanted the Uchiha under Kakashi but didn't want to risk his safety with Naruto. Shibi Aburame agreed that Sasuke should be with Kakashi but Shino was a better fit with Hinata and Naruto. When Hiruzen had had enough, he said he'd assign the team a new sensei who he knew would be able to handle the job, and Sasuke would get Kakashi as his sensei. Naruto awoke for the day of his team placements giddy with excitement, though he'd never show it seeing as he had a reputation to hold. Putting on the fake smile became too hard, so Naruto switched his metaphorical mask to a blank, unemotional one. The people of his village knew him only as a vicious killer who lived to take lives. Something that was only slightly true. While Naruto felt like killing ensured his survival, he didn't like it too much. He'd spoken with Hinata only a few times about the times he'd killed, and she didn't like but never blamed him. She would say the village made him who he was and that she was surprised that he even held up as well as he did. It helped assure him that he wasn't the demon they all thought he was. He decided to take it in stride. He would be the demon who chained the sky if it meant he was safe. Naruto Uzumaki would survive. As he made his way to the academy, he reviewed the results of his training. He even pondered on how far Hinata had come. Over the last year, since recreating and unlocking Mokutan Chakra, Naruto and Hinata have been on another self-imposed mission. Hinata committed herself to being a taijutsu expert. She'd even begun creating her own version of the Juken. She called it a flowing palm. Using her water affinity chakra, she's able to increase her flexibility and speed for a fighting style where she moves quick and gracefully, constantly flowing from attack to defense as opposed to the rigid, gentle fist. She had nearly mastered 4 Suetun water-style attacks. She knew 1 D-rank, Suetun Ryuzuban water-style water whip, 2 C-rank Suetun Mizu Bunshin water-style water clone, and Suetun water wall, and even a B-rank she nearly mastered, Suetun Hahanryu water-style tearing torrent. Naruto had his own objectives. He'd begun creating a kenjutsu style using his katana and his chains. If he would describe it in one word, viscous. The style incorporated speed at its core with a majority of slashes and chops with his katana, while his chains strike rapidly and unpredictably, covering his weak spots yet still able to transition to a strong defense. He recently incorporated more acrobatic maneuvers to better make use of his chain and deal out more consecutive attacks. What made the style truly viscous was his chain's ability to channel lightning chakra, while he coated his katana with wind chakra. His chains would shock and stun, and his wind-coated katana could cut through most things. The only drawback was the concentration needed to maintain. For now, he can keep it going for 5 minutes at most. What came easiest was his ninjutsu and of course his fuinjutsu. Aside from furthering his skills in fuinjutsu, which he regrettably neglected from time to time, he and Hinata found certain uses for his seal absorption and copying ability. Copying a flash tag and an explosive tag which took him more than a few minutes to copy. His ability to copy definitely isn't as fast as an Uchiha's. He found that to place seals he'd copied he had to do it with his chakra, which while more convenient would usually be much more difficult. To Naruto, once he copied a seal, he could place the seal on almost anything. He could place an explosive seal on a blade of grass and the explosion would be more or less what he wanted. He could do the same with flash seals, but whatever he places them on dictated their effectiveness. His Mokutan chakra was effective and he even managed to create 2 jutsu. Mokutan splinter spears, a jutsu where spears of wood shoot from the ground or any wooded constructs he infuses with chakra, and Mokutan bunker, a defensive jutsu where either a half dome or dome of wood raises from the ground and can be used in conjunction with Mokutan splinter spears. Naruto knew some wind-style Futon Gale Palm C rank, Futon Great Breakthrough D rank, Futon Air Bullets B rank. He only knew a couple lightning, Raitun, Jutsu, Raitun, Jibashi C rank or lighting-style electromagnetic murder allows him to produce a strong electric current from his hands. He also knew Raitun Jinraisen, or lightning-style thunderclap arrow B rank where he shoots a quick bolt of lighting chakra from his hands. The size depends on the amount of chakra. Naruto and Hinata had a nasty little habit of distracting Ko, and having Naruto transform into Ko to gain access to the Chunin section of the Shinobi Library. Since the civilians working thought Hyugas were scary, all Naruto ever had to do was give the patented Hyuga stink face and walk right through. Naruto arrived at the academy at the same time as Hinata, seeing as he could sense her from a kilometer away and she could see him from that far through objects. You could say it was a coincidence. Naruto's hair was the same spiky mess as Kanon. He wore a mesh under a black long-sleeve shirt with matching Uzumaki swirls on the front and back, black baggy shinobi pants with the ankles wrapped in with tape, and black shinobi sandals. He had a kunai holster on both legs, and a pouch for shuriken and supplies on his belt line with a storage scroll secured to the top of his pouch. His short katana was secured diagonally across his back. Although Naruto loved his orange jumpsuit, he'd finally come to accept that Hinata wouldn't cook him food anymore if he wore orange as his shinobi outfit. Hinata had her signature Heim-style cut. She wore a mesh shirt under, a dark blue long-sleeve shirt with the wrists wrapped, light gray shinobi pants, and blue sandals. Under her sleeves were hidden kunai storage seals courtesy of Naruto. She had a sunban holder on her right leg and a large pouch on her back for shuriken, medical supplies, and a bento lunch for 2. They sat in the back and awaited Irika, and as other students filed into the classroom, 2 of the fangirls, Ino and Sakura, began fighting over who was going to sit next to Sasuke when Kiba was already seated next to him. They began screeching at each other and then at Kiba, eventually knocking him into Sasuke that ended with Kiba involuntarily kissing Sasuke. This set off every fangirl in class who began screeching in a horrible symphony. Naruto, who was greatly annoyed, materialized a single chain about as thick as his leg and long enough to make a point and allowed it to fall onto the walkway, jolting the whole class as the chain rattled to the ground. Naruto then slowly dragged it back into his hand, letting it slide across the ground for dramatic effect. From the moment the class saw the chain, no one made a sound. The fangirls all silently found a seat. The students barely breathed while Naruto looked on with his emotionless mask. Hinata just giggled and gave Naruto a playful, yet still half-serious glare. Naruto was laughing hysterically inside, but he showed no emotion on his face. A few minutes later, the Uchiha gave one of their infamous grunts with a prompt MPH. Seeing there were no chains impaling him, the rest of the class released their breaths and slowly began to talk again with their inside voices just in time for Irika to enter the class. He wondered why they were so calm and orderly today but decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Naruto zoned out as Irika began his speech on what it was to be a ninja, and the responsibility they would now hold and the other stuff he didn't care for. Irika also recognized Hinata Hyuga as the Rookie of the Year officially, to which Naruto even cracked a smile. The broody Uchiha gave the Hyuga a quick glare. Irika then began going through the list of teams, and when he arrived at Team 7, Naruto heard his name and began to pay attention. Team 7 Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, and your Jonin sensei will be Yamato Tenzo. Team 8 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi under Asuma Sarutobi. Team 10 will be Sakura Haruno Kiba Inuzuka and Sai under Kurinai Yuhi. Sasuke Uchiha will be put under an apprenticeship with Kakashi Hatake and will rotate in other genin teams. Sasuke smirked at hearing this. He was an Uchiha elite. Even though the Hyuga stole Rookie of the Year, he would show the superiority of the Uchiha clan. Much to the fangirls' silently lament, they weren't on the same team as Sasuke, although most of the class felt lucky to not be in Shino's shoes. Hinata seems to get along with Naruto, but Naruto talked to no one else, and as far as the rest of the students in the class knew, everyone else's life was forfeit. The sensei for Team 7, Yamato, was the first to arrive and leave with his genin. He led Naruto, Hinata, and Shino to Training Ground 7, where he prompted the trio to introduce themselves. Naruto, with a face showing no emotion, simply said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I plan on becoming the strongest shinobi to ever live. Ramen is the food of the gods, and my hobbies are studying chakra and training with Hinata." Yamato and Shino were surprised at the first two statements but showed little of it. Hinata began just loud enough for you to hear without straining. "I'm Hinata Hyuga and I plan on becoming one of, if not the strongest kunoichi in the world. Cinnamon buns are better than ramen, and my hobbies are developing my taijutsu style and training with Naruto." She earned a light glare accompanied by a small smirk from Naruto while she displayed an innocent smile. Once again shocked at the light teasing that didn't get Hinata killed, Shino went next in a stoic tone. "I'm Shino Aburame. I hope to become a worthy and logical clan head and jonin for my village. I like to study and find new bugs." Hinata kindly waved while Naruto inclined his head towards Shino very slightly. Yamato ended things off with, "I'll be your jonin sensei for the foreseeable future. You can call me Yamato." Yamato gave an awkward smile at his two stoic students and bubbly Hinata. "First things first, you need to pass the real genin exam." Naruto narrowed his eyes and slightly tilted his head, while Hinata quietly asked, "Didn't we pass the exam in the academy?" Yamato nodded he had and responded, "Yes, but in truth that exam's only a preliminary to weed out those who don't have the potential to make it as a shinobi. After you're assigned a team is when your jounin sensei gives you your real genin test." Yamato finished and gave his genin time to think about what he'd just said. He then continued, "We can take the test today, or you can wait until tomorrow morning to prepare." Naruto, speaking for everyone, "We'll take it now." No one voiced their objections, so Yamato began explaining the test. "For this test you are to find and capture me before 1 p.m., giving you slightly over 3 hours. I want you to go to the academy. Once there your test begins. I will be either in these training grounds or within 100 meters of it." Dismissed. Yamato disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving the three genin to formulate a plan. Naruto gave Hinata a look and motioned to Shino before leaving in a shunshin. Shino looked at Hinata with a questioning glance. Before he could question, Hinata put a hand on his shoulder and used a shunshin to follow Naruto to the academy. Yamato, who was watching from inside a tree, raised an eyebrow at their knowledge of the body flicker technique so young. This meant he wouldn't have as much time as he thought to prepare. He'd planned on placing a few traps, but with less time he decided to make things interesting. He'd keep them searching for a couple hours and give them whatever time they had left to capture him. Unless they were completely inadequate, Yamato was planning on allowing them to catch him near the end of the time they had. Quickly going through hand signs, Yamato made 2 mud clones and with another hand seal, a shadow clone. The mud clones would hide at chunin and genin levels of stealth, while his shadow clone would hide and suppress its chakra to the level of a standard jounin. Yamato himself would erase his presence to Umbu standards and hide in a tree, one of his most undetectable stealth. The Academy Naruto had arrived a few seconds before Hinata and Shino. The first to speak, Naruto said, "Does anyone have a plan?" Shino spoke coolly. "To formulate the best plan, it would be logical of us to give a basic overview of each other's skills first. and then form a plan. Naruto nodded with his unemotional expression. They took the next few minutes explaining to each other their basic abilities, and after a moment of thought Hinata had a plan. I have an idea I think might work. Yamato-sensei has definitely prepared obstacles to obstruct us from finding him. Along with his rank as a jounin, he'll be able to erase his presence to some extent. I think Naruto-kun should make 9 shadow clones to transform into our team. The first 2 groups will search using his sensory ability while the third group acts as the real team. The third group will move more cautiously and search more thoroughly until we identify his whereabouts from afar. If he's attempting to stay hidden from the clones instead of us, we'll have a better chance of spotting him. When we find him, our first priority should be getting one of Shino's bugs onto Sensei. Me and Naruto will engage at close to mid-range while you hide and attempt to drain his chakra. Thinking the plan over, Shino found it to be logical and nodded at Hinata, earning a newfound respect for her rational thought process. Naruto, who was expecting a plan from the beginning, merely nodded with a very slight smirk which did not go unnoticed by Shino. Forming a cross-hand seal, Naruto created the 9 clones, 6 who hinged into either Hinata or Shino, forming 3 teams that disappeared in a shunshin, the Hinatas holding on to Shino to act the part. Shino had left a few bugs on each of the clones just in case. Naruto then disappeared in a shunshin, and after a familiar look and motion to Hinata, she grabbed Shino's shoulder and followed suit. Well behind the 100-meter perimeter their sensei had set, the genin hopefuls began to use their various specialties to search for their sensei. Shino released a swarm of bugs to comb the forest bug by bug. Hinata activated her Byakugan, which could see the entire training ground, although she'd need to focus in specific directions to actually find her sensei, and that would take time. Naruto activated his Saigan. He hadn't told anyone beside Hinata yet, and though he wasn't going to necessarily hide it from his team, he had no intentions of telling them unless they asked. Naruto was immediately able to spot 2 chakra signatures, one in the middle of the training grounds hiding terribly and one 50 meters to the east of the last one hiding better but not good enough to really be their sensei. Naruto looked at Hinata and Shino and asked, "Have you found the 2 clones hiding like Genin and Chunin?" Hinata nodded and motioned to their directions. Wondering why Naruto seemed to search with his eyes, Shino nodded and added, "I believe the first 2 teams of clones have given chase. I also lost a group of bugs in the northwestern side of the training grounds. I believe Yamato would be around there. Should we search personally?" Hinata and Naruto began searching that way with their jujitsu, further confusing Shino, who kept his thoughts to himself. Naruto saw a small flame of chakra and pointed, for 150 meters that direction on the ground. Hinata focused her Byakugan, veins bulging. She said, "I see him hiding in the hollow of a tree covered by vines, branches and thick overgrowth. I think we should send the third team, he might have a trap lined up." Naruto and Shino nodded while Naruto made another shadow clone and dispelled it, causing Shino to raise an eyebrow. Naruto gave an impassive look until he spoke coolly. When clones are dispelled, it sends its memories back to the user. It works with other shadow clones as well. Shino replied, "I see. That technique will become a useful tool for our team, Naruto-san." Naruto simply gave the slightest of smirks and let a sliver of pride touch his eyes. As Team 3 made their move to sneak up on Yamato, Hinata watched to ensure they didn't lose him while Shino used his bugs and Naruto his eyes and senses to find any surprises Yamato may have planned. While watching his final group of clones make their way towards Yamato, Naruto briefly saw a chakra signature move from one of the trees that would be in the clone's path. The chakra signature moved quickly and disappeared into another tree. Naruto closed his eyes and expanded his senses to the area he'd just seen the chakra. It took him about a minute to single out the tree with something off. He locked his senses on the strange feeling and opened his eyes, focusing on the tree. Eventually, even from 200 meters away, he could see the integration of Mokutan chakra within the tree. He could even see the unique chakra signature that definitely wasn't the Shodai's. This meant 2 things: his sensei used Mokutan, and he'd found him with over 2 hours to spare nonetheless. Naruto, without losing sight of his sensei, spoke, "216 meters north of us are real senseis hiding in a tree with some sort of jutsu. He's watching Clone Team 3, so if we hurry, we may be able to take him by surprise. Shino looked at Naruto and asked, "Are you sure?" Naruto nodded and Shino began to slowly send his bugs to the location. "I'll go first with Naruto right behind me and Shino fall back and try to remain unseen until we have him and use surprise attacks with your bugs or to guide him into positions favorable to us." Shino replied by falling behind to remain hidden. Naruto gave Hinata a small smile and asked, "Ready, Hina-chan?" She gave a red-faced glare before reactivating her Byakugan and speeding ahead as she could remain in stealth at a higher speed than Naruto. Hinata arrived at the tree where Yamato was hiding and sent a strong Jukin strike into the truck, ejecting her wide-eyed sensei from the tree. Yamato was impressed when he initially saw 3 identical teams searching for him but figured the shadow clone would be enough to throw them off his trail if they were even able to find it on their own. Even a team of sensory genin would find it to be a monumental task. Without a matured Byakugan, rookie Hyugas are extremely limited to how far and what they can see in one direction at a time, and to find shadow clones she'd likely need to be close. Shino's bugs can be detected and killed before his exact location was given away. And though he didn't know much of Naruto's sensory abilities, his file had only mentioned a sensory range of 15 meters, although a very in-depth perception. If he steered clear of all 3 groups, his distractions would be enough. Yamato watched the team he thought to be the real ones come his direction and quickly move trees. Well out of sensory range and with his physical presence and chakra masked by the tree, Yamato wondered just how long his clone could run them around. He could sit in the tree for days. Took very little chakra. Yamato's senses warned of the presence of 2 genin heading his direction at a fast pace. Knowing Hinata would be able to see him and Naruto would be able to sense him by the time he reached another suitable tree, Yamato opted to hope they were just providing backup to the probable clone team who'd passed a few minutes ago. Yamato was wrong as Hinata ran straight to his tree and delivered a strong Jukin strike to his tree. Fortunately, he had time to switch with a wood clone who put on a show of being wounded to give him time to escape and prolong the test. As he was about to shun Shin away, he heard the whistle of steel slicing through the air. Yamato leaned back to avoid a katana removing his head. His dodge turned into a series of flips, avoiding Naruto's kenjutsu with 2 chains. The boy was fast, Yamato noted. Hinata appeared behind Yamato with a Jukin strike intending to hit his leg. Yamato parried her wrist and spun, intending to knock her away with a side kick, which ended in a few of his tenketsu closed as Hinata slid under his kick, catching a few points in his leg. Hinata flipped back as a swarm of bugs engulfed Yamato, who poofed away in a puff of smoke replaced by a log. Yamato, hoping for a moment of rest to regain his bearings and analyze the situation, found Naruto going through hand seals. Raitun. Thunderclap arrow Naruto, though, as he pumped twice the required chakra into the jutsu, making the arrow more like a spear as he shot it out of his hands towards his soon-to-be sensei. Yamato barely had time to raise a Mokuton interlocking dome before Naruto's lightning attack impacted his dome. The attack raised dust and splintered pieces of wood, and Yamato used the distraction to burrow under the ground with Doton's subterranean voyage. While underground, Yamato's next move was to slow down Naruto first. He attempted to trap Naruto underground with Doton double suicide decapitation, but Naruto seemed as if he was waiting for him to emerge exactly from where he did. He was sure of it when Naruto made a ram seal and said "Kai," an explosive seal that Yamato could have sworn was placed directly on the ground went off, and he'd barely had time to replace himself with a log, coming away with minor burns. To Yamato's surprise, Hinata was able to close 2 tenketsu in his hand before he tossed a couple shuriken close range, causing her to move and create space. Yamamoto never had time to take advantage as he had to dodge Naruto's katana from the left, which somehow still cut him. It dawned on him, wind chakra, and once again he was forced on the defensive and back towards a charging Hinata. Yamato made a quick hand seal before shooting a wooden spike out of the palm of both of his hands, with one going towards Naruto and one towards Hinata. Hinata sidestepped the spike and continued her attack. Naruto intercepted the spike with his chains and began going through hand seals, futon gale palm. Thrusting his palm forwards, he sent a compressed gust of wind towards Yamamoto, attempting to force him directly into Hinata. Yamato substituted with a wood clone that received a harsh Jukin strike to the back from Hinata. Beginning to wonder where Shino was, Yamato jumped from the bush he was hiding in after feeling Shino's bugs on his legs and back. Yamato was now actually pissed. He was a Jounin and Umbu captain. He wouldn't be ambushed and taken down by Genin. Yamato went through a flurry of hand seals saying, "Would style would pillar party." This was Yamato's version of the Shodai's nativity of a sea of trees. Wooden pillars began erupting from the ground, attempting to grab the Genin to be. Since his jutsu was more directed and used vastly less chakra, he could keep it up for at least a few minutes as long as he held his hands in the snake seal. Naruto, while dodging the wooden pillars focusing mainly on his new Yamato, had to hold the snake to keep it going because it was the same with his Splinter Spear's jutsu. Naruto quickly used a pillar to launch himself into the air, flipping backwards towards Yamato, extending a chain as fast as he could towards his chest. Yamato abandoned the jutsu for the moment to dodge Naruto's chain that rocketed into the ground where he'd just been. He felt something grab his leg and yank him backwards, and he turned to see Hinata with a water whip that she withdrew and settled into an altered Juken stance. Naruto appeared behind him in a shunshin, pinning Yamato between what he'd call a rock and a hard place. Not to mention he heard a faint buzzing sound. Yamato knew Kenjutsu and Taijutsu were not his strong suit, yet he had no time to weave seals between Naruto's katana and his chains on one side and Hinata with her lethal Juken on the other. After a few brief exchanges between Hinata and Naruto against Yamato, Yamato saw an opening. He dipped under one of Naruto's chains, parried his katana and last chain with the kunais he'd taken out, and went for a kick to Naruto's side. Instead of bruising a rib, his leg painfully hit another one of Naruto's chains coiled into a circle like a shield. Missing the smirk on Naruto's face, Yamato withdrew his leg and started to jump back for space when he noticed the chain he'd kicked was wrapped around his leg with the white tomo tip of his chains embedded ever so slightly in his foot. He rapidly began going through hand seals until Hinata Juken striked his left arm in a crucial tenketsu, cutting off the flow of chakra. Yamato then saw a swirl of Shino's bugs around his legs, and finally he noticed his reserves were dangerously low and he blacked out. Revealing himself from a tree, Shino walked closer to speak with his teammates. "I apologize for having my bugs take so much chakra. I did not know Naruto-san could absorb so much chakra so quickly. Logically, we may lose points for this," he said with a neutral expression. Naruto shrugged and offered his view on the situation. "He's alive and we caught him." Hinata giggled, and although she felt bad for her sensei, Naruto was right. Hinata dug a food pill and a chakra pill out of her bag, plopped them in Yamato's mouth and covered his nose, causing him to swallow. "Now we wait," she said giddily as they'd presumably passed their true genin exam. Shino then spoke with a slight hint of admiration. "You two are easily beyond genin level. Me and my bugs could barely even follow your movements, let alone keep up. I know I am weaker than the two of you, but I will do whatever I must to become your equals, as would be most logical for a successful team." Hinata responded softly, "Thank you, Shino. We've been training together for years, so don't push yourself too hard. You'll catch up eventually and we'll both help you, right, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked at Shino blankly, and then at Hinata, blank stare meeting stern glare. A moment later, after Shino felt a lone drop of sweat roll down his face, Naruto relented and nodded his head in defeat. Shino thanked his teammates, and the trio of genin waited an hour for their sensei to wake up. When Yamato stirred, he gave a scowl to the gathered genin, partly because he was really beaten, underestimation or not, and the other reason being the pounding headache from chakra exhaustion. As he glared at his genin, only receiving a slight nervous look from Hinata, Yamato couldn't help but be excited for this team of promising genin. Relaxing his gaze, he addressed his genin. "I'll be frank, you blew my expectations out of the water. Your strategy was sound and even caught me off guard, as I wasn't expecting you to track me from afar while letting Naruto's shadow clones attract attention and draw out the enemy. Individually, Naruto, your Kenjutsu along with your chains combined for a deadly fighting style and with some refinement could earn you a new moniker. I'm equally surprised by your display on ninjutsu using 2 chakra transformations." Naruto cracked a small smirk from his emotionless expression. "Hinata, your Juken is different from what I've seen before, yet further emphasizes not engaging a Hyuga in Taijutsu. It's truly a fast and fearsome style. Your ninjutsu was timed perfectly and complemented your style of fighting, even more than what I'd expect from the Rookie of the Year." Hinata was bashful at this and gave a big smile. And Shino, your tactical use of your bugs in conjunction with your ability to stick to the shadows and aid teammates you've just begun to work with is admirable. Shino nodded to this with his stoic expression hidden behind the high collar on his trench coat and goggles, internally buzzing to the praise. Along with a perfectly executed ambush, I'm impressed, you pass. I'd like to hear how you planned the attack and even more, how you found me. Shino's bugs wouldn't be able to pin my exact location and Hinata wouldn't be able to see my body while inside the tree. Normally, a Byakugan user would need to be in close proximity to see chakra in enough detail to discern my exact location. Shino began to explain Hinata's plan and how she'd coordinated their scouting plan and plan of attack. He explained the ease at which they were all able to identify the mud clones from hundreds of meters away, and how they discovered his shadow clone but refrained from chasing themselves thanks to Hinata. This led to Naruto explaining how he sensed a chakra presence appear and disappear, and after focusing on the area he was able to pinpoint his chakra presence within the tree. After Hinata's suggestion of formation, the group agreed and executed the ambush in the time window they had. To think Naruto's sensory ability was so strong at a young age is astounding. But with his history, Yamato understood why the only assassin to touch him was a Jounin. Hinata's Byakugan was comparable to Umbu he's worked with in the past. Naruto was a prodigy and he believed Hinata was a gifted genius. Shino, while more of a normal genin, had high potential, leaving Yamato with a lot to ponder until time to meet with the Hokage tomorrow night. He instructed his team of genin to meet him the day after tomorrow at these same training grounds and disappeared via Shunshin. The genin stood there awkwardly for a moment and Hinata broke the silence by asking Shino to accompany Naruto and herself to Ichiraku ramen shop to get to know each other better. Shino simply nodded, muttering something about it being most logical. Hinata dragged Naruto along, who outwardly was impassive, but inwardly drooling at the prospect of his favorite food. The three genin took a seat at the stand and were greeted by Ayam, Hinata, and to Shino's surprise, Naruto gave a big smile to Ayam. Ayam then asked how her favorite couple was doing, causing Hinata to turn a slight tint of red and Naruto to simply smile in return before responding, "We're good, thanks. We came in to get to know our teammate Shino. It's nice to see you." Naruto, who'd returned to his emotionless expression, spoke with a small glint of excitement in his voice. Shino's curiosity once again piqued at the mystery called Naruto Uzumaki. He and the rest of the clan's children knew Naruto was said to have defended himself with all the people he's killed, yet he'd always been eerily quiet. Even years back when Naruto always had a big goofy smile, kids would never go near him. Naruto would show no emotion other than the smile, leading himself and others to believe he really was just an emotionless killer, self-defense or not. Once Naruto dropped the smile, it was less unnerving but cemented everyone's belief that he was a monster. Shino, after seeing Naruto interact with Hinata and Ayam, and even to a lesser extent himself and their sensei, he began to redefine his idea of who Naruto was. He even felt the aura of killing intent coming from Naruto lesson throughout the day once they were out of the academy. Ayam began to tease Naruto and Hinata while taking the three genin's orders. Hinata went through various shades of red while Naruto gave light smirks. When Ayam walked away, Hinata began to ask Shino questions about his clan and family. When she asked him about his bugs, even Naruto raised an eyebrow at all he had to say. Toiki Ichiraku, Ayam's father, brought out their food, and when he greeted the group, he gave a fist bump to Naruto. "Thanks, Toiki-oji," Naruto replied as Toiki left to prepare ramen for other customers. After finishing their food and paying their bills with Ayam, who wouldn't leave until Hinata was beet red, Naruto turned to Shino with his unreadable expression. "Shino, we all work well as a team and your bugs are useful. You don't need to fear me, as killing you won't increase my chances of survival. I look forward to working with you." Shino was confused. He knew Naruto had complimented him, but what was that about his chances of survival? Hinata, seeing the perplexed expression on the Aburame breaking through his usual stoic one, decided to translate. "Naruto-kun likes you on our team and probably thinks your bugs are cool, and don't worry about the survival thing. He means he won't harm you and will protect you as a comrade." Naruto just looked at both of them with his unreadable expression. Shino nodded and added, "Thank you, Naruto-san. I look forward to working with you as well." Naruto escorted Hinata back to her compound, and with a quick peck on the cheek, Hinata entered and Naruto disappeared in a shunshin. Chapter 2: Birth of the Crimson Blonde. The next day, all the new Jounin senseis were assembled in front of the Hokage to present the results of the true genin test. The senseis of the teams that failed simply gave a written report and would be brought in if the Hokage had any questions. The passing teams were Team 7, 8, 10, and Team Kakashi. The Hokage had told Kakashi to report 3 hours before he told the other Jounin, and to Kakashi's anguish, he was there 30 minutes early, unable to leave. Hiruzen addressed his gathered Jounin. "Congratulations to all of your teams passing. But before I read your written reports, I'd like to hear from you how your team did, what their specialty could possibly be, and your genin's individual strengths. Who would like to go first?" Asuma Sarutobi, wanting to get this out of the way, stepped forward with a cigarette already lit. Team 8 passed my test to retrieve a scroll guarded by traps, misdirection, and myself with a bit of difficulty. Shikamaru Nara is in all rights a tactical genius and has a decent grip on his clan jutsu basics, but his physical abilities need a lot of work. Ino Yamanaka has good chakra control for a fresh genin, but is limited to what she can do besides her clan's mind transfer because her physical attributes are the worst on the team. Choji Akamichi would be the hard hitter on the team as his clan jutsu can be somewhat destructive, although his low stamina may become a concern. They still have the potential to be great shinobi if they work for it. Asuma stepped back as Hiruzen and the gathered Jounin nodded in acknowledgement. Next, Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward. Team 10 passed my test to track and rescue a Chunin through traces I left for them to find while I ran interference to test their teamwork. While their teamwork was poor under clear instructions to work as a team, they managed to rescue the Chunin assistant. Kiba and Sai are great for tracking, while Sai and, to a much lesser extent, Sakura are able to move quietly and stick to the shadows. Sai's animated drawings are versatile and his close-range combat is possibly better than Kiba's. Kiba and Akamaru have a great nose and know their clan's basic tracking techniques. Taijutsu, his primary strength along with his clan's signature jutsu, although he could do better planning his attacks before jumping in. Sakura was slightly underwhelming as she could hide pretty well, but her physical abilities were lacking and her only contribution was a few well-timed shuriken. Her strength would be her high degree of chakra control. Kurenai stepped back after being acknowledged by the rest of the group. When Yamato stepped forward, Hiruzen and Kakashi looked at him expectantly, as if this was the report they were waiting for. Yamato couldn't help but smirk. Team 7 passed their test with flying colors when tasked to find and capture me, which resulted in them rendering me unconscious after a surprise ambush. Kakashi and Asuma snickered while Hiruzen raised an eyebrow but allowed Yamato to continue. To salvage some form of respect, Yamada gave a detailed rundown of the exam, shocking the occupants of the meeting. His audience was in disbelief that a genin team had such tactical planning on the first day, and their sensory abilities individually and as a team were well beyond their years. Yamato left everyone wide-eyed and Asuma dropped the cigarette from his mouth when he went over their fight step by step. Hiruzen, whose mind was running a mile per minute at what he'd just heard, asked, "How would you describe their capabilities individually?" Yamamoto answered, "Shino is more of a normal genin with stealth and long-range attacks, with his bugs being his strong suit, although I never engaged him in taijutsu. He has great control and the tactical mind to take advantage of unsuspecting or distracted enemies. Hinata is quite possibly a Chunin-level shinobi already. She has a unique style of the Juken that's fast and relentless. Frankly, even in single combat I'd avoid a taijutsu fight with her. Her chakra control seemed to be advanced and I'm not sure to what extent, but Hinata is trained in water manipulation. She used a Suetun water whip to pull me off balance and bring me into range of her Juken during the fight, and quite possibly her strongest asset would be her mind. She came up with their search plan, their plan of attack, and made the decision not to bite the bait with my shadow clone. Hinata's even faster than most Chunin, which made things tougher." Yamato took a deep breath and let out a sigh. "Naruto is nothing less of a prodigy." He sensed me from hundreds of meters away when I was suppressing my presence to Umbu level while joined with a tree further masking my presence. His kenjutsu was high chunin, it was fast and viscous, and I still have the cuts to prove it. His unique style using his short katana and his chains leaves no room for counterattacks, and if you get within his guard he can materialize more chain shields. He can infuse wind chakra into his katana, extending the blade for a deadly surprise. His sensory ability at close range makes it nearly impossible to sneak up on him, and somehow that I've yet to find out he can place explosive seals with no ink or special sealing paper in places not normally possible, like right in the dirt. His speed matched that of Hinata's easily, and his combat awareness was scary. Once they attacked, he never allowed me a moment of rest and even disrupted my hand seals during a continuous jutsu. His control of his chains and chakra in general is near perfect. He used a strong Raiton and a Futon Jutsu executed perfectly with no wasted chakra. He's easily Chunin, maybe even Jonin level. Still, I have a hunch he was holding back. He only ever produced 3 chains in the end. Yamato finished his report and left the room in a stunned silence. Naruto's strength, while surprising, was understandable as he had no choice but to be strong or die, yet the full scope of his abilities indeed make him a prodigy. Noon ever questioned why he was in the middle of the class in rank. They knew he did the bare minimum from the beginning. Along with what they'd heard about Hinata, the Hokage and gathered Jounin knew this would immediately become a dangerous team. Kakashi didn't know what to feel about his sensei's son. Kakashi had never been there to protect him because of his duties in Umbu. By the time Kakashi became a regular Jonin and had the time to do something for Naruto, it was too late. Naruto had already begun defending himself and racking up a body count a kid should never have. The village had forced Naruto to become a prodigy, and Kakashi only wondered how it had affected Naruto. So deep in thought, Kakashi failed to notice everyone's eyes on him, waiting for his report. He gave an eye smile in apology and began. Sasuke Uchiha passed a skills demonstration in which we sparred, and I tested him on the 3 basic shinobi disciplines. Sasuke is skilled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and projectile weapons. While he cannot yet perform a genjutsu, he can recognize and dispel lower-level genjutsu with little difficulty. His skills with taijutsu and projectiles are at least high genin and will only increase when he awakens his Sharingan. His ninjutsu is low to mid-chunin level with the few katan fire-style jutsu he knows. Once Kakashi finished, Hiruzen took a puff from his pike while taking a moment to think over the reports. He then asked the gathered Jounin if they had anything to add or questions to voice. Kurenai was the first to speak. Hokage-sama, don't you think the teams are too unbalanced? With the 2 strongest genin on one team with Shino, who's very promising in his own right, don't you think it'd be better to trade Shino for Ino or Sakura? Or even Naruto for Sasuke, because if anyone deserves an apprenticeship, it's Naruto. Asuma motioned to speak, to which Hiruzen nodded. I'm fine with the Ino Shikacho group, although I understand why you'd want Shino instead of Sakura. You'd be able to have a complete tracking and infiltration team. Also, Naruto would be a better choice for an apprenticeship. Yamato was acknowledged to speak. I do understand that my team is a bit overwhelming for a fresh genin squad, but I believe separating them would do more harm than good. Hinata and Naruto are a scary duo when combining their sensory abilities and coordinated attacks, and Shino fits in well from a distance, covering their backs and tactically using his bugs to place his teammates in a favorable position. I've hardly seen teams that can gel this well, and I doubt any other pairing of genin can compete. Yamato displayed a look of all seriousness to convey the sincerity of his words. Well, Hiruzen began, I believe I'll leave the teams as is, for now, although Kurenai, I hear your concerns. Naruto has little love or loyalty to this village. He's a major flight risk, and I'm hoping that by having him on a genin team will help him build bonds that tie him to the village. He's already well acquainted with Hinata and even some of the Hyuga clan. I myself am not as close as I used to be with the boy, and I honestly can't blame him. He's smart enough to know I've hid things from him, and I failed to even keep the boy protected. At his current strength, we have maybe a year until our Hunter Nin squads are unable to either defeat or find him. As such, I want him to stay on the team with Hinata along with Shino, who Naruto has shown no ill will towards, and has willingly cooperated with. As for your team, you have a decision to make. Is Sakura fit to become a ninja, or did her teammates carry her to success in the exam? Kurenai nodded and responded mindfully. Honestly, Hokage-sama, I believe I can prepare her to become a splendid shinobi, if and only if I can break her obsession with the Uchiha. With her level of natural chakra control, Sakura could become a genjutsu master or excellent medic nin. I'd like 3 to 4 months, the time it'd normally take for a genin team to be ready for their first low C-rank mission. Liking the idea, Hiruzen granted her proposal but brought something to her attention. If she isn't fit and she's released as a shinobi, Sasuke would be placed with your genin and Kakashi would take leadership of the team. The council wants him to train the Uchiha and will not budge. Suspecting such an outcome, Kurenai just nodded in confirmation. Hiruzen then dismissed his shinobi, but Kakashi stayed behind to speak to his Hokage. "What may I help you with today, Kakashi?" chimed Hiruzen with a knowing smile. Kakashi smiled back but straightened his face when asking his question. How big of a flight risk is he? And what of his mental state? Has he gained a bloodlust for killing? Knowing who he was, Hiruzen gave Kakashi his answers. Naruto has shown no attempt or desire to leave, yet Inoichi has confirmed that he barely sees Konoha as home and holds no love for its people. If someone tempts him to leave, his only reason to stay would be the Hyuga girl. He's always worn a metaphorical mask to hide his true emotions, and a little over a year ago he traded his unnerving smile for an emotionless expression. Inoichi believed this was some sort of progress. He has a bloodlust that only he knows the extent of, which he describes as ensuring his survival, although he's never acted upon it with innocent people. Kakashi took in the information and pondered if there was anything he could do. Kakashi, now that you're here, I have something to speak to you about. Though we've been in times of peace, it's crucial to have another leader ready to take up the mantle of Hokage. Now, although we have the Sannin, only Tsunade would be fit, and I fear convincing her would fail. If it does, you would be next in consideration for the position. The problem with you taking the hat is your strength. Right now you're a high A-rank shinobi, but a Kage can be no less than S-rank to be respected as a major village. I understand you haven't trained to improve your abilities since you left Umbu. May I ask why? Hiruzen said seriously. Hokage-sama, I have trained to maintain my current abilities, but in terms of growing stronger, I am limited by my Sharingan. The stronger I grow, the stronger my Sharingan grows, and the worse it hinders my chakra output. As it stands now, it takes almost 40% of my chakra daily and requires significant focus when I'm in battle. If I were able to find a way to fix the problem, I would solidly be a S-rank shinobi. This isn't arrogance, sir. Hiruzen thought over Kakashi's words and wondered what they'd be able to do. If they removed the eye, he'd be around the same strength he is now, but if they found a solution, he'd be much stronger. I see. I want you to train to become as strong as possible, and I'll look over some solutions for your Sharingan. It may take a while, but I believe it's fully possible. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi responded. He then bid Hokage goodbye and disappeared in a shunshin. The next 2 months had Naruto itching to increase his chances of survival. Team 7, after a briefing from Yamato which explained their meeting time every day unless specified, a training program he developed to increase their overall physical abilities and the mission system of the village. To Naruto's great annoyance, new genin teams were required to partake in a minimum of 40 and a recommended 60 D-rank missions before beginning their first C-rank. Naruto has said it was unacceptable, prompting Yamato to assert that there was no way to get around the required number of D-ranks. The team agreed to complete missions 5 days a week to meet the required amount in little less than 3 months. Being relatively menial chores, the D-rank missions usually required a few hours at most, and the longer tasks could be sped up with shadow clones. On the first day of D-ranks, Naruto insisted they do at least 1 or 2 more. This became a trend which none of his teammates could complain about because of the lion's share of work done by Naruto's clones. After only 2 months, had completed 108 D-rank missions, having caught Tora the cat 6 times. The last time Hinata was even forced to hide the cat in her arms to stop Naruto from improving his chances of survival. Today, Naruto would have no more D-ranks. With Team 7 making its way to the Hokage's offices, Naruto's aura of ki unwillingly was flaring, much to Shino and Yamato's discomfort. After Team 7 greeted the Hokage, Naruto spoke up, "Hokage Gigi, no more D ranks. We've completed almost triple the minimum amount of D ranks required for a C rank. My chances of survival need improving." Naruto looked at the Hokage with his emotionless expression awaiting his reply. Yamato buried his face into his hand at his increasingly blood-thirsty student. Shino's sweat dropped and Hinata smiled as if she heard nothing unusual. Leveling Naruto with a calm inquisitive gaze, Hiruzen responded warmly, "Ah, I see my boy. Well, I've just received a request to escort a bridge builder back to his country and protect him while they finish building a bridge. He'll arrive in Konoha in just a few days. I also have a request to infiltrate a bandit camp half a day away from Konoha to retrieve some important documents for a wealthy trader. Does either one sound good to you and your team?" "Both will be back in 2 days," Naruto responded without hesitation and with a small glint in his eye. Hiruzen looked at Yamato and then the other genin and with collective nods assigned them the first mission with the second on reserves for their return. After a quick briefing, they left to prepare for their mission and departed an hour later. Their mission description was to primarily retrieve the documents. They had a second objective to either sabotage and cripple the bandit group or eradicate them if it was within their abilities. Yamato had a feeling the secondary objective was to sate Naruto's growing bloodlust. They arrived shortly after nightfall and decided to camp for the night, taking turns on watch. Hinata even snuck into Naruto's tent to sleep next to him on their time-off watch. In the morning, the groups split up into two, Naruto with Hinata and Shino with Yamato. They used the morning to scout the group's movements and numbers. There were 34 in total. They would send out groups of 8 to rob travelers and caravans while there were always 4 on guard at the camp. 1 in the north, east, and south borders of the camp and 1 guarding the tent with the safe and other valuables. The west side of their camp was unguarded, possibly because the large river with cutting currents they wouldn't expect an attack from that direction. Hinata had even identified their leader. Yamato allowed the genin to take control of the mission to critique their infield performances and would only follow directions unless his genin made a decision that would put them at a great risk. Hinata devised a plan to intercept the 8 bandits on their nightly raiding trip to incapacitate or kill them, removing any unwanted surprises when the bandits return to the camp. Shino and Yamato will create a distraction with Shino's bugs while Naruto and Hinata infiltrate the tent where the camp keeps its valuables. Hinata should be able to destroy the lock system on their safe with well-placed juken strikes. Once the documents were secured, they'd begin silently killing or crippling the bandits from each end of the camp, meeting in the middle. Should the bandits be alarmed and begin to plan an attack, they'll have a signal to retreat or engage into open combat. The team agreed with the plan except for Naruto, who suggested he enter the camp and engage the bandits himself after the document was secured. The rest of the team would ensure none escaped. Yamato wasn't so sure of this, but agreed after seeing the feral look in Naruto's eyes. As night fell, Team 7 tracked the group of bandits leaving the camp and intercepted them far enough away from the camp. Naruto immediately used a shunsin to appear in the middle of the group, unleashing 6 chains, instantly impaling and killing 3 of the bandits. He beheaded the next with his katana, then paused and watched the looks of horror he received from the bandits who were frozen in place under his killing intent. With no words said, simply an emotionless expression, Naruto began to butcher the remaining 4 bandits with his katana and chains. Yamato maintained a neutral expression, having seen such things before. Shino was frozen in shock at the ease Naruto took 8 lives without flinching. Even Hinata was slightly shaken. Yamato began to wonder if letting Naruto kill all the bandits in the camp was detrimental to his mental stability, but if the damage was done, they would follow through the plan. Naruto fixed his gaze at his teammates, and with a smooth tone said, "Every enemy I kill increases our chances of survival." Hinata knew these words were to assure her and Shino, and strangely enough, they made her feel better. Shino was having a harder time, but he knew Naruto was his comrade and was, in his own way, comforting he and Hinata amidst the mound of bodies he'd just created. Naruto then jumped to the trees, heading toward the bandit camp, unable to hold his pure smile in. He chose to be in the front so they wouldn't see how excited he was to increase his chances of survival. When his team reached the bandit camp, they split up to complete their separate duties. Once they were alone, Naruto asked Hinata if she was okay and, more importantly, if she was ready to see what she was about to see. Hinata nodded and gave Naruto a quick kiss, assuring him she wouldn't be scared away, something she knew he'd be worried about. They moved in on the camp waiting for Shino's distraction, and when they heard loud voices and scrambling due to bugs, they began their part of the operation. Naruto silently approached the guardian at the south border of the tent, covering the bandit's mouth as his katana sliced his throat. He and Hinata then stealthily made their way to the target tent. By now, Shino and Yamato would have taken care of the guards located on the north and east sides of the camp. As they approached the tent, they noticed two bandits talking to the guard, making their job slightly more complicated. With hand seals, Naruto indicated that he would handle the two on their right, while Hinata would make her way around the tent to take care of the guard standing further to their left. Naruto waited for Hinata to make her move. Hinata jumped behind her target and sent a jukin to the base of his skull, severing his spinal cord and scrambling his brains, killing him instantly and silently. When Naruto saw Hinata act, he sent a chain at each of his targets straight through the throat, ensuring they didn't scream, and followed it with a chain to their hearts. Hinata made her way into the tent using her Byakugan to find the intricate locks and used her jukin to destroy the fragile parts. She searched through until she found the target documents and secured them with a storage seal she placed in her pouch. Hinata slowly left the tent to find the bodies gone, and Naruto transformed to look like the guard. She gave him a signal that she was successful and left to hide at the borders of the camp to pick off any bandits attempting to escape. By now, Shino should be in place in the north and Yamato in the east. Naruto kept up his transformation for 2 minutes after Hinata had left to get into position. More than enough time for her. Walking into the center of the camp, Naruto dropped his transformation jutsu and activated his Saigan. He could see and sense 20 bandits left. Naruto unsheathed his katana and released his chains that clattered to the ground. His chains only sounded like chains if he wanted them to. He could muffle them with chakra at any time. By now, most of the bandits had noticed him. They'd begun to shout, and soon all 20 were around him, berating and laughing at the flashy kid's stupidity. One bandit quieted the crowd and stepped forward. He was about 6 feet and 8 inches with scars covering his body, carrying 2 double-sided axes. Naruto recognized him to be the leader as Hinata had described him. This Mad had a small bounty on his head. The lead bandit had a gruffly voice and bellowed out, "I don't know what the guards are doing, but if you get on your knees and beg nicely, we'll kill you quickly." The bandit smiled and seemed to enjoy the intrusion, probably thinking about a long night of torture for the boy. It was one of the many acts that led to the bandit's bounty to begin with. Extending the sensory ability his eyes gave him to their maximum, Naruto locked onto every single bandit with his sensory perception. He had no plans of letting any escape, maybe one for Shino to improve his chances of survival, but only maybe. The blue ring around Naruto's eyes was glowing like lanterns in the dark camp, and with a smile Naruto screamed, "You will all improve my chances of survival." And with that, he used his near-perfect chakra control to enhance his speed with a condensed burst to his muscles, creating an effect similar to the Shunshin, except more refined and controlled. It was called the Jolt Step because of the effect it initially had on his body. He'd gotten the theory for the jutsu from one of the mysterious scrolls. He disappeared and appeared in front of the lead bandit and, sword mid-swing, cleanly took his head off. Before the head could fall to the ground, Naruto grabbed it and sealed it into a storage seal on the sleeve of his shirt. Flipping backwards while spinning, Naruto swung his chains, slicing into the group of bandits. When he landed, Naruto began his attack, coating his katana with wind chakra and slicing through the bandits, spinning and swinging his chains randomly. Naruto began using his more acrobatic maneuvers, flipping and spinning with his chains, impaling or slicing bandits precisely. Naruto's Saigan boosted his sensory ability to where he never needed to see the bandit to strike accurately. Every swing of his sword had a purpose, and a bandit lost an arm, head, or other body part. It took Naruto less than a minute to kill 16 of the remaining bandits, with the last 4 attempting to run. 2 were headed in Hinata's direction, 1 in Yamato's, and 1 in Shino's. He decided to leave Shino a gift. He sent out 3 chains to grab the rest of the bandits. The chains wrapped around their legs and slowly dragged them to Naruto's location. He paid no attention to the screams of fear or when they begged for their lives. Once they were closer, he sent 3 more chains out that impaled the bandits in the back, and he drained their chakra and life away. Shino watched Naruto's attack in shock and awe. He almost didn't even notice the bandit heading his way but was alerted by his bugs. The bandit's attention was focused on one thing: getting away. He didn't even think twice about the buzzing sound that seemed to surround him. As Shino had his bugs drain his chakra, he wondered if he should stop them before the bandit died. He got his answer as he simply watched the bugs drain the bandit until he died. It was most logical to make his first kill on a mission like this rather than on a mission where his life was in danger if he hesitated. The group met with the now expressionless Naruto, noticing his eyes glowing for a split second before he deactivated them, and they dimmed. After setting fire to the camp and ensuring it didn't spread with Hinata's and Yamato's water jutsu, they made their way back to the village and submitted their report to the Hokage. Hinata and Shino were shaken after their first kills, although Naruto seemed calmer than ever. The Hokage questioned the genin on if they were ready to participate in another C rank the next day. All 3 assured him that they were ready mentally and physically. He dismissed the genin to discuss Naruto with Yamato. Yamato explained what he'd seen of Naruto's bloodlust, and they were both pleased to know Naruto wouldn't lose himself and forget about his comrades. Yamato also mentioned what he'd seen of Naruto's eyes. Yamato thought he'd seen Naruto's eyes glow from his position in the trees, but it was confirmed when the team joined Naruto after the bandits were gone. For a split second, he'd seen a glowing blue ring in Naruto's eyes. He believed it had something to do with Naruto's sensory ability, but it couldn't be a Dojutsu. Could it? Yamato thought aloud. The Hokage took a deep breath and said the only way to know for sure is to have someone with a Dojutsu to see him with it activated. Hiruzen then got an idea. He told Yamato that he'd let Kakashi lead his team on their mission to Waves because the Sharingan would be able to tell if it was a Dojutsu. Sasuke was also getting grumpy about the D-rank missions, and this would quiet him up for a while. Yamato thought it was a good idea and would gladly take the day off. Morning of the next day, the genin of Team 7 were waiting for their substitute sensei and their client, Tazuna, at the village gates. The Hokage had informed them that their sensei had to join a mission with another team and that another Jounin sensei who's already been briefed would meet them at the gates. Team 7 waited for more than 30 minutes before the scarecrow-looking Jounin appeared with the broody Uchiha. Seeing the girl who beat him for Rookie of the Year and the blonde kid everyone was afraid of, Sasuke gave an arrogant smirk. Being apprenticed and not on a regular team, Sasuke spent more time training with Kakashi than he did going on D-ranked missions. Over the last 2 months, he awakened his Sharingan in a spar where Kakashi made him believe he was going to die. He'd learned to fight on surfaces, use ninja wire, and even a few more Katan ninjutsu. Sasuke was sure he was the strongest genin. Naruto was just a rampaging orphan living off a reputation of killing civilians in Sasuke's mind. Kakashi greeted Team 7 and introduced Sasuke. He met 2 stoic faces and a smile from Hinata. After receiving nods, Kakashi greeted Tazuna, who wanted to make a remark about finally meeting a real ninja, but thought better of it because he felt an ominous aura coming from the blonde. After Kakashi ran an equipment check with his foster team, they departed in a modified diamond formation with Naruto and Hinata leading Tazuna in the middle, Sasuke on the left, and Shino on the right with Kakashi following. Their best sensors are in front with a long-range and close-range fighter on the sides of Tazuna with Kakashi protecting their backs was Kakashi's reasoning. Half a day out from Konoha, Naruto sensed 2 chakra presences yet only saw a puddle. With a quick activation and deactivation, Naruto had seen 2 chakra presents hiding in the puddle through some jutsu, similar to how their sensei hid in a tree, but these 2 weren't that good at suppressing their chakra, so it was kinda obvious. Naruto scratched his head and made a quick hand sign alerting his team. As he drew near, he burst forward going through hand seals. Raitun, electromagnetic murder. Naruto muttered to himself as he aimed a current of electricity towards the puddle, while Shino and Sasuke took position in front of the client and Hinata behind Naruto. Water shot out of the puddle and condensed to form 2 screaming shinobi wearing hidden mist headbands with a line going across. The shinobi furthest away from Naruto jumped away and fell to a knee. Seeing this, Naruto pumped more chakra into the jutsu until the shinobi died. his body steaming. Hinata took advantage of her opponent's weakened state. Using a light version of Naruto's jolt step, she sped towards the recovering shinobi and began closing chakra points. Hinata managed to close 12 before the missing Nin swung, his bladed gauntlet at Hinata forcing her to dip under the swipe before disabling his arms and legs. Kakashi, who stood back ready to intervene, clapped at the two genins' performance but questioned how Naruto knew they were enemies and why he'd attack with no provocation. Naruto explained his ability to sense emotions and negative intentions while pointing out the suspicious circumstances in which the shinobi were hiding was cause for immediate action. Kakashi nodded while once again praising the genin's quick and effective actions. He made his way to the missing Nin and began to question him on his motives and more importantly his target. Naruto listened carefully to ascertain whether he needed to improve his chances of survival some more. The missing Nin refused to answer and continued to curse the blonde for killing his brother. Kakashi needed to know who the target was because depending on the answer, their current mission could be bumped to a B or even an A rank. He would have to use advanced interrogation tactics. Kakashi explained this all to his foster team and Naruto asked to try a method of interrogation he developed with Hinata. Kakashi warned Naruto that they needed the missing Nin alive for the time being, but his curiosity got the better of him at what two genin, prodigy or not, could do to break a seasoned chunin in the bingo book. He gave Naruto a nod and asked if Hinata was sure, to which she gave him a calm nod and stood next to Naruto, who'd moved to the missing Nin. Naruto intentionally made sure their backs were facing the rest of the team so that the Uchiha wouldn't start copying their jutsu. The technique involved Hinata using a very weak version of her Suetun tearing torrent while he uses a weak version of his Raitun electromagnetic murder to send a steady current with ever-increasing pulses, and its strength depended on his chakra output. The technique took a lot of control not to fry the target in an uncontrolled pulse, but they could keep it up for almost an hour. They went through the hand seals and began their jutsu. Hinata constantly soaking the missing Nin while making it hard to breathe, and Naruto sending waves of electricity into the missing Nin's body. Naruto motions for Kakashi, who questions the missing Nin once again. With a profanity instead of an answer, Naruto sent a pulse of electricity, making the ninja scream. They repeated this process about a dozen more times until Kakashi believed he got everything he could out of the ninja. He motioned for Naruto and Hinata to stop before stabbing the missing Nin in the heart with a kunai. If he didn't, he knew Naruto would, and Kakashi believed Naruto had enough kills under his belt. From the missing Nin, they learned that their target was Tazuna and they were hired by Gato to kill him before he returned to the Land of Waves. The Demon Brothers, as the two missing Nin were called, happened to be the first ninjas Gato had hired, although the missing Nin believed he might hire another. Tazuna was questioned next and reluctantly explained the poor state of his country due to the monopoly Gato held in the area and his widespread illegal dealings. Tazuna was building a bridge to connect to the mainland, so the country would no longer rely on Gato's shipping company. Kakashi understood but had to make a decision with the lives of his foster genin in mind. He asked the opinions of his team and after unanimous agreement they decided to proceed on the mission. The rest of that day was an uneventful trip for everyone except a certain Uchiha having a mental battle. Aside from the fact that he received no part of the action, he was outshone by the orphan and the Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha was seething. He was the elite and he should have been the one to put the Chunin missing Nin down. They were 2/3 of the way there by nightfall, so they decided to make camp for the night and head out in the morning. Hinata snuck into Naruto's tent once again to cuddle for the night between shifts. Shino and Kakashi noticed the sleeping arrangements but said nothing. They all woke at sunrise and departed after a brief breakfast. After traveling a few hours, they met with a man who owned a small ferry and had agreed to help them reach the Land of Waves. Traveling the long way on foot would take an extra day of travel, which is something to avoid when escorting a client. The ferryman returned to the mainland after dropping them off on the coast of the Land of Waves, a few kilometers away from the docks near Tazuna's home. They began the final stretch to Tazuna's home, alert for any attackers. While they were walking, Naruto sensed a chakra presence in the bushes to the left, so he sent a chakra chain where he felt the presence. The group stopped and assumed a defensive position around Tazuna. A white rabbit jumped from the bushes and Hinata narrowed her eyes. Naruto would be able to tell if he had sensed a rabbit, and only rabbits raised inside would be white in this climate, It was a substitution. Hinata spoke to her group. "Get down!" Kakashi screamed. And not even a second later, a large sword over 5 feet long came spinning in the air towards their direction. It looked like a butcher knife with a half-circle missing from the top half. Shino pulled Tazuna down with him as Kakashi and the rest of his genin dropped to the ground. Naruto was still standing, surprising Kakashi, but he understood why when Naruto materialized 4 chains that swirled together, forming a shield that blocked the large sword and pushed Naruto back a few inches. Zabuza appeared in front of Naruto and grabbed his sword, going directly into a swipe at Naruto that was stopped by 2 kunai held by Kakashi. Naruto shot his chains at Zabuza, causing him to jump back. Activating his Saigen, Naruto felt 2 more chakra signatures close by, probably watching for an opportunity to jump in. Naruto spoke quickly, "One more in the trees 10 meters northeast and another one 17 meters west of us." Hinata, whose Byakugan was already activated, searched the coordinates Naruto gave and replied, "The one to the west seems to be a mist hunter Nin by the mask, and the one northeast of us has a hidden rain headband on." Kakashi nodded, eyes firmly planted on the enemy shinobi. Kakashi recognized him from the bingo book. "Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi said, identifying the shinobi who'd attacked them. The now identified Zabuza laughed and replied, "Kakashi of the Sharingan, the copy ninja. Maybe I'll take that eye when I'm done killing you and your genin." Zabuza went through a few quick hand seals while releasing a pressing killing intent that brought Tazuna to his knees. Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino began to sweat but held their positions. Hinata and Shino had felt Naruto's ki and it was comparable to Zabuza's. Sasuke had learned to withstand killing intent from Kakashi, hence his Sharingan. Naruto simply matched Zabuza's ki along with Kakashi. A thick mist began to gather around the area, quickly making it hard to see even a foot in front of them. Naruto knew exactly where Zabuza was, as he could see his chakra signature clear as day even through the dense fog of chakra obscuring his vision. Zabuza began a monologue to prepare his prey for the kill. There are 9 weak points of the body that can be used to instantly kill a target. So many choices: the heart, the brain, the liver, the... Zabuza was cut off when Naruto yelled, "Futon de Tuppa!" Great breakthrough. A strong gust of wind lasting about 5 seconds blew through the area they were in, clearing the mist for everyone to see. Kakashi gave Naruto a quick thanks and instructed his sensory genin to keep an eye on their other guests while he took down Zabuza. Zabuza scowled at the blonde. He hated wind-style users. "Aoi, get out here and handle the genin," ordered Zabuza. A ninja with a hidden rain headband appeared next to Zabuza in a shunshin. "I thought you said you had it, oh mighty demon of the mist," the now revealed Aoi said with a chuckle, although he was ignored by Zabuza. "Aoi Rokusho, Konoha missing Nin who stole the Raijin no Ken. Now affiliated with the Hidden Rain Village, Aoi Rokuso works closely with Hidden Rain ninja Kazuma Kurosagi. They are known as the Twin Blades of the Hidden Rain." Recited Hinata from memory of the bingo book Yamato-sensei had his team study. Hinata looked at Naruto and said, "He has the sword you want, and his comrade Kazuma could be the other ninja in the trees." Naruto's eyes narrowed at this, and Kakashi knew he felt a need to improve his existence. "Naruto, Hinata, I want you to take Aoi since you already have information on him. Shino, Sasuke, guard the client. There's still one more unknown ninja who can attack at any time." Sasuke began to argue, but the killing intent he received when he opened his mouth to object made him keep his objections to himself. Kakashi rushed to engage Zabuza while Naruto jolted to Aoi and with just a ram seal used Futon Gale Palm with his other hand. Aoi was sent flying into the surrounding forest with Naruto and Hinata following. Kakashi entered in a short exchange with Zabuza, attempting to fool each other with Mizu Bunshin, water clones. When they disengaged, Zabuza made about 5 more Mizu Bunshin who looked as though they were going to attack Kakashi but continued on to attack the last 2 genin and Tazuna. Kakashi spared a glance to Sasuke and saw him already on the move. His moment of distraction allowed Zabuza a chance to swing the Kubikirabocho, the sword's name, at Kakashi's midsection, intending to cleave him in half. Kakashi flipped over the sword but had to dodge another one from a Mizu Bunshin made by Zabuza with no hand seals. Kakashi fell off balance and was caught in the side by a spinning kick from Zabuza's clone, sending him flying towards a nearby stream. Zabuza appeared where he was landing. Already having gone through hand seals, Zabuza held out his hand and a sphere of chakra engulfed and trapped Kakashi just as Sasuke finished off Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin. Kakashi wanted to tell them to run, but he trusted his apprentice and they couldn't leave the other genin. Kakashi settled for a make him remove his hand, which Sasuke could read with his Sharingan. Kakashi began infusing his lungs with chakra to buy him time. Zabuza made seals with one and 10 Mizu Bunshin appeared around him and charged at Sasuke. Clones or not, Sasuke wouldn't be able to dodge and counter Zabuza without his Sharingan and barely with it activated, so he chose a different strategy. Sasuke went through hand seals and with a Katan Phoenix Fire Jutsu, he sent multiple basketball-sized fireballs into the charging Zabuzas and taking out 3. He then threw Shuriken which all the Zabuzas dodges until Sasuke pulled the ninja wire. He'd wrapped around the Shuriken capturing 2 more, and with some more Shuriken they were dispelled. Sasuke was then forced to dodge Zabuza's huge as the clones reached him. He managed to dispel one, but it would take time to dispel the last 4 and Zabuza could probably create more. Sasuke dodged and weaved between the Zabuza clones until he saw an opening. He jumped off the side of one of the large blades and backflipped, landing near Shino. He unsealed a 3-foot-long Demon Wind Shuriken intending to find an opening to throw it at the real Zabuza when Shino spoke. Sasuke-san, I have a logical plan, but I need to see that Shuriken quickly. Sasuke, not understanding why he'd need the Shuriken, but quickly gave it to him and re-engaged the clones. A few seconds later Sasuke saw a swarm of bugs surround him and drive off the clones who were beginning to tire him out. He jumped back to Shino who gave him a look and handed over the Shuriken. Shino's bugs then returned after being able to dispel one of the clones. The clones gathered and charged once more but were forced to jump away as the swarm of bugs re-engaged. Sasuke saw this as Shino giving him an opening and dashed forward and threw the large Shuriken. Zabuza saw the attack and chuckled while swatting away the giant Shuriken with his Kubikirabocho. He was surprised, however, when a small swarm of bugs that were coating the Shuriken shot towards him, forcing Zabuza to release the jutsu and jump away. Zabuza had bugs on his sword arm rapidly sucking his chakra, so he had to blur through one-handed seals and shoot an orb of water onto his arm, just strong enough to remove the attached bugs. The bugs were still able to take a fraction of his chakra, not too much, but Zabuza couldn't afford to get caught like that more than a couple times. Kakashi saw an opening and, taking out kunai, dashed towards Zabuza intending to end it, while Zabuza removed Shino's bugs. Zabuza's senses screamed for him to move, so Zabuza obliged and attempted to backflip out of danger when Kakashi appeared next to him slashing a Raitun enhanced kunai towards his neck. Zabuza managed to twist in an effort to protect his jugular vein from the copycat ninja. Kakashi adjusted his slash to cause the most damage he could. The kunai left a deep cut from Zabuza's collarbone to his shoulder, leaving Zabuza with little power in his left arm. Zabuza then jumped back for distance. Kakashi took a deep breath and mentally thanked his genin and foster genin. He instructed the genin to fall back and protect Tazuna, to which they had no qualms with at the moment after seeing Zabuza in action. Shino hoped his Team 7 comrades were alright, but he suspected Naruto could handle it himself. With Naruto, Aoi quickly recovered from the gale palm and backflipped to maintain distance between him and his 2 pursuers. Naruto and Hinata stopped to formulate a plan of attack, while keeping their eyes on Aoi. He was a Chunin when he left the village a few years ago with the Raijin. Assuming he took it for power, more than likely he'll rely on it heavily. If we remove it from his possession, he will be much weaker, said Hinata. Sounds like a plan. He will improve our chances of survival, Naruto replied with a grin. Annoyed by the strategy meeting held as if he wasn't and the weird comment about their survival, Aoi removed an umbrella he kept on his back and jumped high into the air. Once in the air, he opened his umbrella and yelled, "Hidden Rain's secret technique. Needle Drizzle Jutsu." Thousands of senbon shot out of the open umbrella and continued to shower the area with senbon needles. When the jutsu ended and Aoi landed back on the ground, he expected to see 2 genin reminiscent of a porcupine. To his surprise and annoyance, he saw the 2 genin were shielded by a goddamn shield collage made of chains. As Aoi exclaimed loudly, Naruto let his chain shields dissipate into nothingness as he glared at Aoi emotionless. Hinata foregoing her smile for a similar expression. Growing angrier at the two uppity genin, Aoi removed Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God, from his belt, intent on giving them a look of shock either physically or metaphorically. Aoi wasted no time in showing the power he carried. With the Raijin, he channeled a little bit of lightning chakra and discharged a bolt of lightning chakra towards the genin, keen on frying them both. The genin duo dodged in separate directions using their own version of the jolt step. Tactic 8, Naruto yelled. Hinata, recognizing said tactic, began using her jolt step to continuously change her position and quickly evade while waiting for an opening to launch a long-ranged attack. Naruto would do the same but would try to create an opening because his jolt step was faster. Naruto threw a few kunai that Aoi dodged while sending small but powerful bolts from his rain at Naruto. Hinata threw shuriken and senbon, catching Aoi in the leg with a senbon. After sending a bolt at her, Aoi charged at Hinata, intending to shock her at close range, but was forced to stop by a couple chains that almost pierced him in the gut. Naruto knew that Aoi could send a bolt at any time even while blocking others, and in his case, Naruto's sword, so he used his chains to give Hinata time to jolt away. Aoi was beginning to hate these two genin. He needed to take one of them out, and the blonde was higher on his shit list, but the Hyuga girl was extremely close. Aoi threw a few poisoned kunai at Naruto and attempted to hit him with one of his lightning bolts by aiming in the direction he forced Naruto to move by tactically throwing his kunai, but Naruto did consecutive jolt steps, avoiding any damage. Naruto knew they'd have to test Aoi's defense and attack from long range, which he was better at than Hinata. Naruto only needed to create an opening for Hinata and they would more than likely leave unscathed. They'd be leaving alive and with the Raijin no Ken regardless, Naruto thought, but they had to be seamless. So this is the best you can do with the Raijin. Shameful. Some were just meant to be weak. Naruto taunted Aoi to get him to fire off a big bolt, requiring him to mold more chakra into the sword before he shot another one off. He had been carefully watching the Raijin, and since the blade formed from chakra, most was needed for its shape. Aoi growled at Naruto and pumped as much as he could at once and shot a massive bolt at Naruto that was faster than the rest. Even being prepared with his jolt step, he narrowly made it out of the way. Naruto now had his opening and went through hand seals, futon air bullet jutsu. Naruto shot compressed bullets of air towards Aoi. Aoi tried to dodge. He even brought up his Raijin to defend, but there were too many coming and he could barely see them. Aoi was hit by 4 of the air bullets. No vital points, but he began to bleed profusely. Hinata had started her hand seals for Suetun tearing torrent jutsu, the moment she saw Aoi shoot the giant bolt that Naruto had taunted out of him. She figured there'd be a small cooldown time after that shot and saw her opening. Hinata infused a large amount of water chakra in her stomach. As she expelled it through her mouth, she manipulated it to spin faster and faster, rocketing a torrent of water towards Aoi. The torrent hit Aoi only seconds after he was hit with the air bullets that caused him to completely forget about Hinata. The torrent of water blew Aoi into a tree, and Hinata kept pouring chakra into the jutsu that was crushing Aoi against the tree. The tree broke when Aoi was blasted through, Aoi losing the Raijin in the process, and was grabbed by one of Naruto's chains. Naruto sealed the sword in a storage seal on his right arm under his sleeve. Hinata jolt stepped to his side and they made their way to the former Konoha Nin. Aoi was in disbelief. Everyone fell to the Raijin. He was stronger than most jonin with the blade. Most people attempted to close the distance and he'd have an easier target, but these two genin. They continued to blur away to different spots so Aoi couldn't catch them with a bolt, and they hit him with jutsu the second he discharged a strong bolt that should have left the blonde in ashes. Now his chakra was all used up in an effort to survive the water jutsu by coating his body and organ. Aoi had maybe one jutsu left, if he didn't bleed out first. He decided he'd take at least one of them out with him. Naruto and Hinata watched as Aoi struggled to his feet and slowly went through hand seals. He then slowly channeled his lightning chakra into a ball that almost sputtered out and weakly called out Raitun Execution Sphere. The ball then shot towards the duo at surprising speed but was dodged easily by the genin who had seen Aoi slowly create the jutsu. Aoi fell to a knee in exhaustion and rasped out, "If my partner was back and fought with me, you'd be nothing but a charred husk by now." Feeling that it was time to improve his chances of survival, Naruto jolted to Aoi and with his katana already unsheathed, lopped his head off and sealed it in his sleeve with the last head. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was still acclimating to killing. He could see her inner struggle as she'd just had her first kill a couple days ago. Knowing that it wasn't the time, Naruto tried to lighten her mood. Did he really just slowly perform that jutsu thinking it'd work? Naruto said to Hinata with a smile. Hinata managed a smile and replied, I think I can remember the hand seals. Did you see how the chakra was molded? Naruto smirked and took out some ink and wrote down the hand seals and a description of how he saw the chakra being molded. Aoi did the hand seals so slow even he had time to memorize them. It had to have been an A rank, was a trail of destruction left to attest to the fact. They were about to return to check on their team when Hinata faced Naruto and pouted. Naruto gave her a question glance with a bit of amusement breaking through his emotionless expression. You have another jutsu and the sword you wanted, and I'm stuck with the same few Suiton jutsu. Giving Naruto a patented puppy dog eye jutsu, Hinata cutely said, I want more Suiton jutsu. Naruto replied that he didn't know any, or how to get anything more than the Chunin library had. Hinata gave Naruto a playful glare, to which Naruto responded with an emotionless expression. The staring contest continued for a few more seconds until Naruto relented and promised to find Hinata at least 2 Suiton ninjutsu. Hinata knew how crafty Naruto could be, and she wanted her Suiton jutsu. The two then made their way towards their team. With Kakashi, Kakashi took a slight hit to his pride, having to be rescued by the genin. Yamato would get a nice laugh if he heard about it, and Guy would probably say something about his youth diminishing. Kakashi told Zabuza it was time to end things, and Zabuza, fighting through the pain, went through hand seals in response. Kakashi copied the first jutsu, Suiton Water Shark Bomb Jutsu, and sent an identical copy that intercepted Zabuza's. He did exactly the same with the next, Suiton Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, causing Zabuza to become increasingly frustrated. Naruto and Hinata arrived, appearing unharmed, and watched the exchange. They then used a Shunshin to appear on the lake behind Kakashi to provide backup. Sasuke seethed at the two genin trying to outshine him more and left Shino to guard Tazuna alone in favor of fighting Zabuza. Zabuza knew that seeing the genin return meant Aoi was dead or defeated. If they could defeat him unharmed, then they'd be able to provide Kakashi with suitable backup, and Zabuza was beginning to lose too much blood. Zabuza signaled for his hidden comrade to create a distraction. Haku, who was watching Zabuza's back from afar, saw his signal for a distraction, so she used a quick Shunshin to appear in a tree behind Zabuza on the bank of the river and went through hand seals. Hayaton 1,000 Needles of Death, Haku thought as she materialized around 1,000 ice senbon that rained down upon the Konoha Nin near Zabuza. Kakashi immediately went through hand seals for Suiton Water Wall, with Hinata doing the same behind him. Accidentally combining their jutsu, a massive water wall was raised, blocking the ice needles. Once the water receded, Zabuza and the hunter Nin were gone. Kakashi collapsed and Naruto carried him to the shore with his chains. He sat him down while Hinata scanned him for injuries with her Byakugan. She told Naruto it was only chakra exhaustion, and Naruto had an idea. Kakashi, I'll make you a deal. I might be able to return some chakra to your system before your body has a prolonged reaction to the lack of chakra. But if I do, you must teach Hinata the 2 Suiton jutsu we saw you copy from Zabuza when we got back. Kakashi looked at Naruto wondering if he could really do it and croaked out, I'll write in a scroll first chance I get. Activating his Saigen, Naruto analyzed Kakashi's chakra signature and used a chain to introduce a similar chakra to his system by touching the white Tomo tip to Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi, still having his Sharingan uncovers, was able to verify that Naruto did indeed have a Dojutsu, as the Hokage suspected. He was briefed on a secondary mission to attempt to verify if Naruto had an unknown Dojutsu. Kakashi noted that the only sign of his Dojutsu was a glowing blue ring around the iris of his eye. Feeling some of his strength returned, Kakashi covered his borrowed eye and rounded up his team to assess damages. Everyone was alive and unharmed for the most part. Kakashi was tired while Sasuke had a few cuts and bruises from the clones but would be just fine. The genin of Team 7 looked spotless except for a little blood on Naruto's sleeve. Naruto told Kakashi to remember their deal, to which Kakashi I smiled. Tazuna then led the team to his house and introduced his daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari. Once the team settled down, they gathered to discuss their next plan of action. Kakashi started by having Naruto and Hinata explain why they separated from the group and how the fight went. Kakashi guessed it was for the best because the Raijin no Ken could cause damage quickly over a decent distance and Tazuna would be in danger, but he wanted to hear Naruto's reasoning to be sure. Naruto gave the same reason Kakashi guessed, and the two explained their fight with Aoi. Kakashi asked Naruto where the Raijin was, and Naruto told him it was in a safe place. Kakashi gave a stern look, but Naruto didn't budge with his emotionless expression. Kakashi relented but asked to speak with Naruto in the morning for a few things, including their deal. Shino posed a question about when to expect an attack, and after careful thought Kakashi thought they'd have at least 3 days before Zabuza was healed. Hinata mentioned Aoi's last words, which hinted at his known partner, Kazuma Kurosagi, returning, which meant they had 2 Jonin and a 3rd shinobi with Chunin-level reserves. Kakashi took in the information, then spoke evenly. Assuming those are our only enemies, we have 2 choices. The first is to escape, which we will do regardless if there are any more ninja than that. We'll go over our plan of retreat with Tazuna and if needed his family tomorrow. Our second option is to have one of you fight the Chunin alone and 2 of you hold the Jonin off until I'm able to help after defeating Zabuza. One of you would have to stay back and guard Tazuna. Sasuke looked at Kakashi and demanded that he fight Kazuma. Knowing Sasuke, if Kakashi didn't have a good reason why he couldn't, then Sasuke would do it anyway. Kakashi also knew Sasuke wouldn't stand for they have better teamwork. Kakashi asked Naruto or Hinata if either of them felt confident taking on the fake hunter Nin alone. Everyone silently agreed Shino would protect the client because he'd be less effective in an all-out fight. Hinata knew Naruto wanted the other sword as well, because back when Yamato-sensei gave them the bingo book, Naruto had mentioned the 2 ninja and their swords. He'd even joked about combining the stolen Raijin with Kazuma's Nozarashi. She couldn't understand it, but Naruto had said they were like 2 halves of a perfect masterpiece. Hinata knew Naruto would find allowing the Uchiha to claim the other half of his unacceptable. Naruto could very well find that killing the Uchiha and taking the sword was his best option to improve his chances of survival. In the end, he would become a missing Nin on the run and she'd go with him. Deciding a much easier route and putting her intellect to good use, Hinata spoke sagely. Kakashi-san, that's a good idea, but I believe initially having Naruto fight Kazuma alone and Sasuke fight the fake hunter Nin alone with me on standby to help whoever needs it the most. Sasuke began to speak, but Hinata just spoke louder and a little bit faster. The fake hunter Nin uses Hayatan, Ice style, and Sasuke's a Katan, Fire style user. Naruto knows Kazuma's information and the ability of his sword. Since Naruto practices Kenjutsu as well as having the most experience against Jounin opponents and overall, he would be the best option to fight Kazuma. Shino added his opinion to not be forgotten. With me guarding Tazuna, I believe Hinata's plan is the most logical, although it's Kakashi-san's call. Naruto simply looked on with his unemotional expression. He was planning on using Kazuma to improve his chances of survival regardless. Sasuke continued to insist on being the Jonin when Kakashi silenced the Genin with a motion of his hand. Sasuke, Hinata's right, we'll go with the matchups, she decided. If you're really ready to take on a Jonin alone, then a Chunin with Hayatan against your fire should leave you with enough time to jump in with Naruto. And Naruto, remember that although Kazama is a B-rank Jounin just like Aoi, most of his strength lies in his sword. And with that, the group ate a hot meal prepared by Tsunami. After finalizing sleeping arrangements, they went to sleep for the night, taking turns on guard. In the morning, after a quick breakfast, Kakashi took Naruto outside for a private talk. Naruto followed Kakashi until they were out of hearing range. Kakashi started bluntly. When were you going to inform the Hokage of your jujitsu, and why did you hide it? Naruto responded neutrally. I was going to tell him when someone figured it out or if he came clean about the things he's hiding from me. I never hid my jujitsu because it isn't easy to spot. I don't have to hide it. Kakashi leveled Naruto a serious look. And what does your jujitsu do? Naruto replied as if he'd prepared for this question. It increases my sensory abilities and I can see chakra. I will say nothing else about it until I speak with the Hokage. Kakashi wanted to press the issues, but he was already getting more out of Naruto with no resistance than he expected. What about the Raijin no Ken? It's a Konoha treasure and isn't something you can just keep. I need to know where it is and it will be returned to the Hokage. Naruto was more annoyed with every question but figured killing or attempting to kill this ninja wouldn't improve his chances of survival. So with a slightly colder tone to his voice he spoke clearly. The Raijin no Ken is no more. Despite Kakashi's prodding for a better answer, Naruto would speak no more of the sword. Kakashi could read the underneath of the underneath and knew Naruto wasn't exactly lying but was using wordplay to cover his true intentions. Attempting to lighten the mood after having asked what he needed, Kakashi smiled and spoke with an upbeat tone. About our deal, I'm not sure that I had a choice or how you did it. I'm not a medical nin but I know chakra infusions are usually rejected and were deemed an unfit medical treatment in the field. How you infused so much so quickly with no drawbacks is a question the Hokage will have to ask, I'm assuming. Either way, I have the 2 jutsu written on the scrolls, but before I give it to Hinata I need to be sure she is ready for a BN and A rank jutsu. I know she used Tearing Torrent against Aoi, and if she shows me that she uses it correctly I'll give her the scrolls. Naruto nodded and they proceeded inside to their awaiting team. Kakashi made a schedule with 2 genin staying back to train while Kakashi and the other 2 guarded Tazuna on the bridge while they worked. The genin staying back would be Naruto Hinata today, Sasuke Shino day 2, while Shino Hinata and Sasuke stayed on the 3rd day with Kakashi and Naruto guarding the bridge. After showing Kakashi her Suitun Jutsu, Hinata received her scrolls and began to study them. Naruto went to the forest to train his Kenjutsu in preparation for Kazuma. Hinata stayed by the lake near Tazuna's house working on her water affinity, since she wouldn't be able to learn the jutsu in 3 days and still have chakra to fight. Naruto was going through his Kenjutsu stances when he felt the chakra signature of the fake hunter nin. He continued going through the motions and activated his Saigen as the ninja closed the distance, stopping in a tree 12 meters away from him. He continued his training while sensing while analyzing their chakra. He could sense the residual Hayatan chakra within the ninja. He could tell was a female by her chakra signature. Naruto's senses had really improved and the blue ring around his Saigen had tripled its original size and would soon be somewhat obvious if it continued to grow inward towards his pupil. While mentally dissecting the ninja chakra, Naruto noticed a few similarities between the intricate parts of the ninja's chakra and Hinata's. Naruto had an idea that would make Hinata happy and stronger. If he attained the Norisashi, he planned on creating one of the strongest swords in existence and knowing Hinata's competitiveness that she hides behind her cute smile. Hinata would push herself to match him, and Naruto would give her another option in her arsenal to do it. Naruto knew how he'd catch the fake hunter nin. He turned his back to her direction and slowly began going through hand seals as if he was practicing a new jutsu. He gathered and compressed wind chakra in his hand and quickly slammed the compressed air into the ground, causing a large dust cloud to shoot up. Using his moment unseen, Naruto jolted to behind the tree she was in and with a consecutive jolt step appeared behind the fake hunter nin in the tree. The ninja was quick and leapt from the tree as he appeared, but it was already too late. Naruto shot out 8 chains that grabbed and restrained the fake hunter nin. This time she had no mask on and Naruto noted that she was extremely cute. He jumped down with his prisoner in tow and ignored her glare while he took a good look at her chakra, confirming that it was somewhat compatible. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "I'm Haku and I will not betray Zabuza-sama," said Haku with vehement defiance. Naruto gave a light smirk and with the tip of his chain, touched the center of Haku's chest and began to siphon off her chakra. He drained her to the point of light chakra exhaustion, leaving her with just enough chakra to stay alive and conscious. Naruto held the stolen chakra in his chain while he placed his right hand on his left arm sleeve, creating a basic chakra storage seal. He touched the chain to the seal, which glowed briefly, sealing Haku's chakra, containing residual Hayatan chakra. He then addressed her emotionlessly, "I don't care about Zabuza. He is not the one who will improve my chances of survival. Is Kazuma Kurosagi with you, and are there any hand seals unique to your Hayatan? If you answer me and show me the seals, I won't use you to improve my chances of survival today and you'll be free to leave. I promise, and I don't go back on my word." Haku was hesitant to believe this shinobi. She held no loyalty for Gato or Kazuma, who'd arrived that very morning, and Haku could only show him the hand seals and maybe even random ones if she believed she could get away with it. Either way, the boy wouldn't be able to recreate her jutsu because it was her bloodline. As she weighed her options, she heard Naruto speak. If you lie, I will kill you and trace your chakra back to your hideout and kill Zabuza. If you lie, I will know. Naruto wasn't bluffing and could tell if she lied by closely watching her chakra. He would be able to see the flicker of emotion within her chakra. Haku answered slowly in case these were her last words. Yes, he's currently with us, and the primary hand seals used are ox, boar, and ram. Also, I would need the use of my body to show you the unique hand seals. Naruto verified that she wasn't lying and released her from his chains, but watched her carefully. Once freed, Haku noticed the massive drain on her chakra reserves. She knew he stole a significant amount of chakra in only about 10 seconds but was just now realizing how low her reserves were. If she used a single jutsu, even a shunshin, she would collapse. She hoped he would back his words with action because she was in no fighting condition. Haku slowly went through the 2-3 unique hand seals, holding them for a few seconds before going to the next. After she finished, Haku was surprised to see the blonde motioning her to leave. You're not going to kill me when I turn around, are you? And why aren't you? You're a shinobi and I'm your enemy. You got what you wanted, so why? Haku asked Naruto, sincerely having nothing to lose. If I were going to kill you, you'd be dead from lack of chakra. And I'm not killing you because I made a promise, and killing you won't improve my chances of surviving. I can tell a lot about a person from their chakra. To me, chakra tells all. When we ran into Zabuza, your chakra told me you were reluctant to kill, which is probably why you stayed back as backup. Even as you saw me seemingly oblivious of your presence, you had no intentions to harm me. I sensed an inner conflict within you. As Naruto spoke, the ring around his eyes began to glow brighter. He began again. Why do you do this? If you continue, you will die. Zabuza can't match Kakashi, and Kazuma will improve my chances of survival. You can't beat the Uchiha and the Hyuga. You are strong, but she is stronger. Haku listened to the conviction with which Naruto spoke. He wasn't bluffing. Naruto spoke as if this was irrefutable, and Haku believed him. Haku spoke as if to convince herself. I can't. Zabuza-sama wants to go through with the mission, and I'll fight as his tool to the end. I had no one when Zabuza-sama found me. When my father found out I had a bloodline, he gathered the people of our small village and confronted my mother and I. My father killed my mother in front of me, and I lost control of my emotions, activating my bloodline. I destroyed the whole building, killing my own father. I lived on the streets fighting starvation and barely able to eat when Zabuza found me. That's why I won't betray him. I'll be his tool until he achieves his dreams or until I die. Naruto chuckled. A life of servitude isn't worth what Zabuza did for you. You had a bloodline, and he decided to train you to be of use to him. By now, you've more than paid your debt. You're just scared to be Haku, the bloodline user, because it got your family killed. You'd rather be a meaningless tool for someone because your life got hard. I killed 30 people by the time I was 11 because I had to defend myself from assassins and mobs of villagers. The leader of the village lied to me every time I asked why and hid more about me that I still don't even know about. My village both fears and hates me while my peers are terrified of me. I have one person who understands me. One person who's shown me true love and kindness. Naruto's voice had begun uncharacteristically rising to nearly a yell. But she's never treated me as a monster or a tool. I'll never be a good little ninja for the village either. I'll become strong enough that they will respect me or lose me. Naruto Uzumaki. Haku, you are a coward too afraid to face life head-on, and if we fight again, I will kill you. Not for my survival, but because of your inability to live your own life. If you're a tool, I'll break you. The only sentient weapons a ninja should have are the legendary swords. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a shunsin, leaving Haku mentally torn. With a lot to ponder, Haku left to report that she was chased away by a blonde who recognized her chakra signature. She would have to think things through over the next couple days while Zabuza healed. Naruto returned to Tazuna's after having calmed himself. He didn't know why he snapped at Haku or why he cared. He guessed it was the familiar look in her eyes of someone afraid to be alone. Naruto decided he would invite Haku to Konoha should she grow a pair and decide to live for herself before he kills her. He had a weird feeling, no, a premonition he'd have leverage over with the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village when he returned, so it would work out. Naruto returned to Tezuna's after relaxing his mind to check on things. Then he made his way to Hinata at the nearby lake. She was standing on the water while going through her taijutsu katas. He watched as she finished the exercise and made her way over to him. "Hey Naruto-kun, how'd your training go? Are you done so soon?" Hinata spoke eagerly. "I didn't finish because I was interrupted by an unwanted guest. I handled it but thought it best to come back to Tezuna's in case any of the ninja made an appearance." Hinata quickly looked over Naruto with her Byakugan to make sure he was okay. After seeing that he was perfectly fine, Hinata nodded and gave an inquisitive look to Naruto. Naruto smiled and with a spark in his eyes said, "There's nothing to worry about, and please don't tell Kakashi anything ever happened. Also, I need you to do a favor for me. When the Uchiha fights the fake hunter Nin, her name is Haku. I want you to watch her hand seals and jutsu closely. Try to take in as much as you can before you have to jump in, but be careful because she's strong." Hinata's eyes narrowed slightly and she asked, "Did this Haku attack you in the forest? And are you planning on recreating her Hayatan chakra?" Naruto gave her a brief devious smile before returning to his emotionless yet slightly softened expression and replied, "I'll explain once we're back in Konoha. Do you need any help with your training?" Hinata relented and nodded with a smile. "Actually, I could use some shadow clones to help me test the clan jutsu my father showed me for getting Rookie of the Year. I need a few with more chakra to attack and send jutsu towards me. I need about 10 to 20 for my other one to test its limits and drawbacks." With a ram seal, Naruto poofed out about 35 clones and had them go with Hinata while he meditated and expanded his senses. He had a theory that his sensory ability was directly tied to his Saigen, or more importantly its development. While Hyuga and Uchiha would train their eyes by training their eyesight in their own ways, Naruto's eyes worked differently for the most part. He believed that the ring around his eyes grew because of his growing sensory ability, having used it so much lately. He wondered what his Saigen could do at full capacity. What will he be able to discover about chakra then? Naruto was deep in his meditation when he was pulled into his mindscape for the first time in years. Naruto opened his eyes to see the same dreary sewer he saw when he was younger. It had been forever since the Kyuubi spoke to him, and although he wondered why, it was never really important and he was hesitant to speak to the fox. Naruto used his Saigen to observe his mindscape. The whole place was fully defined, unlike before. Pipes lined the walls, he was standing in water a couple feet deep and the lighting was dim. The sewer was huge and so were the gates with a seal tag in the middle. Naruto could see it all clearly and he became aware of the water covering the floor on his side of the gate. He realized that it was a representation of his chakra. He could see how his chakra signature had slightly changed. Mokutan had become his main affinity. He was surprised at the amount of Mokutan chakra he naturally produced. This could only mean that Mokutan was in his very DNA. Even if he lost his Saigen and the heightened ability to control and manipulate chakra, release chakra would still come to him naturally. Naruto had originally thought he only had the ability to produce the chakra because he used his Saigen to get the feel of it, similar to training an affinity for a new element. He believed his Saigen simply introduced the new element and allowed him to gain control quicker than training normally, but it must have integrated all the way into his DNA, fully granting him the bloodline. He saw that the Mokutan chakra had leaked to the other side of the gate, forcing the infinite darkness that resided behind the gates backwards. Naruto focused his senses and eyes on the darkness behind the gate and saw a red blur far out into the abyss of black. He then realized the darkness that filled the space behind the gate was a representation of the Kyuubi's chakra. He could tell with his Saigen that it was near endless. He saw it as black because of the overwhelming hatred and negative emotion contained within. He reached the limits of his Saigen sight but needed to know more about Kyuubi's chakra. The ring in his eyes expanded ever so slightly as they began to glow brighter and brighter. He pushed his Saigen to see more and it did. His senses combined with his sight, he could see what he sensed and sensed what he saw. This made the chakra he would sense or see become easier to understand. He could now see within Kyuubi's chakra that his negative emotions didn't outweigh his positive emotions as much as it originally seemed. The Kyuubi was in a way depressed and surprisingly lonely. It's probably been this way for decades, maybe even centuries, but Naruto couldn't know why without talking to the Kyuubi. As Naruto scanned over the abyss thinking of how to best reach the Kyuubi, he noticed two chakra signatures hidden within the abyss. They were too obscure and small for him to analyze, but he'd try something after getting to the Kyuubi. Naruto first willed his Mokutan chakra to return to his side of the bars, which was easy enough to achieve. He then focused on the red blur and willed it come closer. A moment later, a deep gravelly voice spoke. Finally, damn it, you and your self-imposed mission to steal the Shodea's chakra worked, and my chakra was suppressed as a result. I could barely even watch if these bars weren't here. The Kyuubi left the threat hanging in the air. Naruto spoke neutrally, inwardly sweating bullets at the fox's killing intent. I didn't know the chakra would suppress yours or how to contact you. If an apology is what you want, then I apologize. You've helped me in the past, so I'm willing to repay the favor. I've scanned this mindscape and I'm pretty sure I can change it to something more appealing. Naruto felt the need to help the Kyuubi. He honestly didn't care that the Kyuubi attacked the village. The village has shown him that they might have deserved it, although he only received the shit end of the stick when it came to the Konoha experience. Kyuubi thought the boy was full of shit, but he was no longer locked up tighter than a virgin's butthole, so he had time to play games. Yeah, sure, Gaki. Give me a huge forest with large clearings and animals. I want gigantic rabbits and a huge tree that I can sleep under. Fuck it, throw in a few villagers for me to play with. To say Naruto was blown away was an understatement. Who would have thought the Kyuubi was a vulgar smartass? Naruto decided he would do as the fox asked, even though he had a feeling the fox was being sarcastic. He focused on what the Kyuubi wanted and made a mental image in his mind. He pictured the giant trees that surrounded Konoha and started with a massive forest, adding streams and lakes to the new landscape. Next, he added a mountain range that looked familiar to the small mountain behind Konoha that the Hokage's faces occupied, although he didn't add the faces. Naruto then added fields of grass and all the other plant life he'd ever seen, and even added some large training grounds just because. Next, Naruto added a massive tree in the middle surrounded by a field of grass, and animals, making sure to add massive rabbits the size of bears and a few massive bears to give Kyuubi a challenge. And lastly, Naruto added in all the villagers who mistreated or tried to kill him. He made them wear bright orange baggy tracksuits and had them live in poorly maintained tents, along with a few touches. Kyuubi was floored by the jail his puny warden had created. If this was in the real world, he'd claim it as his territory that very instant. Kyuubi no longer had time to play with the Gaki. You really fucking did it, kid. I like you. Call me Kurama. Very few have had the honor of knowing my name, so you're lucky, kid. I want you to create a mind link so we can speak in the future without you invading my new home. The giant fox said energetically. I'm assuming you like your new home. Until I find a way to free you, this is the best I can do. Naruto replied with a chuckle. Free me? Don't play with me, ninjin, your kind would never. Kurama barked, eyeing Naruto carefully. I mean it, Kurama. I plan on freeing you. I'll need to find a way to release you and find a place for you to live in peace, but it will be possible for the strongest shinobi to ever live. Kurama listened to Naruto and wondered if Naruto was as special as the boy's eyes were, or if it was all a trick to gain his chakra. Kit, if you release me, you will die. It will never happen. Don't give promises you can't keep. The multi-tailed fox said as he began to turn away. I don't break my promises, Kurama. I don't care if you don't believe me. I'll make it happen. Naruto replied, knowing the fox was still listening. Kurama turned to look Naruto in the eyes to see if he was serious and found an unwavering will through the eyes staring back at his own. We'll see, ninjin, but for now I want a snack. They better fucking taste like real rabbit. And with those parting words, the Kyuubi ran off to chase one of those giant rabbits. Kurama noticed but paid no attention to the collar around his neck with a seal tag. It was better than his previous situation. Naruto simply smirked and mentally created a link between the two before observing his masterpiece. He'd made the clouds that covered the sky endlessly into the representation of Kurama's chakra. He even made the clouds bright to not constantly remind Kurama of his negative emotions. The representation of his chakra reserves was a small lake near Kurama's tree. Naruto thought his job was good and felt deserved a well-timed rest for this, but he had other things to do. He scanned the clouds until he found the 2 foreign chakra signatures and willed them to appear before him. Naruto felt resistance, but chakra itself was his to behold. His eyes would reveal everything about chakra to him, and if he wanted it he would take said chakra. Naruto used his Saigan to help pull the chakra to him, and soon 2 blue masses of floating chakra appeared in front of him. The chakra formed into people. The first was a beautiful redhead woman with long hair and mischievous eyes. She wore a standard jonin uniform with an all-black katana on her back. The second mass of chakra formed into a tall, spiky blonde-haired man wearing a standard jounin outfit with long sleeves under a white cloak with flames on it. The man looked like the 4th Hokage and similar to Naruto if he had long bangs on the side of his face. Naruto wondered why their chakra was inside him sealed with the Kyuubi. He was even more confused at their nervous yet excited faces, putting him on guard. "Who are you and why are you here?" Naruto delivered his question impassively. "I'm Kushina Uzumaki, your mom," screamed the woman, who jumped to Naruto trying to give him a hug, but was stopped by a shield of chains that had a sharp white tomo in the middle, which didn't look friendly. Naruto lost his emotionless expression and his jaw slightly dropped, but he quickly reined in his emotions as he created a shield to stop her from trying to hug him again. The man spoke up with a firm voice, "I'm Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage and your father. We're here to help you. I'm the one who sealed the Kyuubi into you to protect the village, and I also sealed a bit of our chakra. Your mom's chakra was here to allow her to appear when you attempted to take full control of the Kyuubi's chakra and help you in the struggle for control as well as meet her. My chakra was a failsafe that would activate if the Kyuubi was on the cusp of escaping the seal. I would appear and reseal the Kyuubi before being able to talk to you. So far, we've been able to follow your life up till this point, but once you leave your mindscape our chakra will run out, so we have to make this quick. We aren't trying to deceive you." Naruto listened to what the man had to say and after a moment of thought, dispelled his chains. He appreciated his father's quick explanation, because he didn't like the idea of being out of the loop in his own mindscape. Naruto nodded and allowed a smile to grace his face for the parents he always wanted. Naruto thought of a million questions but wanted to hear what his mother had to say. He liked her voice. Kushina waited for Minato to explain the situation, hoping her son would drop his chains so she could hug him. Once Naruto dropped the chains, Kushina let Minato finish, and then gave a questioning glance to Naruto after he'd smiled at them. Naruto once again nodded and slightly opened his arms, and Kushina gave him the strongest hug a chakra personality could. After a moment, Naruto returned the hug. Naruto was unable to control the rush of emotion the surprise meeting with his parents had caused, and his mother's hug broke the dam. He wanted to hate his father, and he kind of did, but he knew against the Kyuubi he probably had no other choice. His parents are dead, so it was obviously a last resort. Tears began to pour from Naruto's eyes as his mother smothered him with a grisly hug. "I've always wanted to at least know who you are," Naruto said, still acclimating to the information. Needing to get something out of the way, Naruto sent a chain from his hand that smacked Minato in the face, slamming him onto the ground. Letting the chain dispel the told Kushina he was sorry, but she said that Minato kind of deserved it. Minato wasn't expecting a chain to interrupt the mother-son hug and smack him in the face, but guessed that it was more than fair. He'd seen Naruto's horrible circumstances that he'd forced upon him. He was lucky Naruto hadn't absorbed him yet. Naruto walked to his father as he stood up and gave him a quick hug as well, tears slowing down but still dropping. Kushina started rambling on about how she'd always wanted to meet him even before he was born, about how she loved his chains that looked so much better than her red ones, and about him being more her son than Minato's because of his talent in Kenjutsu over Fuinjutsu. She spoke animatedly, not giving Minato a chance to add anything for a while, but she knew they had time. With Naruto's Saigan he could expand their chakra to lengthen their stay, but it would only last while he was in his mindscape. When Minato got his chance to speak, he asked Naruto if there were any questions he wanted to ask before Minato began to tell him the important information he needed to convey. Minato smiled but had a serious tone, piquing Naruto's curiosity. Naruto replied calmly, "I want to ask my questions uninterrupted, so I'd like to hear anything the two of you want to tell me first. It might answer some of my questions before I even ask. Naruto gave a light smile, attempting to open up a little since it was the first and last time meeting his parents. Minato began to speak warmly, but his tone was firm, exactly what Naruto would expect of a Kage. Naruto cared little about the title Hokage, but he respected the ninja who held it. I have a lot to tell you, so listen carefully. For starters, I'm so sorry, Naruto. I never imagined it would be as bad as it was for you, although I knew it would be tough. Jiraiya was your godfather. He was supposed to raise you if we died, and Hiruzen had promised that he would protect you. None of which happened, as you know. Minato was interrupted by an outburst by Kushina, and Naruto noticed that his father seemed to be expecting it. I'm not sure what happened to Tsunanichin. She definitely would have been there if she was alive and knew about you. Something's fishy about that. Kushina then let loose a barrage of obscenities and gave a detailed description on what she'd like to do to Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Cringing, Minato continued. We even hoped my student Kakashi would do something to help you, but we're wrong.
I'm sorry.
Naruto ignored the apology. He didn't know what to make of it at the moment. Kakashi and the Hokage knew? Naruto interjected. Minato nodded with a frown but continued to speak. Minato told Naruto about the circumstances in which he was born. Long story short, a man released the Kyuubi from Kushina's seal and used a genjutsu from a Sharingan to force the Kyuubi to attack the village. His parents died protecting him and sealed Kurama at the final moment. He also warned Naruto about the masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha and gave all the information he could about him. Minato then told Naruto about the key to his seal. Jiraiya would have it. He told Naruto he wasn't ready to try releasing the seal, but it would be beneficial for him to copy the seal if he could get Jiraiya to show it to him. The Toad Summons would have given it to Jiraiya when Minato died. Minato recommended Naruto find Jiraiya for the Toad Summon contract as well because it rightfully belonged to him. The Toads had decided to give ownership of the Toad Summon contract to Minato and his family, as a gift, when Minato became the Hokage, to be passed down. Jiraiya would have it now because he's the last summoner. Naruto knew which Jiraiya he was talking about, but he'd never met him. He would ask the Hokage to see him when he returned to Konoha. He would ask the Hokage many questions. Minato told Naruto about the compound that he owned and could claim at any time. Kushina and Minato, mostly Kushina, built a small compound consisting of a 6-bedroom Japanese-style house and 2 3-bedroom guest houses. The main house was in the middle with a guest house placed on each side but at an angle, creating a half circle. It wasn't complete, so the guest houses had no furnishing and the houses were modest, but it had a huge training ground, large enough for a few training grounds in the back, and the whole compound had more protection seals than the Hokage Tower. Minato and Kushina made them themselves. Jiraiya wasn't even able to breach the property. Minato didn't go through all the details but explained he was the only one alive who could pass the wall that surrounded the entire compound. A complex barrier seal was combined with an Uzumaki chakra conduction seal and modified to absorb and store natural energy. The seal generated a self-sustaining S-rank barrier around the compound. The process was repeated on the buildings and once again on Minato's study. Each barrier would take at least a few S-rank jutsu to break, but was easily accessible for those it was meant for. The barriers would allow Kushina, Minato, and anyone who was related to them both pass through with no problem. The seal was attuned to their blood and chakra signature. All Naruto would have to do is place his blood over the seal on the front gate, and he'd be able to enter the compound and go wherever he wanted. Minato explained that for anyone else to enter the compound, he would have to use a set of hand seals to allow anyone he touches to enter, and that the hand seals he used would determine which barriers the guest could cross. If he had a frequent guest he trusted or girlfriend, as Kushina pointed out, he could give her a key with seals only allowing her to use it. The only ones given full access to the compound, and more importantly Minato's office, were those accepted by the blood seal, which was only Naruto now. Naruto could add people to the blood seal, but since their children would be able to enter as well, Naruto should only add his wife when he gets married. Minato then smiled and told Naruto where to find his greatest achievement, the Hiraishin formula. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato's patented technique. Although Naruto would have to redo the seal to fit his own unique chakra, which could take years but probably not with Naruto's Saigen. The seal would provide the groundwork of a vastly improved version of the second Hokage's Hiraishin. Naruto would find it in his study along with every jutsu and seal Minato had created. In the study he would find Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu scrolls, Uzumaki clan kenjutsu scrolls, even some Uzumaki clan jutsu which was mostly Suiton and Raitun ninjutsu. He'd also find a blueprint of seals and instructions for all the seals placed in the compound. Kushina said she kept a tanto in the office on a stand. It was made from a strong chakra metal grate for conducting seals and she thought he might find it useful. It was the tanto her father gave her when she left Uzushio for the Leaf Village. The Uzumaki clan had an open account within Konoha at the time of Uzushio's destruction, so his mom and now Naruto inherited their clan's funds, having the yen equivalent of nearly 330 mil similar to Sasuke's situation. Naruto could claim only the house and a portion of the money before he turned 18 or was promoted to Chunin. Naruto took in every word, barely even blinking in fear of losing the sight he had now. He had a family who loved him and they were looking at him with so much warmth. They left all this for him and because of that he could publicly claim Hinata without shaming her clan. Hiruzen kept all this from him. Forget the compound and everything in it. He had parents who loved him but Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi kept the information he had the right to know to themselves and he was furious about it, but this wasn't the time. Naruto was already expanding his parents' chakra to extend their stay, but it would only last for so long. He began to ask his parents about themselves and their childhood and lives for hours until Naruto felt Hinata trying to wake him. His parents had explained everything they could to help him in the future. Before Naruto left, his parents asked him to open up to at least a few people and that there were better ways to increase his survival than killing. Minato asked him to not hate the village, and that he could become Hokage if he wanted but would have to kill to improve his village's chances of survival instead of simply his own. Naruto would give it thought but likely just that. Kushina asked him to keep Hinata and to respect her, not to drink too much, and not to gamble if he could help it. She told him she would always be proud of him. Naruto told his parents he loved them as they were beginning to fade. He gave his parents another hug, who left him with heartfelt parting words and advice that made him begin to let loose a few tears. Soon after they were completely gone, sadness turned to anger as he left his mindscape. He saw Hinata, who looked worried, and once she noticed that she'd gotten his attention, she asked what was happening to him. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself and saw that the sun was close to the horizon, meaning he was meditating for hours. He told Hinata exactly what had just happened and she was at a loss for words. She asked if Naruto was okay but could tell he wasn't. Naruto said, "It's time I have a long talk with the Hokage," in a cold tone which meant he was furious. She knew he was happy to have met his family and gotten all that information, but also knew the gravity of what was hidden from him. Naruto suspected the third Hokage of lying about his parents and knew he lied about the Kyuubi before even meeting his parents. Hinata wondered if this was confirmation that Naruto couldn't trust the village. She was right. Naruto lost all trust in the hidden village of the leaves. He was the fourth Hokage's son. His father was the one to curse him with his burden and died in the process for a village that hated and tried again and again to kill his only son and the product of his sacrifice. To top it all off, they'd lied to him about it all. The excuse of protecting him was null and void because they didn't even protect him from the village itself. Hinata gave Naruto a hug, who slowly returned it, which was unusual when he was alone with Hinata, but she understood. The two returned to Tezuna's a little bit before Tezuna and the rest of the team. That night at dinner, Inari had a fit and screamed at the team of ninja that they were all stupid and going to die. Naruto was not in the mood. He let loose a dense killing intent and told Inari that he was a weak brat and that his stepdad died because the wave country was filled with cowards like Inari who didn't back his stepdad up when he stood up for them. He then told Inari that Gato would improve his chances of survival by the end of their mission. By this point, Hinata had placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder after Naruto ignored a firm enough from Kakashi. Naruto pressured the room with some killing intent and left with Hinata following after and delivering an awkward apology, leaving the Genin and Tezuna's family gasping for air from holding their breaths subconsciously. Kakashi smiled and explains that Naruto's been killing people who've been trying to kill him since he was around 7. Sasuke and Shino had heard rumors, but to have their sensei confirm it left them wide-eyed. Inari ran away crying, and the rest of his family was wide-eyed as well. The next couple days went as scheduled, with Shino mastering water walking that he'd been training for a while. He was intent on bridging the gap in chakra control with his normal teammates. Sasuke put the final touches of a powerful katan jutsu that he felt was fitting for an elite like himself. Hinata honed her clan jutsu. On the day Kakashi theorized Zabuza would return, the whole team left with Tazuna to guard him and the bridge. Naruto left 20 shadow clones at Tazuna's house and the surrounding area in case the family was attacked. The work on the bridge had just started when Naruto alerted the team of 3 ninja. For once, dropping the mask and showing a crazed smile with a gleam in his eyes at the prospect of improving his chances of survival. Kakashi noticed the look in Naruto's eyes and wondered what could have happened so significant for Naruto to abandon his mask, and he felt Naruto's bloodlust was even more than the look in his eyes. Kakashi could tell Hinata knew what was going on by her understanding expression. She wasn't scared a bit. Tazuna and the rest of the genin that surrounded him took a step away from Naruto out of instinct. 3 ninjas appeared on the bridge via Shunshin, surrounding the team and Tazuna with a good bit of distance between them. There was Zabuza, Haku with her mask off, and a tall brown shaggy-haired man wearing a black long-sleeve shirt under a gray chestplate with black pants and sandals. He wore a hidden rain headband with a large gen on his back that had no sheath, the nozarashi. The norizashi was a straight, double-sided blade with a black hilt and golden guard. The blade was long, being around 38 inches from hilt to tip. Naruto knew a decent amount about the blade. He knew it was made of the strongest chakra conveying metal ever found and littered with seals that gave the blade a few abilities. He knew the blade was almost indestructible and had seals that used wind chakra to constantly sharpen the blade, making it able to cut just about anything. The blade could also discharge wind chakra with a slash of the blade, making it just as strong or even stronger than the Raijin. The blade would soon belong to him, Naruto thought. The man shouted at the group. "Which one of you killed Aoi and where's his sword? I can find another partner better than Aoi, but I got to kill you on principle." Naruto's crazed smile grew as he activated his Saigen and jolted to the man he knew was Kazuma Kurosagi. Naruto appeared next to him in mid-swing of his katana, aiming to behead him. Kazuma ducked under the swipe and jumped backwards, removing his sword with a scowl on his face. Naruto wasn't done and sent 8 chains to impale his opponent in vital points. Kazuma contorted his body to cleanly dodge 3 of the chains. He channeled wind chakra through his sword and cut through 3 more of the chains, but 2 of the chains caught him slightly. One tore through his side that would have impaled his liver if he hadn't moved, and one scraped the inside of his left arm. Kazuma growled and released a wind slash at Naruto, cutting the rest of the chains in the process. Naruto was so surprised to see his so-called indestructible chakra chains being cut like noodles that he was almost hit by the wind slash sent in retaliation. A clone Naruto had previously transformed to look like a worker used a kawarimi substitution with Naruto and took the hit, dispelling it. He thanked his forethought but cursed his mistake of letting the surprise hinder him. Naruto threw a few kunai and enhanced them with Futon Gale Palm towards the slightly injured and pissed Kazuma, who cut through 2 but received a scratch on his arm from the 3rd. Naruto then spoke. "Come if you want Aoi's sword back. I want no interruptions while you improve my chances of survival." With that, Naruto began running off the bridge and towards a clearing he knew was right behind the row of trees along the coast. Kazuma didn't think twice and chased after Naruto, hurling obscenities and wind slashes at the blonde. Kakashi saw Naruto attack and lead Kazuma off the bridge and believed his words about not being interrupted. He told his genin to remember the plan and not to worry about Naruto until they could provide backup. Zabuza gave a laugh and remarked that he hoped Kazuma sliced the gaki to pieces. Haku took a deep breath in relief that Naruto wasn't aiming all that bloodlust at her, at least for the moment. Haku had to block a kick from the Uchiha boy who was eyeing her like she was some prey. Sasuke had taken Naruto's attack as a signal to go and followed suit. Tazuna was backed away by Shino, who had his bugs out and ready to attack or defend. Kakashi engaged Zabuza after his team had begun their objectives. Hinata worried about Naruto but stayed back near Shino and trusted him to improve his chances of survival on his own. She turned her focus on Haku as she fought Sasuke. Sasuke engaged Haku in taijutsu with his Sharingan already activated. After a couple exchanges, he began to gain the upper hand. Haku jumped back and went through a unique hand seal along with a couple Hinata recognized and created blades on her forearms. She re-engaged Sasuke and was keeping him on the defensive with the need to dodge more than parry or block. Sasuke attempted to quickly fling a kunai at Haku close range, but Haku dodged it and delivered a kick to Sasuke's chest, sending him backwards. Sasuke quickly recovered and went through hand seals, Katan, Great Fireball, and sent a giant ball of flames at Haku, who created a water wall after a few hand seals. The jutsu collided and created a cloud of steam. Haku used that time to go through hand seals 4, Hayatan 1000 Needles of Death, and sent a barrage of needles in Sasuke's direction, who saw them with his Sharingan as they drew close. He dodged and blocked the needles with kunai he held in his hands until the jutsu was over, only receiving a few needles that didn't hinder him. Haku was impressed but knew she'd have to fight the Hyuga that was obviously watching her every move when she was done with the Uchiha, so she ran through a long set of hand seals using a few unique seals to create her Hayatan Demonic Ice Mirror Dome. Hinata watched as Haku created a dome of ice mirrors that hovered together without touching and then proceeded to go into one of the mirrors. She had a feeling Sasuke was in trouble, so she drew closer but didn't act. Sasuke had made it clear she wasn't to help even if he died. Hinata would jump in before then, but he deserved a nice ass kicking first. Sasuke saw Haku go through hand seals and stood on guard ready to dodge or counterattack, but wasn't expecting a bunch of mirrors to come together to form a dome around him. He could see Hinata had come closer through the cracks, but he was damned if he needed help from a Hyuga. Sasuke tried to kick the ice and break it, but the mirror didn't even budge. He jumped back to the center of the dome and sent a Katan Great Fireball at the mirrors that once again didn't budge. Sasuke was beginning to get mad but kept cool and tried to think of a way out. His ninja senses screamed and he dodged a barrage of senbon but still took 2 to the shoulder. He turned to see Haku inside of the mirror that was behind him. After a not-so-friendly banter between the two, Haku began her attack while Sasuke tried to figure out what was going on. Sasuke could dodge most of the needles using his Jujutsu but could barely keep up with Haku because she would move to mirrors behind Sasuke to get out of his eyesight. She must have seen his Sharingan when he rescued Kakashi from Zabuza. This continued until Sasuke had multiple needles around his body. Hinata thought it was time and began trying to break the ice or at least distract Haku. Hinata could see what Haku was doing for the most part with her Byakugan. She knew how fast she was and didn't want to test her speed against Haku's near the dome. Hinata sent 5 water clones to test the strength of the ice, which divided Haku's attention, causing her to pay attention to Hinata and Sasuke while maintaining her dome. Sasuke used the slightly extra time he was getting, ignoring the fact that Hinata was interfering. He noticed Haku moved in a certain pattern and calculated her next 2 mirror appearances. Sasuke needed an opening to use his strongest Katan Jutsu, but he wouldn't be fast enough to set a trap unless he took the first hit and caught Haku on the second mirror. Having decided, Sasuke removed shuriken tied with wire and threw them in a way that the 2 of the shuriken curved away from middle shuriken. Haku jumped to the first mirror and threw her senbon, hitting him but missing vitals before moving to the next mirror, and was barely able to dodge the shuriken Sasuke had thrown before she even headed towards the mirror. Haku was about to enter her mirror and away from danger when ninja wire wrapped around her, pulling her to the ground. As soon as Haku fell into Sasuke's trap, he went through hand seals and unleashed his strongest Katan Jutsu, Katan, Dragon's Maw. Sasuke released a condensed stream of flame from his mouth, aiming at Haku and the mirror behind her. Haku used a single one-handed hand seal to create blades of ice on her arms to cut the ninja wire and entered the nearest mirror before using it to jump to another mirror. She barely avoided a flame shower as Sasuke's jutsu slammed into one of her ice mirrors and quickly started melting it. Haku pumped as much chakra as she could into the mirror, and it began to repair itself but began melting again, but slower when Sasuke poured more chakra into his jutsu. Haku knew her best option was to take out Sasuke before he could escape and jumped from her current mirror to one behind Sasuke and sent needles to his neck, intending putting him in a death-like state. Haku's mirror melted completely through in the middle but was beginning to rebuild itself when that same mirror exploded and Sasuke's body disappeared and was replaced with a Hinata. Haku checked the outside of her mirrors and saw Hinata with Sasuke about 10 feet behind her being dragged by bugs towards the bug genin. After dispelling Hinata's water clone, Haku manipulated her mirrors to move around, boxing in Hinata, who tried to escape but didn't think the dome of mirrors would come to her. Hinata didn't panic because she'd already come up with a plan for if she was trapped in here. Hinata didn't have to track Haku because she could see all around her in almost a 360-degree range. Even if Haku was fast enough to attack from multiple directions at the same time, she could see all directions at the same time and act accordingly. Haku attempted to hit the Hyuga with her Senbon barrages, but after a handful of attempts she was only able to get her a couple times. Hinata put together that it was the ice user who encountered Naruto in the forest, and Hinata wondered why Naruto had left this girl alive. So she asked a question, "Why'd Naruto leave you alive?" Haku was surprised by the question from the Hyuga but told her that if she won she'd tell her. She also relayed a message to Hinata in the event that she died. The message was to tell Naruto that she chose to complete this mission as herself, and that it was her last mission with Zabuza regardless. Haku had taken Naruto's words to heart and made up her mind to be her own person. She'd even confronted Zabuza, who called her a broken weapon that he didn't need anyway. Haku's only still going along with the mission to test Hinata. The girl Naruto had said would defeat her. Hinata figured Naruto had either helped Haku with a decision or given her a choice. But for what? She didn't know. She'd have to close all of Haku's points to get her answer. Hinata felt a chakra spike and looked through the ice in the direction Naruto ran off in and saw a tornado rampaging through the trees that even continued onto the water, sending blades of wind that destroyed all of the trees it passed. Hinata knew Naruto couldn't do that and decided she needed to finish things with Haku. With Naruto led the loudmouth Norizashi wielder to the nearby clearing while dodging wind slashes and bad insults. He waited in the clearing for Kazuma, who made his appearance by trying to bifurcate Naruto. Naruto could sense him coming and jolted away in the nick of time, appearing in the middle of the clearing. Naruto calmed his bloodlust and gave Kazuma an impassive expression. Kazuma just gave Naruto an arrogant smirk and charged at him, slashing with his large blade. Naruto was under no illusion that the katana his ever-absentee sensei, Crow, gave him would hold in a head-up clash with the Norizashi. He wouldn't use the Raijin no Ken because as far as he was concerned, the Raijin no Ken was forever gone. Naruto parried the Norizashi and stepped past the sword, being sure not to let his blade come full contact with the blade edge. Naruto repositioned and swung his katana downwards, trying to slash Kasuma while within his guard. Kasumi contorted his body sideways, bringing the Norizashi high enough across his chest to block Naruto's katana after it sliced into his shoulder, leaving a shallow but long cut. Naruto stepped backward to avoid the wide slash sent by Kasumi. Naruto attempted to impale Kasumi with a quick barrage of his chains, but a large wind slash tore through them. Finding out the weakness of his chains mid-fight wasn't helpful to Naruto, improving his chances of survival. He wouldn't risk using his unique kenjutsu style because it heavily relied on his chains to keep the enemy at bay. Changing tactics, Naruto made 50 shadow clones to find Kasuma's weak points. The clones weren't coordinated in their attacks because they were meant to be sacrificed to improve his chances of survival. Naruto thought over the memories from his clones and decided that his best option was to use his speed because he was much faster than Kasuma, although the man had good reaction speed. Naruto's kenjutsu was slightly better than Kasuma's, but Kasuma's sword was vastly better. The Norizashi had already left gashes in his blade, and Kasuma could fire off his wind slashes with seemingly little to no chakra. Naruto decided to try using his speed to cut off Kasuma's arm and then his head, improving Naruto's chances of survival. Naruto created 10 shadow clones that circled Kazuma, jolting erratically to avoid the barrage of wind slashes. Naruto joined the clones and they all removed their katanas while circling Kazuma. Naruto gave a signal to his clones, who began coordinated attacks. They would attack from opposite sides simultaneously, use high-low tactics, and even throw kunai back and forth to distract Kazuma. Kazuma showed a surprising reaction speed by dodging, parrying, and slashing through the clones. Although he received a few more cuts and a gash on his thigh, 6 clones were dispelled in the first few exchanges. Naruto continued to circle Kazuma while building speed by timing his jolt steps and performing consecutive jolt steps, almost creating after images as he ran. Kazuma saw that Naruto was up to something. It was kind of obvious, but he couldn't do much until he dealt with the clones. They could take advantage of any of his mistakes. Kazuma discharged a few well-timed wind slashes to dispel the remaining clones, and his senses warned him to dodge or swing, so he swung his blade, speeding up his swing by a burst of futon chakra. Kazuma's sword chopped through two things: a katana headed towards his arm, and the tip of a spike of hair on a certain blonde's head. Naruto didn't care about how close to not surviving he just was. Naruto was having what his new furry friend would call one fucked up week. His precious katana was now destroyed. His village hated and lied to him. His chains had a glaring weakness that he never knew about, and he now missed the dead parents that he never knew until a few days ago. Naruto was about to fucking kill Kazuma and probably someone else. His chances of survival needed improving now. Naruto jolted back a few times and created 30 more clones, ignoring Kazuma's annoyed growl and proclamation that they weren't working. He observed impassively as his clones enacted his next strategy, occasionally dodging wind slashes from Kazuma. Kazuma wanted to attack the real Naruto, but the little fuckers of clones would slash him from behind if he headed his direction. 20 clones recreated Naruto's earlier strategy with coordinated attacks and constant movement. With so many opponents this time, Kazuma was having a hard time dodging every kunai slash or projectile, but was still trimming down the clones at a similar pace. Naruto saw an opening and charged in to deliver the final blow. Kazuma smirked. He faked an opening to draw out the real one. Naruto noticed a smirk on the ninja's face, and his shinobi alarms started ringing. Quickly, he sent chains through the ground to stop his forward motion, narrowly escaping a slash to his abdomen. Although he was sure he dodged it, Naruto received a shallow cut. Wind chakra, Naruto thought. He'd have to be more cautious and watch with his Saigan. Naruto's remaining 10 clones paired up in groups of 2, then spread out in positions surrounding the attacking clones and Kazuma. When there were 4 clones left circling Kazuma, the clones came to a halt and clasped their palms together. Next, they quickly opened their palms facing Kazuma. Each clone's left palm had a flash seal that was activated with a quick ram seal with the clone's right hand. The seals released a blinding flash with a deafening pop, disorienting Kazuma, while each of the pairs of clones went through hand seals. One clone would perform Raiton electromagnetic murder while the other performs futon air bullets. The combination attack would result in a large quantity of Raiton enhanced air bullets that either pierce through the target or release a mini Raiton explosion on impact. The clones prepared the attack but waited for Naruto's signal. Naruto looked at Kazuma, who was clutching his Norizashi in a defensive position with his eyes closed, probably too sensitive from the flash. Naruto waited a single moment to savor the improvement to his chances of survival. He gave the signal, and his clones released the jutsu that he called Futon Raiton Combination Jutsu, Futon Firing Squad. They began to shoot barrages of the Raiton-charged air bullets. Kazuma knew he was fucked. Naruto hadn't blinded and deafened him for no reason, and he needed a few seconds to recover his senses. Kazuma thought he couldn't take the chance. He had to use his word's signature jutsu. Kazuma released all the chakra still stored in his sword, his little secret, and made a 360 with his Norizashi held horizontally. The output of chakra from his sword being dispelled so quickly whipped a futon tornado wall that surrounded Kazuma almost too late because he was peppered by Naruto's jutsu on half of his right side. One might have punctured his lungs, but he'd live if he could kill this brat quick enough. Kazuma continued to empty the seal on his blade, hoping that the seal's chakra would outlast the blonde's jutsu. He'd used a ridiculous amount of chakra that took him forever to store in his blade. Kazuma would have to use his most powerful attacks, but it'd take the rest of chakra that he had. Naruto cursed himself for playing with his food. He thought his clones might have gotten him, but he obviously wasn't dead, but would have been if he didn't pre-admire his kill. Naruto's clones continued to fire until they ran out of chakra and dispelled. Naruto watched as the tornado surrounding Kazama didn't dissipate but sped up. The tornado grew bigger and began sending wind blades flying randomly that sliced cleanly through the surrounding trees. Naruto could see Kazuma through the tornado in the form of an outline of chakra. He could see the physical chakra coils as well now too, which is no doubt a result of his Saigan's power growing. Naruto saw him run through hand seals and send a few wind slashes towards his direction from the eye of the tornado. Apparently the wind slashes multiplied when passing through the tornado, and dozens of quick wind blades flew in Naruto's direction relentlessly for nearly a minute. Naruto had jolt-stepped more consecutive times than he ever had before, but still ended up with deep cuts on his arms and legs, and a nasty one on his back. Naruto thought of what he could do, but he saw the tornado speed up again. Naruto saw Kazuma molding almost all of his chakra while blurring through hand seals, and immediately went through his own seals. His chains would be like wet noodles against such strong wind chakra, which he'd only recently learned. Naruto clasped his hands together after completing his seals to mold his chakra, and placed his hands on the ground and screamed for all his survival could muster, "Mokutan Great Bunker." Naruto created a wooden dome and then created a wooden pyramid over his dome while pumping a ridiculous amount of chakra into the wooden structures. The first dome was small, just barely big enough for Naruto to fit in uncomfortably. He needed this dome to be condensed and infused with as much of his chakra as possible, and the closer the easier. The pyramid formation was to help disperse what he was sure to be a horrible jutsu. It was only about 10 feet tall, which looked underwhelming in the face of the raging tornado jutsu. Naruto could easily see the tornado of spiraling chakra and the one feeding it through his great bunker. It would look as if there was a weakness in his jutsu because the field of vision was seemingly cut off, but only seemingly. Kazuma saw the boy create some type of wooden pyramid, probably to defend himself from the near S-class jutsu he was about to send. By feeding his tornado wall with wind slashes and a futon jutsu he created, Kazuma can direct volleys of wind slashes and even the whole tornado, which he was about to do. The jutsu was called Norizashi's Birthright, but Kazuma was too tired to speak it aloud. He nearly emptied his reserves, ensuring to eviscerate the kid with his winds. He saved only enough chakra to sneak up on Tazuna and kill him for hiring this genin instead of just dying like a good old man. The tornado rocketed towards Naruto, creating a path of destruction with its fierce cutting winds. Naruto watched in awe from within his bunker. He continued pumping and condensing the chakra in his wood like he saw Yamato do in the true genin exam. When the jutsu hit, he fought to maintain his pyramid but eventually let go of it and focused all his chakra on the little dome. His pyramid held up for a few more seconds against the ripping tornado until it was shattered into millions of splinters. The tornado continued its path of destruction over Naruto's dome and carved its way to the coast and then onto the water. After another minute or so had passed, the jutsu dispelled. Kazuma looked across the now huge clearing to see the dome with numerous deep slashes still holding up after all the carnage. Kazuma wouldn't let this kid outlive him and figured the Norizashi itself would be able to make it through the small dome. Kazuma molded the last of his chakra into his sword and charged the dome, intending to stab through it. The brat was open while he was blinded by his own jutsu. After all, Kazuma thought. Naruto was exhausted after expending so much chakra, though he still had chakra to spare. The amount exerted was enough to make him breath heavily. Naruto saw Kazuma charge his dome and knew that no matter how strong his dome was, Norizashi itself could probably cut through it. He quickly went through hand seals for his splinter spear jutsu, and when Kazuma was a step away from impaling the wooden defense, when Naruto released about a dozen long spears of wood impaling Kazuma in multiple vital points. Naruto had timed it perfectly and finally improved his chances of survival using his opponent's weakened state and their preconception that he was blind inside of his dome. Naruto receded his wooden dome to the ground. He then claimed his prize and lopped off Kazuma's head, sealing them both away. From this point on, the legend of the Raijin no Ken and the growing legend of the Norizashi were over. This was the beginning of creation of one of the greatest swords in the world. Naruto would do more than replace his katana that couldn't really be replaced. He found the broken pieces of his sword by sensing out the residual chakra still inside the shards and sealed it away. Naruto was content to have both swords, but his bloodlust was still raging. More people would have to improve his chances of survival because of his village's treachery. It wouldn't be smart to kill anyone in Konoha, but he was open to who it'd be. Even if he had to search for Gato and every last thug in Waves, Naruto was going to have his carnage. For Naruto, the sooner the better, because if he didn't quell his anger soon, by the time they returned to Konoha, he felt like he might just release Kyuubi to have some fun with the real villagers. Fortunately for him, He sensed the next improval to his chances of survival, piling onto the bridge. Naruto smiled and was almost giddy at the willing victims. With Hinata, she figured that Haku was watching as well because she wasn't attacked even though Hinata would have been able to see the attack too. Haku, like Hinata, thought it was time to end the fight. Hinata resumed dodging the increasingly faster attacks with Senbon increasing her speed as well but still receiving a few more Senbon in her body. Hinata Jolt stepped to a mirror after dodging a barrage of Senbon. Hinata focused chakra into her palm and slammed it into the mirror, releasing the built-up chakra on contact. The mirror cracked from the sudden powerful impact. The strike was one of Hinata's jutsu, Air Palm. She'd modified the Air Palm to be a close-range attack by using her now near-perfect chakra control to condense and release the attack within the palm of her hand instead of projecting it. The mirror began to repair itself as Hinata prepared another close Air Palm. Haku couldn't let that next one hit and jumped to the mirror next to the cracked one and kicked Hinata back to the center of the dome. Haku re-entered her dome and began sending barrage after barrage at her top speed at Hinata, who'd recovered and began dodging as fast as she could but was receiving a needle in almost every barrage. Haku decided she needed her trump card to beat Hinata, so she went through hand seals and created a clone of herself in every mirror. She then announced the name of the jutsu she worked so hard to create: Ice Release All-Encompassing Rain. Haku released a barrage of ice senbon from every mirror, believing that she was sealing her fate when Naruto found out she'd killed the girl he had so much faith in. Hinata saw Haku appear in every mirror and assumed a traditional Juken stance, one she didn't use often nowadays but was needed for the so-called ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan. Hinata began to spin, expelling chakra from all her chakra points. A dome of chakra quickly emerged around Hinata and deflected all the ice senbon. As Hinata ended her clan jutsu called the rotation, she immediately made the cross-hand seal and poofed a shadow clone next to her who charged at a mirror and slammed another condensed air palm into the mirror, once again cracking it. Hinata followed her clone but knew she wouldn't reach the mirror and began her rotation a step away from the cracked mirror. Haku had seen Hinata's clone crack her mirror with Hinata following behind. Haku dispelled the clone with an ice senbon and appeared in the mirror next to the one Hinata's clone had cracked. Haku jumped out the mirror to kick Hinata back to the middle of the dome like before but ran into the Hyuga girl's dome of chakra. The speed at which Haku was moving was used against her when the dome of chakra reversed her momentum, throwing her into her own mirror that she was too dazed to enter. Haku fell to the ground and got up slowly after being ragdolled in her own ice dome. Haku looked up to see the Hyuga girl thrusting her palms in her direction. Hinata used Haku's slow recovery to close the distance and begin attacking her chakra points. Haku attempted to fight back or jump to a mirror, but Hinata was too fast and closed off 64 of her main tenketsu. With Hinata's more fluid Juken, she could string any attack with the next until her opponent's main 64 tenketsu were closed, as opposed to the traditional Juken that used a specific stance and needed a somewhat stationary target to hit. The dome of ice collapsed into water all around Haku and Hinata. Hinata looked down at the ice user who couldn't lift a finger and told her they weren't done. Observing the situation on the bridge, Hinata saw Zabuza caught by a bunch of dogs. Kakashi then plunged a hand covered with some lightning jutsu into Zabuza's chest. Shino was guarding Tazuna and Sasuke, and what Hinata saw next made her eyes widen. She saw a large band of thugs that she approximated to be around 330 or so members, being led by a short, fat, balding businessman with extremely expensive clothes. The man she knew was Gato, by his description, stopped walking and was surrounded by his goons. He then began to laugh boisterously, mocking Zabuza's death. Haku, who'd seen Zabuza be impaled from her spot on the ground, was furious but could do nothing. Even though Haku had made the decision to not be anyone's tool, it didn't mean she wanted to see Zabuza die. Haku actually had an unrealistic hope that she'd be able to get Zabuza to abandon the mission, but was wrong, and Naruto was right about Kakashi. Gato told his goons that they could have the girls after they kill the remaining ninja, and the conscious and present members of the Konoha team took up defensive positions. Haku only hoped they didn't leave her to the goons, or at least that Naruto would come back and kill her first. As Gato's goons sized up the shinobi, Naruto appeared in a shunshin right behind Gato. Naruto quickly took out two kunai, extending its length with futon chakra, He slashed through Gato's neck mid-laugh, and before Gato's body showed any sign of the beheading, Naruto cleanly slashed Gato's head into 6 parts. Gato's head exploded into a shower of blood that splattered Naruto and the surrounding thugs. The closest thugs to Naruto were in shock, and looking at the blonde's expression made them believe all the horror stories they would hear as kids. They were about to be in one. Naruto had returned to his crazed smile, but his eyes were furious. The killing intent drifting off of the young ninja was causing the closest thugs to completely freeze. Hinata and the rest of the team minus Sasuke, who was still out, saw Naruto appear and butcher Gato's head, and now they were worried for the thugs. Hinata could tell from Naruto's expression that he'd lost it. Hinata told her team to keep as much distance between them and Naruto as possible because even she might not be safe from him for now. Kakashi wondered if it was the Kyuubi, but he didn't feel an ounce of the malevolent chakra. Kakashi racked his brain trying to find out exactly what set Naruto off to this extent. Naruto's crazed smile became outright manic as he released over 50 large chains that impaled, sliced, drained, crushed, and strangled thugs indiscriminately. Particularly gruesome and inventive improvements were Naruto's only semblance of control. Blood began to pool, bodies were tossed about and ripped apart. The screams were bone-chilling as Naruto's chains tore through the horde of thugs. Naruto withdrew his chains after a couple minutes. He could sense the thugs getting over their shock and beginning to run away, which he couldn't have. Some had jumped over the bridge, but most knew it wasn't survivable with the sharp rocks and strong rip currents. Naruto ignored the blood he felt dripping off him and piles of bodies that had improved his chances of survival and used a shunsin to appear in front of the fleeing thugs. The thugs had barely made it to the beginning of the bridge but were now faced with the bloody brat they were running from. They chose one of a few options. Some charged Naruto with their various weapons to go out with dignity. Some tried to run past and around, while most ran the opposite direction. Naruto had begun taking out the thugs personally with his extended kunai. He started jolting, continuously making a kill to a fleeing or attacking thug with every step. Naruto saw a few getting away by using their sheer numbers to escape, so he pushed his jolt step to be faster and achieved just that with every step. Naruto decimated almost 50 of the thugs seemingly at once, as if there were multiple Narutos. He even managed to get the ones who'd made it past him and was pushing the horde back, which caused the majority to turn and run the opposite way. Naruto's body was reaching a limit he didn't know it had. He was perfectly healed with the combination of Kurama's chakra and what he'd absorbed, but the chakra use was creating a strain on his coils that he couldn't heal. Deciding to finish the last 100 or so thugs, Naruto created 50 clones who grouped into twos and surrounded the remaining thugs by jolt stepping into their positions. They ran through hand seals for the Futon Raitun combination jutsu, firing squad. They awaited Naruto's signal to finish off the thugs who were huddled together begging to be spared. The thugs weren't even fighting back anymore, and Naruto's expression had become impassive with a little tint of boredom at the sight. Naruto's need to improve his chances of survival was sated when he'd gotten up close and personal. Now Naruto was just going through the motions, so he gave his signal and the clones let loose the Raitun-enhanced air bullets into the remaining mob of thugs. Once again blood began to rain and the screams filled the air until they went silent, shortly followed by the poof of Naruto's clones running out of chakra. Naruto saw 12 more living chakra signatures hiding within impromptu graveyard and, having gone as far as he had, decided to finish the job. Naruto was a fan of perfection after all. He sent out 12 chains to grab the remaining 12 living thugs and raise them above his head. Naruto then coiled his chains around them, nearly encompassing their entire bodies. He raised his right hand and slowly closed it into a fist. The sounds of screams giving way to the sound of bones crushing that became the sounds of blood raining down upon Naruto. Naruto then spoke in a tone that he felt to bore the absolute truth. "This is what Konoha has made me. If your wish is to fight beside me, to stay by my side, or to attempt to guide my path, then you must be able to feel the rain as I do. One day, I will stand atop the ninja world as the strongest ever, and if you cannot stand the rain, you won't make it there with me." Naruto closed his eyes as he felt the blood continue to rain down upon him. He felt Hinata jolt step to his side and look him in the eyes. Naruto told her that he didn't mean the rain part literally, and Hinata just kissed him. When she pulled away, told Naruto that she knew what he meant and she'd weather the rain with him literally and metaphorically, to which he smirked. Naruto dropped the bodies away from him with a thud and winced at the pain his adrenaline was hiding. Hinata checked Naruto over with her Byakugan and saw his coils were inflamed pretty badly. Naruto told her he'd be fine for now but had one more objective of the day. Tazuna had passed out after smelling the heavy scent of blood in the air during Naruto's chain rampage. Shino was currently throwing up and dry heaving at the scene he'd just witnessed. He never even noticed Hinata leave them. Kakashi wanted to believe he was hallucinating. His sensei's son had become a blood-lusted, cold-hearted killer. He watched the hunger to kill in Naruto's eyes when he killed Gato, and was disgusted by the look of ecstasy in Naruto's eyes as he killed nearly 200 thugs with his chains. Naruto never once flinched at any of the carnage he'd caused. He wasn't even blonde anymore. His hair was dyed a dark red by the blood of the thugs. His hair was crimson even though he was a blonde. The bodies on the bridge were mutilated and laying in pools of blood so thick it virtually painted most of the bridge. Worst of all was what Naruto had said to them. Kakashi was pretty sure it was directed to all of them minus Sasuke. The true message was, "This is who I am. Either you're with me until the end or not at all." Watching Hinata kiss Naruto, Kakashi knew that she'd choose Naruto over the village. She'd literally followed him through a rain of blood and shared a kiss. Kakashi was fucking tired. He might have to take Anko up on her offer to help him relax when they returned to Konoha. Naruto and Hinata walked over to Haku, who'd watched the whole scene, still dripping with blood. Naruto ordered Haku to explain why she was on the bridge and asked if he needed to break another tool today. Haku told him that she wasn't a tool and she'd been on the mission to test Hinata, which made Hinata raise an eyebrow. Haku explained their interaction a few days before to Hinata and told her she wanted to at least prove Naruto wrong in something by defeating her. Hinata giggled at this and replied, "Not this time," before Haku asked if Naruto's offer was still on the table. Naruto nodded impassively but told Haku she'd have to do something for him before they left. Kakashi didn't have the energy to object. He'd let the Hokage handle it. Sasuke woke up when Haku instructed Hinata on how to properly remove the Senbon, putting him in a death-like state. He was able to move only barely but enough to walk and survey the mass murder on the bridge. Sasuke asked the team what had happened and why the fuck Hinata was carrying Haku on her back, but no one answered the Uchiha, who said they would answer him when they returned to Tazuna's. Over the next 2 weeks, Haku stayed with Tazuna's family and the Konoha team. Sasuke demanded her death as an enemy of Konoha, and Kakashi said that Naruto couldn't make decisions like admitting her to the Hidden Leaf Village on his own. Naruto would simply give them a look that told them they had no choice. The bodies were thrown over the bridge, but there was a section that was stained with a deep red. Naruto even helped them complete the bridge a week earlier by giving Tazuna 100 clones every day the second week after the attack. It would have been completed sooner if Hinata had allowed Naruto to use chakra during the first week, but his coils needed to heal. Hinata and Shino finally had time to work through the trauma of their first kills, and Haku was slowly acclimating to living her own life. The final 2 weeks was essentially a vacation for the Konoha team. All except Sasuke, who was training like the brother who killed his clan was coming to see him. Sasuke's Sharingan had developed further, giving him 2 tomos in each eye right before Haku made him take a nap. He'd lost to the ice user, who lost to Hinata, who was weaker than Naruto, so in Sasuke's mind he was weak, which wasn't acceptable. Tazuna and many residents of Wave saw the Konoha team off after cheering for them and even chanted Naruto's name. Fangirls began popping up and Sasuke was ready to run, except they nearly mobbed Naruto instead of him, which strangely annoyed the Uchiha more. Hinata and Haku gave glares that scared them off, while Naruto silently and stoically took in the admiration and appreciation he was receiving. Naruto's impassive expression had even slightly softened, and he had a look of longing in his eyes, something only Kakashi and Hinata noticed. As the team left, they looked at the Great Naruto Bridge, as named by Tazuna and the people of Wave. Inari even idolized Naruto now, although was too afraid to tell him. Placed on both ends of the bridge, there was a large stone carving with the name of the bridge and a passage that read, "Built by Tazuna and named after the crimson blonde hero whose chains freed the land of waves, Naruto Uzumaki." The adopted Team Kakashi said their farewells and left for Konoha with Haku along for the ride. When they reached Konoha, they went straight to the Hokage's tower, with Kakashi explaining to the guards that they were taking Haku to see the Hokage per Naruto's reasons. The group entered the Hokage office, and Hiruzen was glad that the whole team returned seemingly safe and unharmed. Despite being talented genin, they were still fresh, and a C-turned-A rank mission could have ended in all their deaths. Hiruzen welcomed the group and noticed a new person he knew was a shinobi by their posture. "And who do I have the pleasure of meeting today? We usually just don't allow foreign shinobi to just come into our village with no forewarning." Kakashi smiled and told the Hokage he'd have to talk the blonde genin for his answer. Naruto, who'd been glaring at the Hokage since they entered, said, "I'll explain when we talk privately." The Hokage nodded as he met Naruto's eyes and was surprised but returned the glare because he was the damn Hokage. The mission debriefing was tense until Kakashi finished detailing the events of their mission, giving a basic rundown and planning to go through specifics with the Hokage later on. Hiruzen complimented and dismissed the team after giving them 2 to 3 weeks off for accomplishing an A-rank mission 2 months after becoming a ninja. Naruto asked Hinata to wait with Haku outside while he spoke with the Hokage. The Hokage had his Umbu watching Haku, so he allowed it. Naruto asked the Hokage to speak alone even without the Umbu because he had important things to discuss, more important than the shinobi girl they came with, but would speak with him about that as well. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, then dismissed his Umbu and activated the privacy seals within the office. Naruto was obviously pissed, but Hiruzen was the god of shinobi. He wouldn't fear a boy. Naruto gave a look to Kakashi and said, "Alone." Kakashi stayed where he was despite the glare Naruto was sending his way. Kakashi decided to get his questions answered with the Hokage, who had similar questions. "Naruto, where's the Raijin no Ken, Norizashi, and Zabuza's sword? Also, why didn't you tell anyone about your jujitsu and keep its abilities a secret? I would like to know that as well," Hiruzen added with the firm voice of a leader. "The Raijin no Ken and the Norizashi legends have ended. They are gone forever. I don't have Zabuza's sword, and why would I trust anyone in the village with the secrets of my jujitsu? The Hokage still lies to me," Naruto replied. "What do you mean gone forever, and who has it? Listen, Naruto, you don't need 3 swords and can't just claim them for your own. Sasuke was on the mission too. He deserves a chance to wield the Raijin." Hiruzen allowed Kakashi to bitch about his apprentice getting a legendary blade while he thought about what Naruto had said. Naruto knew something, and if Hiruzen forced the information out of him without telling him what he wanted to know, he might just leave the village. He could tell him about the Kyuubi, but if he withheld information about his parents and Naruto somehow knew, then he'd probably still leave the village. He had a hard decision to make. Naruto was just annoyed at Kakashi trying to find power for the Uchiha that he didn't even earn. He replied with a slight bit of venom in his voice. "I told you the swords are no more, and I don't have the Kubikirabocho. And I cut the head off of Aoi and Kazuma, so I will claim what's mine. Their bounty and any weapons on them are mine." Kakashi continued to admonish Naruto, but was completely ignored while he glared at the Hokage. Hiruzen raised a hand to get Kakashi to stop, saying they'd handle the discussion of the swords later, and dismissed Kakashi, telling him to return in the morning. Now alone with Naruto, Hiruzen asked him what he knew. Naruto told Hiruzen that his parents had sealed a portion of their chakra into him with the Kyubis, and he'd met them when he went into his mindscape and saw the Kyubi. Naruto didn't tell him he'd met the fox before, or that he forcibly activated the chakra that was hidden within the foxes using his Saigen. Naruto told Hiruzen the discussions he had with his parents and how disappointed they were in Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and to a lesser extent Kakashi. Naruto demanded that the Hokage give him everything that should have been his, including the available portion of money from his parents, the toad summoning scroll from Jiraiya, and his real name. Struggling to control his anger, Naruto told the Hokage that he was moving into his parents' compound that night. He finished by screaming, "And before you say I can't claim my heritage for my protection, I've been protecting myself since I was 7. The compound is one of the safest places in Konoha, and you lied to me and let me suffer in this village." Tears flowed freely from Naruto's eyes as he stared at the man who'd at once been his Jiji until Naruto was smart enough to understand his situation. Hiruzen was initially furious at the way a genin was demanding such things from him and at his audacity to decide to end an S-rank secret on his own authority, but then melted away when he saw Naruto's tears. Years of guilt that Hiruzen had built up came crashing upon the old man at once. He'd screwed up too many times with Naruto. He never specified for his Umbu to protect the boy. Just watch him and make sure he doesn't die. He didn't believe he needed to, but the hate was more than he imagined. He'd hidden his heritage to keep him from political wolves and outside assassins, but in hindsight Naruto was still a target for the wolves and had lived through multiple assassination attempts. Now his successor's prodigy of a son was quite possibly a highly functional psychopath. Hiruzen released a sigh and buried his face into his hands. Naruto, my boy, you must understand that I did my best. After the Kyuubi's attack, I had no choice but to retake the position of Hokage, and the council used the crisis to expand their power. I did the best I could for you while keeping the village running and safe. With the way the village treated you, I was scared you'd tell everyone with ears that the fourth was your dad, putting you in even more danger. I didn't want the Kyuubi to influence your negative emotions when you became aware of its presence, so I waited to tell you. I did my best, Naruto. Now, are you sure you're ready to take on the Namake's name? Naruto ignored the Hokage's excuses and gave a curt nod before saying, yes, from now on I will be Naruto Uzumaki Namake's and I'll need a meeting with Jiraiya. Hiruzen nodded and replied, I'll have him come see you when he returns to the village. He's usually away running his spy network. Now about your jujutsu and the girl waiting outside. I'd like you to tell me what it does and who she is. Naruto wouldn't be telling Hiruzen everything, but he'd sensed the pain and regret in the Hokage's chakra and was ready to get what was his and leave. Naruto told the old man that his jujutsu revolved around chakra. It gave him heightened sensory abilities as well as the ability to see chakra more in depth than the Byakugan, even through objects and over long distances. His Saigen also gave him his ability to absorb chakra. Something he could do without his chains but just never did. It also allowed him to manipulate chakra at its core along with perfect chakra control. When asked what he meant to manipulate chakra at its core, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and told Hiruzen he couldn't explain it but could do things with chakra. Throwing the Hokage a bone to butter him up for Haku, Naruto clasped his hands together and grew a little tree in the middle of the office, which caused the Hokage's jaw to drop. Before Hiruzen could bombard Naruto with questions, Naruto explained that he absorbed the Shodai's chakra from one of his large trees and recreated the chakra. Naruto didn't explain that he actually gave himself a Mokutan bloodline or that he planned to do the same to Hinata or any of the intricate details he and Hinata had found about his Saigen, and Naruto definitely wasn't telling the Hokage he could copy seals. Naruto activated his Saigen to show the Hokage. The blue ring around his iris had become big enough to be obvious over his mission to Waves. The blue ring had expanded inward to cover nearly half of Naruto's iris, making the darker glowing blue stand out from the lighter blue of Naruto's original iris. I call it the Saigen, the spirit or energy eye. Hiruzen would be lying if the Jujutsu didn't interest him. The fact that Naruto had recreated Mokutan due to its abilities meant the possibilities were endless to exactly what his Saigen could do. Hiruzen knew there was more Naruto wasn't sharing, and the boy didn't budge when he prodded for more information, so he waited for Naruto to explain about the girl. Naruto talked about Haku and her situation as Zabuza's weapon and his own interference that culminated in the girl accepting his offer to come to the Leaf Village. Hiruzen said that the girl was a risk and already trained as a shinobi, and that he had no reason as the villagers' leader to allow the girl to stay. Naruto gave an uncharacteristic smirk and said that if he allowed Haku to stay in the village to do what she chose, then he'd make Yamato's Mokutan real. He explained that Yamato's Mokutan chakra was always in conflict with Yamato because it was attuned to the Shodai's chakra signature. Naruto could, in a sense, fully acclimate Yamato's chakra system to naturally produce the Mokutan chakra. Naruto said he could only do it with Yamato because of the circumstances. He could just tell he could. Hiruzen thought over Naruto's offer and wondered if he could actually do it or how he could sense so much. He agreed, but Haku would have to have a session with Inoichi to make sure she's not a spy first, and Naruto agreed. Hiruzen knew she had a Kekii Genkai from Naruto's explanation, and if they could make Yamato's Mokutan stronger, Konoha would benefit greatly. Hiruzen rightly assumed Haku would stay at the compound with Naruto when he asked if she needed accommodations. Hiruzen told Naruto that he'd receive his parents' possessions that weren't in the compound by the end of the week. Hiruzen told Naruto another shinobi was using his mother's sword and that although he had the right to take it back, he'd like Naruto to at least speak to the person and give them a chance to either keep it or use it until a specified amount of time. Naruto asked to speak with the person the next day and Hiruzen nodded while Naruto left. Haku and Hinata waited patiently for Naruto and he eventually came out. Haku was nervous to hear what they'd discussed about her in there because she was trusting Naruto but he could easily screw her over. She relaxed after Naruto told her she would be screened by a Yamanaka to ensure she wasn't a spy then released to live how she wanted in Konoha. Haku was surprised because she thought they'd at least make her become a shinobi. Naruto and Hinata dropped Haku off at the interrogation department and left a clone with her to guide her towards the compound when she was released. As they made their way to the shinobi district, Hinata's eyes bore into Naruto and she asked Naruto exactly where Haku would be staying within his compound. Naruto let his stoic expression fall in favor of a nervous smile. He told her that Haku would have to stay in the main building with him, since it was the only one furnished but promised to furnish one of the other houses so Haku could stay there and Hinata relented. Hinata went to her clan compound with plans to meet Naruto later on after he was able to figure out the barrier seals and maybe even find some keys for her and Haku.
Chapter 3 Furaijin no Ken.
The legend to be. The next few weeks would be busy for Naruto despite being off missions. He'd searched his father's study and found everything where it should be and made keys for Hinata and Haku to enter the compound that'd only work for them. Naruto's main objectives were to have his masterpiece forged and incorporate Hayatan into Hinata's system. The morning after his return, a shinobi wearing an umbu uniform made an appearance outside of his compound. She didn't wear her mask, had purple hair, and an all-black katana on her back. After introducing herself as Yugao Yuzuki, she explained that Kushina was her role model because she'd held the title of strongest swordsman in Konoha while Yugao was a genin. Kushina had even trained Yugao on occasion, so the third Hokage allowed her to use Kushina's katana. Yugao bowed and asked if she could keep the blade but would understand if he said no. Naruto gave it some thought and asked if he could hold the sword, to which Yugao complied. Naruto checked over the blade and saw that it was perfectly maintained. He also knew that the blade had a special ability that made it hard and sometimes impossible to heal the cuts it made due to Uzumaki seals. He could pass his mother's blade down to his children when he eventually restored his clan, but he knew this woman treasured the sword more than even he would. He told her she could keep if she directed him to the best weaponsmith she knew. Naruto knew he'd made the right decision when she directed him to the owner of a small weapon shop and told him he used to be a smith under another name Rakumo but changed it to Moroku when he came to the Leaf to keep a low profile but once made the best weapons in the Land of Fire. When asked why she'd tell Naruto about his identity if he wanted to stay hidden, Yugao told him that he knew her mother and had made the sword on her back. Yugao figured Moroku would want Naruto to know who he was since Moroku personally made Minato and Kushina's weapons. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto thanked Yugao and entered Higurashi Weapon Shop, as it was called. A girl around his age, maybe slightly older with her hair in two tight buns, introduced herself as Tenten and asked what she could help him find. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, which left Tenten wide-eyed. She then took a good look at Naruto and saw the resemblance until she called out Gigi, prompting a tall, built man, probably in his late 50s, wearing thick gloves and a heavy apron to come from the back of the store. As soon as he saw Naruto, he squinted his eyes and asked for his name. Naruto introduced himself to the man who introduced himself as Moroku Higurashi, Tenten's grandpa. Naruto cut straight to the chase. "How good are you? I have a request that can't be accomplished by just anyone and will destroy 2 legendary blades if you fail." Moroku took a moment to look over Naruto while he wondered what legendary blades he could have. Moroku answered Naruto seriously, "You'd be hard-pressed to find someone better than me. You'd have to find one of the best in the Land of Iron to get a better smith. What's your request, and may I ask who your parents are?" Moroku knew who his parents were but needed to hear it from him. Naruto felt no lies in Moroku's chakra and asked to speak of it in private. Moroku's curiosity officially peaked as he led Naruto to a room in the back that had piles of tools like a workshop. Naruto didn't make the man wait and unsealed the Norizashi and the Raijin no Ken. After telling Moroku the names of his parents nonchalantly, he started to explain what he wanted from Moroku. Naruto wanted to combine the two swords, something that Moroku thought would be impossible. Naruto figured the smith would think it was impossible, but he would recreate the swords, but all he needed the smith to do was to connect the two into one blade. The Raijin no Ken didn't actually have a metal blade, but had a rod made of a rare blend of a super-condensed chakra metal engraved with highly advanced seals. The seals on the rod amplified and gave form to Raitun chakra infused in the rod. The seals also allowed the excess Raitun chakra to discharge bolts of Raitun chakra, but it only worked because of the rare super-condensed chakra metal. The rod is the true form of the Raijin no Ken. The Norizashi was similar but was a blade made from the strongest chakra conductive metal in the world. The blade had highly advanced seals as well. The seals for the Norizashi converted Futon chakra to constantly sharpen and hone the edge of the blade. They allowed the sword to discharge Futon chakra, and it had near infinite chakra storage seal. Naruto had copied all the seals over the 2 weeks they had basically free in the land of waves. He figured he'd have to replace the seals after a smith combined the rod from the Raijin with the blade from the Norizashi, and he was right. After explaining the composition of the two swords, Moroku said that he could combine the blades how he wanted it, with the rod from the Raijin remaining in the hilt but still connected to the Norizashi, but the seals would be gone without a trace after the process he used. Naruto assured him that if he forged the sword he could replace the seals. Moroku then pointed out the fact that the seals wouldn't just work together even if Naruto could place them correctly and had enough chakra to do so. Naruto knew this as well but had already found the Uzumaki clan's version of linking and compatibility seals and would create the proper seal to combine the two swords completely. He told Moroku that he'd create a seal to combine the others, and Moroku was in disbelief. Moroku believed Naruto was going to end up destroying 2 legendary blades with his help, but the look in the blonde's eye told him that Naruto believed that he could do it. Moroku informed the blonde that it would take 2 to 3 weeks to combine the blades and told Naruto that if he was actually able to replace the seals and create one to combine the two, then he'd do it for free. The metals he was working with were limited and precious. Moroku would enjoy the task regardless. Naruto gave his specifications on how exactly he wanted his new sword to be made. Naruto even asked for the extra metal from the Norizashi to be made into arm guards. Naruto's new sword would be a 26-inch blade, and the Norizashi was almost 40 inches long. He had a theory, but he needed the metal from the Nozarashi to be placed in a set of arm guards to test it. Naruto asked Moroku to keep it a secret until it was completed, then left to meet Hinata and Haku. He met them in the personal training grounds behind his house and started by explaining more to Haku about his Saigon and told her his plan of giving Hinata the ability to use Hayaton. Hinata, who was listening, was surprised at this because she didn't know he could even do it. Naruto said it was him giving her something to match his new sword, to which Hinata beamed and gave him a lingering kiss. Thankfully, Haku was fully on board, although skeptical on if it'd really work. Naruto had analyzed the chakra he'd stolen and sealed from Haku, so he knew the unique combination of wind, water, and yang release chakras that were mixed to create ice release chakra. It took him a minute since he had to do it manually, and after he'd created it, he began to manipulate the chakra's core properties to match Hinata's. Naruto asked Hinata permission to forever change her genetic makeup, incorporating Hayaton into her ver, and after an enthusiastic nod, he began to infuse it into her chakra system. Naruto repeated the process 3 times before Hinata was able to produce a slight amount of the chakra. Normally it'd take months or even years to train a new elemental affinity enough to begin learning complex jutsu, but with daily infusions of the Hayaton chakra, Hinata would be able to attain a usable level of control in just a few weeks. Haku was surprised that it had worked. She even offered to train Hinata in Hayaton but didn't want to become a shinobi herself. Hinata and Haku worked on Hayaton chakra control for the rest of the day, while Naruto made his way to Team 7's training grounds to complete his deal with the Hokage. He saw Yamato waiting for him with Kakashi, but Naruto wasn't surprised and Kakashi wouldn't be able to see much anyway. Yamato attempted to admonish Naruto for lying about his abilities to his sensei, but Naruto only gave him his impassive glance. Kakashi would have attempted to coax one of the swords from Naruto, but the Hokage had instructed him to drop the issue for now because Naruto was the one who killed both previous wielders and took their swords. Kakashi told Naruto he was just there to analyze Naruto's jujutsu, to which Naruto nodded and began his work. Naruto walked to Yamato and told him he was going to take 3/4 of Yamato's reserves. Naruto took the chakra with a hand on Yamato's shoulder, and in less than 10 seconds Naruto held most of Yamato's chakra in a condensed ball surrounding his hands. The amount and density of the chakra made it visible to the naked eye, and two Jounin were surprised at the speed and control Naruto displayed in absorbing Yamato's chakra and condensing it in his hand. Naruto began to modify the residual Mokuton chakra to match Yamato's unique chakra signature, and when he was done he expanded the Mokuton chakra to match the amount he took from Yamato and reintroduced it to his system. He told Yamato that in the next couple weeks his Mokuton would take less chakra and come naturally. Kakashi said that he didn't see any change in the chakra with his Sharingan, and Naruto told him that the Sharingan couldn't see half of what his Saigan could when it came to chakra. With that, Naruto disappeared in a shunshin to the Umbu headquarters, where he removed the 3 heads he'd stored on the right sleeve on his long-sleeve shirt. He gave the still bleeding heads to the Umbu coroner so that they could send him the money for his bounties. For the next few weeks Naruto was held up in his study working on the linking and compatibility seals. He gave Hinata clones to infuse her with Hayatan chakra while she and Haku trained. Haku started to acclimate to her new life. Naruto had given Haku the money from the bounties to furnish one of the other houses in the compound. She'd taken a liking to cooking and often came over to cook for Naruto and Hinata when she was around. Shino was personally being taught by Yamato to catch up. Naruto had heard he was training a Doton Earth affinity. The Hokage was pleased with Yamato's newfound mastery of Mokuton. Yamato had nowhere near the reserves he first Hokage had, but he could do a lot with what he had. Yamato could perform deep forest emergence as it was intended now and had begun going through the Shodai scrolls again. Naruto had finished the seal a day before he received a message from Moroku Higurashi saying the sword was done, and he was ready for Naruto to place the seal. Naruto was nervous, but with the hundreds of clones he had throughout the compound for over a week helped him create and test his linking seals. Although he'd copied the other seals from the swords, he couldn't understand much more than their function initially. After a week of failure Naruto went clone happy, as Haku described it, and used his clones to catch up on months, maybe even years of Fuinjutsu. He was able to recreate the original seals with the linking and compatibility seals, but he couldn't fully test the seals until he had the sword. The seals relied on superior materials that could hold the chakra it'd take to place and activate the seal. Naruto had a conversation with the Kyuubi who said he'd replenish Naruto's reserves while he placed and activated the seals, so he didn't worry too much about that. The chakra cost was ridiculous, but he had ridiculous reserves, and a sentient, near unlimited mass of chakra liked him at the moment. Kurama was still enjoying the villagers in the mindscape, and Naruto would occasionally send him more copies of people who he sensed hated him. Naruto made his way to the Higurashi weapon shop and met Moroku in the back after greeting Tenten. Moroku had a mad glint in his eyes. There were bags under his eyes, and he had a layer of soot on his skin that made it seem like he worked non-stop, which he damn near did. Moroku saw the potential of such a blade, and he'd be damned if he made the world wait for the next legend he would craft with the Naruto Namikes. Naruto observed the smith's handiwork and was thoroughly impressed. The rare super-condensed metal rod was seamlessly combined with the strongest chakra-conductive metal in the world. The Raijin's rod was still made to be under the hilt, but was remodeled to fit the hilt of a gen similar to the Narazahai's. Naruto's new sword was a gen. It had a straight, double-sided blade that converged into a small, sharp, pointed tip. The blade was 26 inches long, and the hilt would be long enough for 2 hands but was made for 1. There was no guard on the sword like you'd normally find on a gen, but it fit Naruto's style better. Moroku watched as the look of enamorment on Naruto's face. It was much like Kushina's when he'd made her sword. Naruto noticed he was just staring and began to focus on the seals he would place. He told Moroku that the process of infusing chakra would take over an hour because of the pure amount required. Moroku wondered how this boy would produce the chakra. He hoped he wouldn't let loose Kyuubi's chakra in his shop, but he hoped to see the completed sword more. Naruto went through a short set of hand seals after receiving the go from Moroku. He placed his hands above the sword and activated his Saigan. Naruto was going to place the Raijin no Ken seals on first, then his linking and compatibility seal, and then the Norizashis. After that, he'd begin infusing the required chakra to activate all the seals. Naruto focused to his full extent as he carved the seals into the blade with his chakra. The seals were neatly organized but would expand and entangle once he finished infusing the chakra and activated the seals. It took Naruto close to 2 hours because he didn't have enough chakra and Kurama had to resupply his reserves almost 3 times. He probably could have used his chakra directly, but the village would get their pitchforks out if they felt the chakra. Naruto nodded to Moroku and activated the seals. Moroku and Naruto watched as his neat and tightly arranged seals began to expand around the sword and interlock with the other seals. Naruto thought it had failed when the whole sword glowed white-hot, but when it returned to its normal colors, the seals had receded and Naruto could tell with his Saigen that they were activated and functional. Moroku took the next hour placing the hilt onto the blade and ensuring everything was perfectly aligned with the sheath. Moroku presented the completed sword and Naruto saw that it matched his specifications down to the letter. Naruto's sword was the masterpiece he'd imagined. The sword, while sheathed, was all black with Furagen carved into the hilt and no Ken carved into the sheath with gold kanji. There was also a carvings of blue chains coiling the length of the hilt down to the tip of the sheath. Naruto had named the sword Furagen no Ken, the sword of the wind thunder god. Moroku asked to see the blade activated and Naruto was more than happy to oblige. He hoped the seals had combined correctly, but he was going to find out a little bit about the sword now. The sword was masterfully crafted and the silver metal had been polished to perfection. Naruto infused Futon chakra into the blade and watched it begin to glow white. He continued to add chakra to the blade, and it grew brighter and brighter until the blade was completely white and random wisps of wind were swirling around the blade. Moroku was ecstatic. They'd done it. The sword would be one of the best in the world. The sword would be his crowning jewel. A smith's dream. Naruto deactivated and sheathed his sword. He bowed to Moroku and promised to return to explain all of its abilities after he mastered its use. Naruto returned to his compound and headed straight to the training grounds where he found Hinata and Haku having a competition to see who could create the biggest spike of ice. Apparently Hinata's Hayaton training was going well. Naruto strode over to the pair carrying his new sword on his back. He'd applied the same seal from his previous sword so the sheath would stick. Haku had quickly found her place with Hinata and Naruto. Hinata and Naruto were obviously together even though they never once even mentioned it, so she tried not to overstep her boundaries when Hinata was around. Haku and Hinata got along great and Haku loved having another Hayaton user. It felt like she had a sister or relative from her clan. Haku didn't know where she stood with Naruto, but she noticed he treated her closer to the way he treated Hinata than the way he treated the shinobi and civilians in the village. With them he was emotionless and impassive, and with her he showed a little bit of emotion and was more open with her every day, especially after she cooked ramen for him. Naruto took the Furagen no Ken off his back and showed it to the 2 Hayaton users. Hinata wanted to hold it, but knew it was too soon from the way Naruto watched their hands whenever they moved. Haku wanted to see it in action and asked for a demonstration. Hinata agreed and asked Naruto for a bench. Naruto grumbled something about needy Hayaton users, causing Hinata to giggle and Haku to smile warmly. Naruto actually enjoyed doing things for Hinata and didn't mind a few requests from Haku. Clasping his hands together as if praying, Naruto molded his Mokuton chakra and stomped a foot on the ground, sending his chakra for the impromptu jutsu. What could only be described as 2 wooden thrones emerged from the ground. The thrones had backrests that were at least 3 meters tall with large armrests that were completed with a seat covering a few layers of soft tree bark. Naruto smirked at the 2 who probably didn't think he'd even make a bench. After the Hayaton duo were situated, Naruto unsheathed his sword and gave it a few test swings. The blade balanced perfectly and felt as if it was made for his hands, which it was. This blade should be able to cut through nearly anything he encounters, activated or not. It will be nearly indestructible, and best of all, it can store a near infinite amount of chakra. Norizashi's storage seal was special and, as far as Naruto knew, one of a kind. It combined the properties of the sword's metal with a modified storage seal connected to a chakra storage seal, creating a near infinite chakra storage seal. Naruto tried to replicate it, but it only worked in this exact circumstance, and he would make use of the seal on his Furagen no Ken. Theoretically, the Raijin's ability to form and amplify chakra would enhance the physical blade and create a monster of a weapon. Naruto channeled Futon chakra to the blade, fully activating it and causing it to glow bright white with wisps of cutting winds surrounding it. Naruto walked to a nearby tree and lazily swiped his blade through it. He couldn't believe the ease at which it cut through the whole tree. The weight of the sword itself would have been enough pressure to complete the cut. Hinata clapped at the display from Naruto's new sword, while Haku quietly watched with a smile. Naruto wondered how he'd discharge a wind slash, so he activated his Saigen and observed his sword. He could see a slightly higher concentration in the tip of the blade and had an idea of what to do. Channeling chakra into the point of the Fureijin, Naruto swung his sword and a bright white arc of wind was propelled from his sword, cutting through a few trees. The chakra required for that wind slash was minor, and the wind slash he sent was stronger than any of the ones sent by Kazuma. His wind chakra was obviously being amplified by the Raijin's seals. Naruto pumped extra chakra into the sword to see what would happen, and his extra Futon chakra was automatically siphoned off into the seal. He wondered if he could store Raitun chakra in the seal as well. Naruto tried to use the chakra in the seal to send a few wind slashes, and it worked perfectly. He could even use the stored wind chakra to activate his Fureijin no Ken. Naruto deactivated his sword and channeled Raitun chakra through the soon-to-be legendary sword. He wasn't surprised to see the sword glow bright yellow, reminiscent of the Raijin's Raitun chakra blade. As Naruto pumped more chakra into the sword, it glowed a brighter yellow until electricity was jumping across the blade. He wondered if it had cut as well as when it was enhanced by Futon chakra. It was close, but the sword enhanced with ration didn't cut quite as good. Naruto had encountered very slight resistance when he cut through another tree, but the sword left the charred where it had been cut. His best destructive attack with his Fureijin would be the lightning chakra discharges. Unlike before, the chakra within and coating the blade was dispersed evenly, so he didn't really know how to discharge a bolt of Raitun chakra with his new sword. He decided to pump chakra into the sword and see what happens, and the excess Raitun chakra pooled around the blade. Following his instincts, Naruto sent a pulse of Raitun chakra that discharged the excess chakra, coating the blade in a huge bolt that blew up a tree. It was that simple. Naruto even tried firing off rapid bolts and did it easily. He loved his new sword. The Fureijin no Ken could match any of the legendary blades, and he would turn it into the biggest legend of them all. After the training session, Hinata asked to talk to Naruto alone, so Haku took a hint and went home. Now alone in the training ground, Naruto gave Hinata a small smile and asked what she wanted to talk about, and Hinata rescinded nervously in a way reminiscent of her old self. "My father wants to speak with you about us, Naruto-kun. The Hyuga elders want me to set me up with a suitor, and since we've never officially begun a relationship, in their eyes I'm single. I talked to my father, and he can convince the elders to back off if I have an suitable husband arranged. I know we haven't talked about anything, but I'd rather have you, Naruto-kun. Are you willing to claim me in front of my father and the elders tomorrow?" Naruto was shocked. His relationship with Hinata never needed to be defined to him because figured it was simply unspoken. He wanted to be with Hinata for the rest of his life and knew she wanted the same, so there wasn't a need. Until now. "Of course, Hina-chan. My bad for forgetting about your clan's politics. I just figured we eventually get married anyway." Naruto rubbed his head and gave her a bashful smile. Hinata loved when she was alone with Naruto for long periods of time because he would open up and she'd see the true Naruto. The last 3 weeks Naruto had been more open and relaxed, and Hinata thought it was a mix of improving his survival with so many people and feeling closer to his parents. Hinata was enjoying it either way. "I have a question for you though, Hina-chan. I want to restore the Uzumaki clan as the Namikaze clan. Would you be willing to give up your position as future clan head to be the matriarch of the clan? I believe reviving the clan was the reason my parents built a small compound with room around to expand it. I know it's a lot, but what do you think?" Hinata didn't need to think about Naruto's request for too long because she'd guessed he'd ask her this at some point. Sometimes Naruto was easier to read than a book. Hinata figured he wanted to rebuild his clan when he used Mokuton to create a sign that read Namiuzui Clan Compound. He did it late and had his clones paint it to not create a fuss, but it was obvious to her. Hinabi, Hinata's little sister, wasn't the prodigy she was, although good. and would be branded and sent to the branch family if Hinata took up the clan head seat. The only problem would be her clan branding her since she was leaving it, but Naruto could just absorb the seal in a few seconds. Thanks, Naruto-kun. It really means a lot to me that you want me to help you start your new clan, and I'd love to do it. We might have to deal with the clan elders or maybe even my father, but the worst they can do is seal me and you can remove it. I don't think we have to bring it up for now, but you just need their approval for now. There will be a formal dinner tomorrow night at the Hyuga clan compound with my family, and we'll meet with my father and the elders afterward. Hinata began to blush furiously when she realized Naruto was possibly going to be engaged with her in just a day. Naruto knew Hinata was having one of her old moments of extreme embarrassment, and for old time's sake he'd give her that last little push. One day, my Hina-chan's going to be my beautiful bride and I can't wait. He gave her a soft kiss on his lips and watched her tomato up. Naruto pulled Hinata into a hug and apologized for making her blush so bad when she tries so hard to control it. Hinata accused Naruto of doing it on purpose with a pouty smile and only received a smirk. Next night at the Hyuga compound, Naruto arrived in a formal kimono Haku had made him buy. He was content in showing up in his ninja outfit. Naruto stated his purpose to the guards at the gate, and the scene looked like a competition of who could show the least amount of emotion. The Hyuga guards knew why he was there and approved of his befitting mannerisms as they allowed him entry and directed him to the main hall to wait for Hinata. Naruto knew where to go, so there was no need for him to be escorted. As he passed a few Hyuga children, he heard giggles and a few mutters of Namikaze. Inwardly, Naruto smirked as continued towards the main hall. He'd assumed word of his heritage would spread when he moved into the Yandame's compound and had the Hokage change his name in the ninja registry. The Hyuga clan elders probably did all this to pressure him into an engagement with Hinata. He didn't necessarily mind. Ever since he found out about his heritage, he decided to restore his clan. The Namikaze Uzumaki clan would be its name, or Namiuzu for short, and Hinata would be a perfect matriarch in the future. Naruto saw Hinata and raised his eyebrows at how beautiful she looked in her kimono dress. The kimono was white with flowers that hugged Hinata's form nicely. She led him to a room where they waited for food to be prepared while talking with Hinata's little sister Hinabi. The girl was colder than ever because she was always compared to Hinata. She probably feared being branded. Hinata feared her sister being branded as well, but had now had a solution for it. Once dinner was prepared, Naruto followed the Hyuga sisters to a huge dinner table with an expensive dinner set. Joining them for the dinner was Hinata, Hinabi, Hinata's father Hayashi, her cousin Niji, and Niji's mom. The latter two usually wouldn't be there being in the main family, but Hinata had insisted they be. The dinner was tense and rather quiet, but after they ate, Niji informed Naruto and Hinata of the upcoming Chunin exams and told them he expected to see the new Genin team he's been hearing about before he left. Hayashi prompted Naruto and Hinata to follow him to another building within the compound, and he asked Hinata to wait in the front, while he and Naruto entered a room where the Hyuga clan elders were waiting to speak to him. Naruto stood in front of a table with the Hyuga clan elders and Hayashi on the other side as if he was on trial. Stoic expression met stoic expressions, and after formal greetings the first question came. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, we are here to discuss your interest in taking the hand of the esteemed Hyuga clan heiress, Hinata Hyuga. We have found many potential suitors who we think would uphold and improve the Hyuga clan's reputation and influence, and our question to you, Namikaze-san, is how would approving you as our heir's suitor benefit our clan? With all due respect, Namikaze-san, your reputation in this village isn't the best, one of the elders said plainly. Naruto gave a very slight smirk that didn't go unnoticed. Naruto didn't like the political game, and he wasn't as smart as Hinata, but he knew when he was being tested. There was no doubt the council had learned about his jujutsu, what he'd done in waves, and for Yamato. Hayashi was on the council, so the elders knew. The elders probably wanted to hear about his heritage and about his jujutsu himself. Naruto loved Hinata, so he'd play ball. For starters, I'm the fourth Hokage's son, and every Hokage has his family name recognized as a major clan of the village, leaving a clan seat to me. I'm also the last Uzumaki in the village, possibly the world, which leaves their clan seat and clan account to me. I can claim everything after I achieve Chunin in 3 months. The Uzumaki are widely respected and connected with the royal family of the Land of Fire as well. Naruto activated his Saigen and began to pulse the glow on his Saigen for effect. Finally, I have a Dojutsu called the Saigen that may combine with Hinata's, which would undoubtedly bring more renown to the Byakugan. Naruto finished and watched as the elders and Hayashi's eyes gleamed while they still kept their stoic faces. He wished he had the Sharingan so he could copy the look forever. Another elder spoke up with his own question. Yes, that seems acceptable, Namikaze-san, but are you aware that as the remaining member of two prominent clans as well as holding a bloodline, you will be placed under the CRA Clan Restoration Act, which means you'll be forced to take multiple wives to restore your clan. As such, Hinata would be leaving the clan and we might have to seal her. What do you say about this, Namikaze-san? Naruto would be lying if he said he was aware of the CRA. He didn't have an answer and couldn't sound foolish or combative towards the Konoha law. He also wasn't letting Hinata get sealed. This was likely another test, so he took a moment to gather his answer. I do intend to restore my clan, although I had only planned on having one wife. I will have to look into the CRA. Also, if Hinata is sealed, you won't find allies in the Namikaze Uzumaki clan. I don't know what the seals would do to my bloodline as well, and I'm not willing to risk it. With all due respect. The elders were impressed by the way the boy handled their questions, and Hayashi was grateful. The elders would give their blessing as well as himself, and Hinabi would become clan heir, allowing both of his daughters to escape the fate of the seal. The elders and Hayashi huddled together and muttered to each other for a minute or so before they stood and Hayashi spoke. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Hyuga clan approves your betrothal to Hinata Hyuga, although we insist she is your first wife. Since you are engaged, our clan rules allow her to live within your compound but not in the same building until marriage, if she chooses. She will not receive the seal, and we expect you to uphold the now former Hyuga heir's honor from here on out. Hayashi gave Naruto a stern gaze as he said the last words. After a short bow, Naruto gathered Hinata and they left the compound to go on a walk and discuss how the meeting went. Naruto explained everything and they shared a laugh at the elders and Hayashi trying to hide their excitement. When asked about her thoughts on moving to a house in the Namikaze Uzumaki compound, Hinata said she wanted to wait until she becomes Chunin to enjoy living with her little sister for a little while longer. That night with Hiruzen Sarutobi was seriously annoyed. Lately he'd really been feeling his age. Hiruzen was called into another council meeting for Kami knows what. He arrived in the chambers and took his seat, appreciative that everyone was already there. After a short sigh that earned him a few chuckles and smirks, he asked who'd like to bring up the first topic. Sakuri Haruno was the first to speak. Hokage-sama, don't you think it's too early to be dropping new genin without giving them time to grow? And with the upcoming Chunin exams being as anticipated and large as it is, shouldn't we allow as many genin to prove themselves as possible? Sum Inuzuka spoke her piece on the topic. The only new genin to be dropped from service was Sakura Haruno, who showed no improvement or drive after 3 months and would be a liability for her team. She spied on the Uchiha more than she trained. Genin die in the Chunin exams, you can't just throw them in before they're ready. Hiruzen spoke next. I agree with Tsum. Sakura Haruno can apply to the hospital, where they could use her excellent chakra control, but if she wants to become a shinobi, she must return to the academy and show more drive in being a shinobi. Sakuri frowned but said nothing else. Hamura was the next to voice his concerns. What of the unaffiliated shinobi you allowed in the village? I hear she has a bloodline. When will she become a genin, and she will be put under the CRA, I assume? Hiruzen answered sternly. I'm not sure how you know of her bloodline, but a part of her agreement to come to the village was to choose for herself what she does. The girl isn't a member of any of Konoha's recognized clans, so the CRA doesn't apply. Hiruzen finished. And what did we receive in this agreement? Does it have anything to do with Yamato's completed Mokuton? Or should I say anything to do with Naruto Uzumaki? Koharu added. Hiruzen was annoyed how information would end up in the wrong hands, but he couldn't outright lie to the council, so the cat was out of the bag now. Yes, Naruto offered to find a way to make Yamato's Mokuton a complete bloodline, and in return the girl would be free to live in the village and do as she pleased. She was cleared by Inoichi himself. Danzo's eyes squinted at the confirmation of the leaked information. Danzo decided to make the picture even clearer and spoke evenly. Was it an ability of the Dojutsu he's been hiding from everyone? What does it do exactly? Now Hiruzen knew they were holding his feet to the fire, but he was prepared for this. We'll need to have a discussion on certain members of the council having information they shouldn't, but yes. Naruto's Dojutsu gives him the ability to see chakra in depth, the ability to absorb chakra, and the ability to manipulate it in certain conditions. It is not yet fully defined, and it's soon to be a clan secret, so I will share no more about the boy's eyes. Danzo simply gave an emotionless expression. Sakura spoke next. Shouldn't the boy be put under the CRA? If I'm correct, he's revealed himself as the Namikaze and Uzumaki heir, and he has a bloodline. We should choose candidates for him and Sasuke for them to begin the restoration when they reach 16. Hayashi motioned to speak and proceeded, receiving a nod from the Hokage. The CRA can't be enacted without their permission before they turn 18, and the council can only choose candidates if they don't have at least 3 chosen. We can't forget that both Naruto and Sasuke are secretly listed as flight risks. It wouldn't be prudent to attempt to force this now. Shibi slightly nodded, then spoke neutrally. Hayashi-san is correct about the CRA. I would also like to add that if Naruto were to leave the village, Hinata would too, according to my son Shino, the 3rd member of their team. I say this to point out that attempting to force something of the magnitude as the CRA onto these 2 boys could result in the loss of what is quite possibly the 3 strongest genin of their generation. Hayashi said nothing else and maintained his stoic expression because he believed she'd leave with the boy as well. Shikaka Nara was next. It's only been a few months, but have they built any more ties in the village, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen was hoping they'd talk everything out themselves, but sat up to do his job and said, Sasuke's formed a decent bond with Kakashi because he's being trained so hard. With Sakura being removed from Kurenai's team, Kakashi will be taking over and Sasuke will take Sakura's spot. I'm hoping he builds bonds with Sai and Kiba. Naruto is very close with Hinata and professional with his other teammates, although I hear he's slightly more open to Shino. I think the best option to keep Naruto in the village is to make him Hinata, and maybe even the girl he brought to the village feel welcome. I don't have to tell you how bad it would look if the recently revealed son of the Yondaime were to desert the village. Shikaka spoke again. I'm assuming he'll compete in the upcoming Chunin exams along with his team and Sasuke's team this year. Teams from Kumo, IWA, Suna, and AIM are all sending the best genin they have to beat, the Crimson Blonde, as he's now known. Ever since his heritage was revealed a few weeks ago, the ninja world has been in an uproar about Konoha's upcoming ninjas. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and maybe even Shino will be targeted in these exams. I think we should shorten the amount of missions for the genin taking the exams to allow them to prepare and encourage inter-team spars to help Sasuke and Naruto build more bonds within the village. Other villages are probably doing the same to beat us in our own exams. Danzo spoke up after firmly. I agree, the whole ninja world will be watching this year's exams, and if our genin don't put on a good showing, our future will look weak, and on the other hand, if our genin dominate the exams, Konoha's image and future would look much brighter. Hiruzen wondered what Danzo had to gain from the genin doing well in the exams, but pushed the thought to the back of his head for another time. I see, well, that seems like a reasonable plan of action. I'll inform the Jounin senseis, and I think this is enough for the day you're dismissed. XXX. 3 months later, a few days before the Chunin exams, Team 7 was gathered in one of the Leaf's administrative buildings, turning in their applications for the exam. They'd grown as a team over the last few months and as individuals. Shino grew the most by learning to use Itanto and Doton Earth-style jutsu. He couldn't keep up with his teammates but was well-rounded and promising for a genin. Hinata's Hayatan was progressing nicely. She'd learned a few jutsu and incorporated it into her fighting style but was lacking the chakra to truly make it effective. Naruto had brushed up on his kenjutsu and his ninjutsu, focusing mostly on his ninjutsu, so he wouldn't rely on his chains. He only sparred with his sensei to force him to show all the Mokutan jutsu he knew, and Naruto was eventually able to pick up a few. Yamato only trained Shino because Hinata and Naruto did their own training and would occasionally invite Shino to train with them at the Namikaze Uzumaki compound. Naruto even opened up more to Shino but still kept his stoic expression around the Aburame. After receiving a speech about having everyone watching them, representing the village, and other stuff Naruto didn't care about from Yamato, the 3 genin left to have lunch at Naruto's. On the way they saw Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson, running from his friends Udon and Moegi, probably playing ninja. They watched as Konohamaru ran into a ninja with what looked like a big cat costume on. He wore purple makeup on his face and had a hidden sand forehead protector on. The sand ninja grabbed Konohamaru and lifted him off the ground. The genin of Team 7 gave each other a look and jumped into action. Shino used a bug shunshin to disappear out of sight. Naruto used a wind shunshin to appear behind the Tsuna ninja with a kunai to his neck. Hinata appeared behind a kunoichi who was in a tree above the other Tsuna shinobi with a kunai to her throat. Byakugan active. Naruto spoke with a cold, emotionless tone which matched his expression. I suggest you release the boy. I'd hate to use you to improve my chances of survival before the exam even started. Naruto released a killing intent that made the 2 Tsuna shinobi begin to shake. He could tell they were genin, and with the exam a few days away it was safe to say they were there for the exam. The cat suit wearing shinobi released Konohamaru, and Shino appeared in a bug shunshin and disappeared in another bug shunshin with the boy. Naruto and Hinata jolted next to each other a few feet in front of the Tsuna shinobi. Naruto was still giving off his killing intent but released it when Hinata began to speak. That kid was the 3rd Hokage's grandson. We would have had every right to kill you. Who are you and why do you go around other people's villages attacking children who forgot to look where they were running? The kunoichi in the tree was the first to recover from Naruto's killing intent and responded, I'm Sabaku no Temari, and this is my brother Kankuro. We're the children of our 4th Kazekage. We're here for the Chunin exams and my brother is an asshole, so I'm sorry. It'd be nice if you overlooked this incident since we're allies. But that Kankuro was blurting out something when a deep voice coming from a tree behind him interrupted him. Kankuro, shut up, you're an embarrassment to our village. Hinata and Naruto knew he'd appeared while Temari was speaking but said nothing to see what he'd do. The new ninja used a sand shunshin to appear in front of Kankuro. I'm Sabaku no Gaara. I apologize for my siblings' actions. It will not happen again. Who are you? Gaara motioned to Naruto. Naruto spoke, making eye contact with Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you are strong, Gaara. Naruto's eyes began to gleam. He was feeling the need to improve his survival. The temperature in the air seemed to drop as the 2 ninja locked gazes. I can sense that you are too, Crimson Blonde. I think you will be able to make me feel alive. Gaara's lip was twitching upward as if he was fighting to restrain a smile. The 2 genin began to release killing intent to test the other. Temari and Kankuro were scared. One Gaara was terrifying, but 2 Gaaras made them want to take a kunai to their throats to end it quickly. They'd heard about the Hidden Leaf's version of Gaara in their briefing before coming to the exams. They'd been warned about a Jinchuriki Gaara's age who'd probably killed more than their own Jinchuriki. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro thought one word. Fuck. Hinata felt the pressure of the 2, and although she knew she couldn't let it go too far, she was excited to see her Naruto-kuin's bloodlust. It had been a while and she hated herself for missing it, but she did. Naruto continued to raise his ki out of excitement and the need to improve his survival. Yes, Gaara, you will improve my chances of survival. Naruto was now smiling. Mother is begging me for your blood, Namikaze. Gaara was smiling as well and his sand was leaking from his gourd. Naruto's chains slowly began to materialize as the 2 raised their killing intents. Temari and Kankuro were about to pass out. They couldn't breathe. Hinata was beginning to sweat bullets, and she didn't know how she'd stop this. Naruto's shens materialized fully and Gaara's sand pooled out of his gourd, but before they attacked each other, a swarm of bugs flew in between them, causing them both to jump backwards. Hinata jumped back with Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder and told him not now. Temari begged Gaara not to do this now because they had an objective. While the 2 Jinchurikis eyed each other deciding on whether they should get it over with, a squad of Umbu appeared and instructed them to go their separate ways. The Umbu had been drawn to the massive killer intent pooled into the area and were hoping they wouldn't have to fight what they felt. They took longer to arrive because they had to evacuate civilians who'd lost consciousness because of the nearby killing intent. The Umbu tensed nervously, seeing neither genin was going anywhere. It took a moment of pleading from Hinata and Temari for the two to disarm their jutsu and walk away, but they all knew it wasn't over. The Umbu released a collective sigh, wondering just when young shinobi became so intimidating. As Naruto and Hinata walked away taking the long way to the compound, Shino appeared next to Naruto and Hinata via bug Shunshin. You know you don't have to Shunshin everywhere you go, right Shino? Hinata asked. Shino gave Hinata a stoic expression and responded in kind, I don't, but it's logical to reduce travel time. Naruto was thinking about using Gaara to improve his chances of survival. The trio of genin made it the rest of the way uninterrupted, and when they arrived at Naruto's house, Haku had already prepared lunch. Haku knew the team would be coming back, so she'd gone to Naruto's house to prepare everyone bento boxes. Haku liked to cook at Naruto's more than her own because he had better cooking equipment. Naruto had promised to get her better cooking equipment and furnishings in her house when he became a chunin and received his clan's funds. Haku could get them herself since she began working at the hospital training to be a backline medic nin, but she wanted to be closer to Naruto. Haku was given the rundown on Naruto's meeting with the Hyuga clan elders and heard about the CRA. She'd also talked to Naruto about his parents, and he'd expressed a desire to rebuild his clan, so Haku chose for herself to add herself to that equation. She liked Hinata and actually thought she was really cute, but she'd fallen for Naruto and his spurts of emotion. Naruto never showed it openly, but he was actually really caring. He'd done a lot for her and Haku had made up her mind. Hinata didn't like how often Haku was over at her unannounced fiancé's house, but she made damn good food, so Hinata was content. Hinata also thought Haku was gorgeous but didn't know how to feel about it. Naruto got everyone's attention after lunch by abruptly flaring the Raitun version of his sword. He had a little habit of doing it to get Hinata or Haku's attention with the aggressive cackling sound the electricity around the sword made. Hinata was startled and then annoyed. Haku narrowed her eyes at Naruto, and Shino adjusted his glasses with a nervous sweat drop. He wasn't used to seeing any of Naruto's trickster side and still had nightmares of the night Naruto earned another moniker, the Crimson Blonde. Naruto sheathed his sword with a slight smirk at his group's reactions. He then gave them a slightly softened, emotionless expression and surprisingly spoke warmly. I don't care for the people in the village. There are very few people I care about that are alive in this world, and most of them are here. I no longer only think of my chances of survival, I think of all of yours, and since I can't always be there to improve your chances of survival, I have something for you all. Naruto unsealed a scroll from a seal on the inside of his forearm and unrolled it on the clean table that they ate on. He channeled a bit of chakra on the scroll, and two Umbu-style arm guards with a different kind of metal implanted squarely in the middle. There was a tanto with an Uzumaki symbol in its sheath, and there was a pile of scrolls. Naruto grabbed the arm guards and placed them in front of Hinata and spoke with a slight bit of excitement in his voice. Your biggest weakness when it comes to maximizing your abilities is your limited reserves of chakra. Although they've grown, they're still low. Took me a while, but I recreated the chakra storage seal and combined it with an amplification seal. I only finished it a week ago. The chakra storage seal in each arm guard will hold up to around cage-level reserves. I've already filled one with your chakra and another with your special chakra. The arm guards will amplify the chakra that's stored within when molded, and although it may strain your coils if you overuse it, it'll help build your reserves by expanding them. Naruto didn't say Hayatan chakra because it was a secret for now. Hinata thanked Naruto and almost cried because of the thought Naruto had put into the gift and the usefulness the gift would have. Naruto grabbed the pile of scrolls and sat them in front of Haku. These are advanced and intermediate Uzumaki healing scrolls. Some of the more advanced seals can slow or stop blood flow from open wounds completely, and other useful healing seals. I added some basic sealing scrolls for you to learn from scratch, but if you combine this with medical ninjutsu, you have the potential to become a better healer than Tsunade. Naruto gave her a quick smile, which she returned as he grabbed his mother's tanto. This is the tanto given to my mother as she left Uzushio as a child. It contains the dreams of the Uzumaki. I placed a similar seal that was on my mother's katana, and anyone you cut with this tanto will have a wound that'll be extremely slow to heal if it heals at all. This tanto can cut through an enemy's chakra system, so medical ninjutsu won't be effective and they won't be able to stop the bleeding. This should suit your fighting style and training with a tanto well. Naruto finished, motioning to Shino. Shino's eyes went wide. He had no idea that Naruto valued him enough to give him a gift like this. Shino was so surprised, he could only nod while taking in the elegance of the tanto. While Shino was in no way a master of kenjutsu, he'd learned the Umbu kenjutsu style for tantos from Yamato to be able to hold his own in close combat and to make use of the aburame stealth, allowing him to make quick silent kills. Naruto was walking back to his seat when Hinata jumped up and glomped him with cheek kisses with her arms around his neck. Haku even added to it by giving Naruto a tight hug. Shino wasn't gonna hug Naruto but stood and bowed. Naruto would be lying if he said he didn't like the attention, but he didn't know how to respond, so he just stood there with an awkward smile and nodded when they verbally expressed their appreciation.